Chapter 942. Xiao Chen laughed heartily. Brother D, you're angry again. Looks like someone's going to kick you again. Unfortunately, I don't have time today. I'll kick you another day. Xiao Chen had achieved his goal, successfully breaking Di Wuxia's mental state. His cultivation technique probably returned to normal. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen turned around and ran with Yi Chen. Kill him. He must die today. Di Wuxia was incomparably furious. The 13 keepers behind him obeyed the order and chased after him. The outstanding heroes of the primal chaos domain, who had been watching the show for a long time, could now see how weak Xiao Chen was. All of them began to think of ways to deal with him, surrounding Xiao Chen. Without his magic energy, Xiao Chen could not use the freedom wings. His physical body was severely injured, and he was surrounded by many experts. Just as Xiao Chen was about to use the will clone of the Haotian Emperor, the ground beneath their feet suddenly split open, and a bottomless pit appeared. There was something strange at the bottom of the pit that quickly pulled the two down, leaving them unable to resist at all. When they were halfway down, a hand stretched out from the hole in the wall of the pit and pulled the two of them, who were caught off guard. It was Lord Jiao, who had fled a long time ago, coming back to kill them. Don't talk, follow me. Lord Jiao chuckled and quickly led the two underground in the heavenly ruin wasteland. On the ground, the crowd stared at the pitch-black, bottomless pit. They looked at each other and hesitated on whether or not they should give chase. There were many ancient remnants buried in the heavenly ruin wasteland. There were many unpredictable dangers underground. If one went down rashly and accidentally triggered a restriction, only death awaited them. Lord Jiao stopped and said to the two, "We are safe now." Yi Chen turned his head back to check. Indeed, there was no danger. He smiled and said, "You scoundrel, you are really capable. I underestimated you in the past." Lord Jiao said proudly, "This Lord Jiao is not very capable above ground. However, in the underground, especially in the heavenly ruin wasteland, if a great grandmaster-level martial sage dares to come, this Lord Jiao can beat them down. This Lord Jiao is the king of the underground." Rumble. While he was speaking, the cave suddenly started to shake incessantly. The rocks above Lord Jiao's head loosened, burying him in an instant. Xiao Chen and Yi Chen were still somewhat strong. They casually pushed aside the falling rocks. The shaking continued for a long time before it stopped. Xiao Chen and Yi Chen both felt that something was wrong. Lord Jiao pushed away the rocks in a sorry state. His skinny body was covered in wounds. He coughed a few times and cursed, "Damn it! Can't this Lord Jiao be cocky for a while?" Xiao Chen's expression was grave. He closed his eyes and ignored Lord Jiao's complaints. Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense out in a straight line. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The heavenly palace is destroyed, and the formation is broken. The thing under the mountain is coming out." Lord Jiao's eyes lit up. "Come, let's go check it out. It is highly likely that there is an immortal artifact suppressed beneath the mountain. If I can obtain it and sell it, the resources I can get would be more than enough for me to cultivate up to the great grandmaster stage." Yi Chen countered, "You? Stop dreaming. If you really managed to snatch it, there would be no need for the blue-robed emperor to make a move. A great grandmaster-level martial sage would be able to kill you with one finger. This immortal artifact is not something we can even think about. If it really was an immortal artifact, it was indeed not something they could fight for. The three peak sects of the primal chaos domain would definitely send out great grandmaster-level martial sages. Even the blue-robed emperor might make a move. However, Xiao Chen had seen many disciples of the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. However, he did not see any Muddy Sky Gate experts. Xiao Chen did not know what the other party was planning. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Let's go and take a look. There is no need to fight for it. Not to mention our severe injuries, even if we were at our peak, we would not stand a chance." Lord Jiao chuckled and immediately took action. He was born with a keen sense for danger. In the underground, he avoided many of the terrifying restrictions. After 9 turns, the three emerged from the twisted underground tunnel and looked in the direction of the Immortal sect remnant. The 9-colored light in the sky vanished, and the heavenly palace shattered. The magic treasures inside shattered as well. Several of the cultivators who did not manage to flee in time were severely injured. Cracks appeared on the Immortal Mountain below. Resplendent spiritual light could be seen in the cracks, looking very dazzling. Bang! The Immortal Mountain crumbled completely, and the world shook again. The entire heavenly ruin wasteland trembled. The three quickly jumped out of the ground. Lord Jiao said with lingering fear in his heart, "Fortunately, we came out to take a look. Otherwise, we would still be underground and buried alive." The instant the mountain crumbled, abundant spiritual energy poured down like spring rain. A cold drizzle drifted down from the sky. The raindrops were a faint golden color, made entirely of spiritual energy. Peak Spirit Vein. The three sucked in a deep breath and could not help exclaiming. The faint golden spiritual rain was the most obvious sign of a peak spirit vein. Looking at this spiritual rain covering close to 500 kilometers, it was hard to imagine how many peak spirit veins were hidden in the Immortal Mountain. An immortal sect magic treasure nourished by so many spirit veins was definitely an immortal artifact. Strong auras flew towards the immortal sect remnant. Several of the hidden great grandmaster-level martial sages finally could not hold back and revealed themselves, waiting for the immortal artifact to appear. Xiao Chen led the three back and landed on an extremely desolate mound, watching from afar. Whether it was an immortal artifact or not, the shock waves caused by it would definitely spread far and wide. Right now, Xiao Chen and Yi Chen were not in good states. If they got caught up in the shock waves, they would not feel good. The faint golden spiritual rain fell endlessly. Many golden dragons flew out of the destroyed mountain. These were the manifestations of the peak spirit vein's origins. These dragons already possessed spiritual energy and were as strong as grandmaster-level martial sages. Regular martial sages would not last more than 10 moves against these spirit dragons. 1, 2, 3, them, it's already more than 50, and we still haven't seen the bottom. Lord Jiao was flabbergasted as he counted the spirit veins' origins. Peak spirit veins. The Haotian sect, which Xiao Chen was in, had accumulated only 100 peak spirit veins over the past 10,000 years. Apart from sects on the level of the three Holy Lands, no other sect had such a large number of supreme-grade spirit veins. Just one mountain gate suppressed so many peak spirit veins. When this sect was at its peak, there were many mountains around it. What a grand sight it must have been. However, such a great sect disappeared silently in the long river of history with the destruction of the immortal epic. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered. He felt very curious. The previous immortal epic was so strong. What exactly destroyed it? At the peak of the martial epic, those legendary martial gods, whose existence was unknown, must have sensed something and disappeared from this world, not leaving behind any news at all. A total of 100 peak spirit veins. This immortal artifact finally appeared. Lord Jiao's startled cry interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a treasure light soaring into the sky. A painting slowly unfurled. The mountains and rivers in the painting were magnificent, spanning 5,000 kilometers. From 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chen discovered that what he saw was not a painting but a world. Mountains, rivers, plains, and sand dunes entered his eyes as the painting unfurled. He could clearly see every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every tree. When the painting completely unfurled, the words, "Beautiful mountains and rivers," appeared on the upper right corner. This was a beautiful painting of mountains and rivers. The expected shock wave did not happen. Instead, it was extremely calm. The surroundings were quiet. The cultivators nearby did not move at all. Something's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed. How could no one move when the treasure appeared? Instead, it was so quiet. This was extremely strange. When Xiao Chen squinted and looked carefully, his expression changed again. It was not that these people did not move. Rather, they no longer had the opportunity to move. The figures that Xiao Chen saw were not really standing in the air. Instead, at some point in time, they had all become people in the painting. The strange, beautiful mountain and river paintings seemed to be in harmony with the surrounding space, giving people the illusion that they were in the painting or not. Several of the people sucked into the painting were Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even so, they were silently sucked into the painting. Xiaochen asked himself if he could defeat these people. However, he did not think that they would be much stronger. If he had not resisted his curiosity, he would have been sucked into the painting as well. When Xiaochen thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It already touches on the laws of space. This beautiful mountains and rivers painting is definitely an immortal equipment, Yichen said. Xiaochen said after some thought, great Grandmaster-level existences can bring out the full might of a peak king-grade secret treasure. They should be able to fight for this ownerless item. Right after Xiaochen spoke, beams of light quickly flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting in the air. All of them were great Grandmaster-level existences. The primal chaos domain was where the loose cultivators of the world gathered. There were more great Grandmaster-level martial sages there than anywhere else. Seeing so many great Grandmaster-level martial sages appear, Xiaochen did not find it strange. However, the two people who appeared after them startled him. Di Wuk and Tianyu. She stood on a vast divine kingdom and flew towards the beautiful mountains and rivers painting, filling the sky with light. When the two worked together and relied on the divine kingdom image, they were not at a disadvantage against a group of great Grandmaster-level martial sages. These great Grandmaster-level martial sages were at least 500 or 600 years old. Di Wuk and Tianyu Shi of the younger generation stood out among them, shining brightly. At this moment, Di Wuk's mental state recovered once more. His strength seemed to be significantly higher than before. Xiaochen could not help frowning slightly. Di Wuk's strength was unfathomable in the first place. Even if he used all his trump cards, Xiaochen only had a 70% chance of defeating him. Now that Di Wuk's strength had improved, Xiaochen's chances of victory would be less than 50%. Yichen sighed and said, Xiaochen, your opponent is extraordinarily horrifying. He probably still has many trump cards that he has not used in his fight with you. Xiaochen knew that he had caught a gap in Di Wuk's deity's Descending's 10 Dragon Force Punch. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Xiaochen to knock Di Wuk away. Old Jiao, did you see the 100 peak spirit veins flying in the sky clearly? Who snatched these spirit veins in the end? Help me remember their scent and come back later. Xiaochen did not have any thoughts about the beautiful mountains and rivers painting. However, he would take as many of these 100 peak spirit veins as he could. Now that Xiaochen was injured, he could only ask Lord Jiao for help. After he recovered, he could snatch them back one by one. Chapter 943. Yichen could not help feeling stunned for a while. Xiaochen's appetite was a little too big. Based on what he said, it sounded like he wanted to take away all 100 peak spirit veins. Don't worry. I prepared them long ago. I was just waiting for you to say that. Lord Jiao chuckled and burrowed into the ground, not surprised at all. I thought that I was ruthless enough. Xiaochen, you are even more ruthless than me, Yichen sighed as he looked at the two, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. Xiaochen smiled and said, otherwise, how do you think I obtained those 900 magic treasures? Come, let's go and recuperate first. We will do something big later. The two returned to the underground tunnel that Lord Jiao made. Xiaochen took out 2 lunar cassia flowers from the immortal spirit ring and handed them to Yichen. When Yichen received the lunar cassia flowers, he was startled. Xiaochen really had an endless supply of good stuff. He wondered where he got them. When consumed alone, the lunar cassia flowers were only as effective as a rank 9 medicinal pill. However, there was a benefit to them. They would not clash with other medicinal pills. For example, if one consumed several medicinal pills of the same grade, their effects would be greatly reduced. Sage-grade medicinal pills were no exception. If one consumed a lunar cassia flower at this moment, it would still bring out the effects of a rank 9 medicinal pill. When Xiaochen saw that Yichen was about to swallow both lunar cassia flowers, he quickly said, conserve it. One is enough. The remaining one is for you. I don't have many lunar cassia flowers left. As the two treated their injuries underground and recovered their strength, they did not know that the outside world was already in chaos. Be it the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting or the peak spirit vein, they had already reached a miserable stage. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's injuries completely recovered. The damage from the profound river mirror, the Divine Kingdom image, and the backlash from 10 Dragon Force had all healed, leaving no hidden injuries. Yi Chen's injuries were much more severe than Xiao Chen's. He had not recovered in the first place. Then he blocked that saber strike for Xiao Chen. Even with the help of the lunar cassia flowers, he had only recovered 80%. Not wanting to disturb the other party's recovery, Xiao Chen walked out of the tunnel and made many turns before arriving at another underground tunnel. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen circulated his law energy and laid down a lightning barrier. Xiao Chen took out the sealed thunder origin in the universe ring. Berserk electricity immediately spewed out everywhere in the spacious passageway. Not only did the strong force fail to break the lightning barrier that Xiao Chen laid, but it even made the barrier even more stable and transparent. The thunder origin was a mutated spirit veins origin. It contained pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. To Xiao Chen, who cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques, it was a divine treasure bestowed by the heavens, a great supplement. To Xiao Chen it was even better. The purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer had a huge appetite. Tichen did not know. Xiao Chen did not know how. He did it? Without thunder, Xiao Chen did not know how. Xiao Tichen would have needed to cultivate. Xiao Chen cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation, had a peak rank 3 sage body, and swallowed many divine materials. Although there were no obvious changes to his physical body, Xiao Chen could feel that his physical body was undergoing a great transformation. As for what these changes were, he could only figure them out after he gathered 10 Dragon Force and materialized the blue dragon battle armor. However, Xiao Chen could sense that his physical body seemed to be undergoing a huge change. As for what exactly this change was, he could only figure it out after he gathered 10 Dragon Force and materialized the Azure Dragon battle armor. With these cards in his hand, he could swallow up the thunder source without worrying about the danger of his body exploding. The other cultivators did not have such conditions, so they could only devour it step by step. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and inhaled. The purple thunder origin turned into a bolt of electric light and surged into his body. The electric light surged around, and this process lasted for a long time. The law energy of thunder slowly merged into a circle. Xiao Chen understood that as long as it formed a circle, he would reach superior grade martial sage. Xiao Chen slowly formed a circle. He understood that as long as he formed a circle, he would advance to superior grade martial sage. His comprehension of heavenly sage laws reached a whole new level. When Xiao Chen completely absorbed the thunder origin, the vast lightning-attributed energy allowed him to smoothly break through the shackles of medial-grade martial sage and advance to superior-grade martial sage. The power of laws gathered into a circle, forming a circle, no longer a single straight line. Behind Xiao Chen, the power of laws surged out, forming circles of purple light wheels, a total of 1,000. It was similar to Di Wux's golden halo, but it was much weaker. This was a phenomenon unique to high-grade martial artists. However, very few people could be like Di Wux. At such a young age, after the power of law surged out of his body, he could still emit such an intense and dazzling light. In the past, Xiao Chen's law energy was as thick as an arm and a kilometer long. It was vast and mighty. The mysterious phenomenon it materialized was like a boundless sea of lightning, filled with a tyrannical and unblockable aura. Now that it formed a circle, it lost the tyrannical and vast aura. Instead, it gained a gentle feeling. The berserk lightning-attributed energy became docile. Xiao Chen carefully experienced the feeling of advancing to superior-grade martial sage. With a thought, the boundless spiritual energy underground was sucked into the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him. After the lightning-attributed halo circulated, the quintessence that the law energy sent to Xiao Chen was even more refined, much stronger than before. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and scattered his cultivation technique. However, the purple lightning-attributed halo behind him had not completely vanished. There was still a faint trace of it. This was because Xiao Chen's cultivation was too vast. Furthermore, he had just advanced to superior-grade martial sage, so he could not use these lightning-attributed halos as he pleased. After some time, he would be able to hide them all with a thought. Now that his cultivation had improved significantly, Xiaochen was confident that he could defeat Grandmaster-level demonic Brilliant Two Elders without relying on the cycle banner. After he went out and snatched all 100 peak spirit veins, he would be even more confident. Xiaochen stood up and moved as fast as lightning, arriving at the passageway where Yi Chen was. Yi Chen's complexion was much better now. He was not far from his peak state. Superior grade martial sage, 1,000 lightning-attributed halos. Yi Chen immediately noticed the purple lightning-attributed halo behind Xiaochen. He could vaguely hear thunder in the blurry lightning-attributed halo. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I obtained a fortuitous encounter in the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland and just broke through. This is really shocking. When I first entered the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland, I felt that I had at least a 60% chance of victory against you. Now, I feel that I barely have a 50% chance." Xiaochen waved his hand, and the cycle banner appeared in his palm. The Heavenly Jade Pearl's massacre chi poured out endlessly. "Brother Yi, you cultivate the massacre Dao. Coincidentally, I have an item that contains a boundless amount of massacre chi. At the same time, there is also death chi and ruin chi. These two are related to massacre. I can lend it to you to cultivate for a while." Yi Chen circulated his cultivation technique and absorbed some of the massacre chi. Then his eyes lit up. "Good stuff. To think that there is such a treasure in this world. If you lend it to me for a month, when I meet Yan Shisan again, my massacre Dao will definitely surpass his." "You met Yan Shisan?" Xiaochen asked doubtfully. He had not heard any news of this old friend of his for a long time. According to his first senior sister, Yan Shisan had not appeared in the starry heaven Silver Lake. This was a genius of the sword Dao immersed in the martial Dao. The first time they met, Yan Shisan gave Xiaochen immense pressure. Back then, in the heavenly dew divine spring, Yan Shisan did not even care about Diwuk. "Half a year ago, I met him once in the heavenly starry ocean. Like me, he cultivated the massacre Dao. I wanted to swallow up his state of massacre, and he wanted to swallow up my state of massacre. Unfortunately, I lost rather miserably. I used the will clone that father gave me to escape this calamity. Yan Shisan is the greatest enemy of my life," Yi Chen said slowly. As Yi Chen spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This murderous intent did not represent hatred. Instead, it was a dense fighting spirit. It turned out that Yan Shisan had gone to the heavenly starry ocean. No wonder there was no news of him on the continent. I wonder how much he improved in the past 3 years. "Oh, right, you already condensed a saber soul. How come I have never seen you use a saber before?" Yi Chen asked as he stuck the cycle banner in the ground beside him. At first, he thought that Xiaochen was hiding his strength on purpose. However, when he saw that Xiaochen did not draw his saber even when facing Diwuk, he felt suspicious. Yi Chen's question caused Xiaochen to reveal a somewhat sorrowful expression. "The flawless saber Dao. If one always did not have a saber, how could one be truly flawless? Even if one used one's thoughts as a saber and one's body as a saber, without the saber in one's heart, one would find it hard to reach consummation." After a long time, Xiaochen squeezed out a smile and said softly, "I lost my saber." Yi Chen found this strange. It looked like he had asked a question that he should not have. There should be a story between Xiaochen and that lost saber. Just as Yi Chen was about to say something to console him, he heard Xiaochen say calmly, "However, one day, I will find her, no matter the price." Xiaochen's calm tone contained an unquestionable certainty. Yi Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. The underground turned silent. Yi Chen started to absorb the killing chi of the heavenly jade star while Xiaochen continued to stabilize his cultivation. After some time, rustling sounds came from the tunnel. The two opened their eyes at the same time. They knew that this was Lord Jiao's special method of moving. Boom! A hole appeared in the stone wall above them. Lord Jiao landed between the two, covered in dust. His shifty-eyed appearance had not changed at all. Young heroes, your injuries should be more or less healed, right? The 100 peak spirit veins will be taken by others soon. If you still do not come out, you will not even get the leftovers. Lord Jiao asked impatiently, his eyes filled with hope. This time, he was going to strike it rich again. Who took the beautiful mountain and river painting? Yichen asked the question that piqued his interest as well. Xiaochen revealed a curious expression as he looked at Lord Jiao. The Muddy Sky Gate's blue-robed emperor snatched it away. Originally, Diwuk took advantage of the time when the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect's blue-robed emperors were fighting each other to send out a divine sovereign clone and obtain the beautiful mountain and river painting. Unexpectedly, the Muddy Sky Gate, which had been waiting patiently, made a move at the last moment. The blue-robed emperor descended and directly crushed the divine sovereign clone, snatching away the beautiful mountain and river painting. When Lord Jiao spoke of this matter, he sounded extremely exaggerated. The scene of the blue-robed emperors making a move even caused the sky above the Immortal sect remnant to collapse. This resulted in several spatial tears in the heavenly ruin wasteland that had not been mended. Chapter 944. Let's go. I want to see who it was that stole the peak-grade spirit vein. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he took the lead. As long as it was not Diwuk who obtained it, it would be fine. Since the Muddy Sky Gate obtained it, Xiao Chen could use his relationship with Qi Wuxia to observe it in the future. Xiao Chen was extremely interested in the spatial Dao contained in the beautiful mountain and river painting. Of course, the most important thing right now was the 100 peak spirit veins. Most of the roaming dragons formed by the 100 peak spirit veins in the heavenly ruin wasteland had already been subdued. However, the heat did not decrease. Not many people left. The cultivators who managed to obtain peak spirit veins by luck were very confident. They wanted to obtain a few more. Very few people were satisfied. Those who didn't manage to obtain a peak-grade spirit vein were naturally even more anxious, and they racked their brains to find a peak-grade spirit vein. Immortal artifacts had nothing to do with them, so they could not compete for them. However, the blue-robed emperor was not interested in top-grade spirit veins. Furthermore, there were many of them, so they had to compete for them. Peng, the ground exploded, and Xiao Chen's group of 3 appeared on flat ground. We're finally out. I wonder if Diwuk and Tianyu Shi have left yet. At this moment, not only had Yichen recovered to his peak state, but his strength had also soared significantly by relying on the cycle banner's qi of massacre, death, and ruin. Right now, he was brimming with confidence, and he could not wait to have a great battle with Diwuk. Xiao Chen also felt a sense of heroism in his heart as he said, "Old Jiao, lead the way. This time, we will kill our way there in an upright manner." Lord Jiao sniffed twice. Then he raised his head and laughed. Coincidentally, there are 2 targets 150 kilometers to the north. I remember that they seem to have obtained a peak spirit vein not long ago. Go. Without saying anything more, the 3 of them immediately headed north. Along the way, Lord Jiao was very excited. He had long since wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough, so he could only watch. With Lord Jiao leading the way, the target had no chance of escaping. 1 hour later, the target appeared before the 3 of them. However, all Xiao Chen could see were 2 corpses. The spatial rings on their hands were still there, but the peak spirit vein was nowhere to be found. Yichen frowned slightly and asked, "Who is it? How could he kill 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages so quickly? We chased him all the way here." Xiao Chen bent down and checked the cause of death of the 2 corpses. There were no visible wounds on the surface. There was only a palm print on each of their chests. Their ribs were not broken, but their internal organs had all been shattered. They died in an instant. "A great Grandmaster-level martial sage made a move," Xiao Chen said with a grave expression. Even among Grandmaster-level martial sages, there were differences in strength. Most Grandmaster-level martial sages only had higher cultivations than superior-grade martial sages. As for the heir of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, they only had a basic understanding of it. At the level of the demonic brilliant 2 elders, with the accumulation of time, 1 or 2 centuries, their understanding of the martial Dao would increase. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cultivation was incredibly deep. When he attacked, he could bring great pressure to others. He could integrate all the martial techniques he had learned and modify them to suit himself. Above that would be the level of the Haotian sect's Han Qinghe. Not only were his cultivations deep, but he had also grasped the air of a grandmaster. With a raise of his hand, he could bring out 120% of the might of any martial technique he had learned. He was known as a great grandmaster. These people could establish their own sect and leave behind their own inheritance for 1,000 years. If they had a fortuitous encounter, they could soar to the heavens in one step, becoming an influential person on the level of the blue-robed emperor. The person who killed these two people was a great grandmaster-level martial sage. Yi Qin analyzed. Normally speaking, the great grandmaster-level martial sages of the various sects have their own things to do. Peak spirit veins are useless to them. They can use the holy spirit veins of their sects at any time. The one who did this was probably a loose cultivator. Lord Jiu's lips twitched as he said, "Which old fellow is so shameless? For the sake of 1 or 2 peak spirit veins, he is not afraid of ruining his reputation." Great grandmaster-level martial sages were people only one step away from ascending to the heavens. If word of such actions spread, it would not be good. Shaochen stood up and said, 1 or 2 peak spirit veins are not worth him making a move. He is like us, probably trying to pocket 100 peak spirit veins. That's impossible. Aside from this Lord Jiu, who else could remember who obtained the spirit veins and the smell of these people? Lord Jiu said, unconvinced. Even a great grandmaster-level martial sage would not be able to do that. Never mind. Just continue leading the way. Let's not worry about this for now. However, we need to be prepared to clash with a great grandmaster-level martial sage. As they continued forward, Lord Jiu sniffed the air and revealed a smile on his face. He had found another target. However, this time, they were too late. All they saw was a corpse and nothing. Damn, I'm too late again. The result of the third target was the same. Someone else took away the peak spirit vein before them again. The corpses on the ground were all killed in one strike. Needless to say, there had to be a great grandmaster-level martial sage with the same target as them. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. After thinking for a while, he unfurled the freedom wings. Xiao Chen's body became as light as the wind. Crystalline, pure white feathers drifted down from his body. Lord Jiu, point me in a direction. Even if it is a great grandmaster-level martial sage, I have to fight for it today. Xiao Chen looked in the direction Lord Jiu pointed. A scene appeared before him, then froze. Xiao Chen took a step forward, carrying Lord Jiu and Yi Chen across 50 kilometers. The space behind him scattered, forming a wondrous scene. This time, no one got ahead of them. Of the 5 targets, only one was a grandmaster-level martial sage. There was no need for Xiao Chen to make a move. Yi Chen, who had grown much stronger, fully executed his massacre saber Dao within 100 moves and killed this person, snatching away the peak spirit vein's origin. Lord Jiu smiled widely and quickly put away the spatial rings of the 5. Yi Chen handed the peak spirit vein to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. Xiao Chen spread his wings and flew away, quickly bringing the 3 away from this place. After a while, an old man in azure-colored robes landed. As he moved, he exuded an air of elegance, exuding a natural aura. If Lord Jiu were here, he would recognize this person. This azure-robed old man was Jianghu, who was ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. His ancient Buddhist palm technique had reached perfection, reaching an unimaginable height. Jianghu looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned slightly. However, he did not care. The heavenly ruin wasteland was chaotic in the first place. Killing for treasures was a common occurrence. More importantly, even if someone snatched away the spirit veins, it did not matter. They would end up in his hands sooner or later. Jianghu had an incomplete secret treasure called the Armillary Sphere. As long as the spirit vein left the ground, it could sense it within 250 kilometers. Normally, this secret treasure was of little value. However, it was now very useful in the heavenly ruin wasteland. The instant the 100 peak spirit veins flew out, Jianghu made up his mind to collect all 100 peak spirit veins. This time, the heavens are helping me. After collecting 100 peak spirit veins, I will have the capital to go to the heavenly starry ocean and establish my own sect. I will obtain great luck and become Emperor Wu's disciple. However, after that, the situation of others getting ahead of him happened. Zhuangzhenghe's face sank as he took out the armillary sphere and infused it with surging law energy. Most of the heavenly ruin wasteland immediately fell within the range of the armillary sphere. Zhuangzhenghe saw spots of spiritual light on the armillary sphere. Each spot represented a peak spirit vein. Zhuangzhenghe looked around and discovered 10 odd spots densely packed together in the armillary sphere. Soon he understood what was going on. It turns out that there is someone else with the same idea as me. With your help, I can save a lot of time. Zhuangzhenghe laughed loudly and put away the armillary sphere. The battle with the blue-robed emperor had caused spatial tears to appear everywhere in the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several hidden restrictions had been activated as well. As a result, Zhuangzhenghe's efficiency dropped significantly. Naturally, it was great that he had someone to help. On the other side, Xiaochen unfurled the freedom wings and continuously executed so close yet worlds apart. His efficiency increased significantly, and no one managed to get ahead of him. After 2 days, he had collected more than 20 top-grade spirit veins. Such a harvest made Yichen feel embarrassed. When he thought about his actions in the heavenly starry ocean, they were simply small skirmishes, not worth mentioning. On the 4th day, the three finally met with a strong enemy. After Xiaochen tricked the demonic brilliant 2 elders and the Black Mountain 4 bandits in the heavenly palace, they actually worked together. During this time, they had also collected many peak spirit veins. Xiaochen, you are really bold. To think that you dare to appear before us. The hemp-robed old man watched as Xiaochen leaped through layers of space and appeared before them. Then he stared at the freedom wings on Xiaochen's back with a fervent gaze. The leader of the Black Mountain 4 bandits, Meng Bai, held up his heavy staff and smiled sinisterly. We are already preparing to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. Unexpectedly, a fat sheep delivered itself to us. White-robed Xiaochen, do you know how valuable your head is now? Even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would be tempted. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Everyone, there is no need to worry about this, Xiao. Think about how to protect your own heads first. A strong wind howled, and the sound of killing came from the wind. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and his eyes turned scarlet as well. He took a step forward and charged at the Black Mountain 4 bandits. He smiled and said, Xiaochen, let's treat this as our unfinished battle. Let's compete and see who can end it first. Compared to the demonic brilliant 2 elders, the Black Mountain 4 bandits were slightly weaker. However, the difference was not too great. Yi Chen's bet was not too unfair. Xiaochen smiled faintly and clashed with the demonic brilliant 2 elders. Now that he thought about it, this was his 3rd time clashing with the two. The first time they clashed, it was just the middle-aged man, yet Xiaochen was already tired out dealing with him. In the end, he had to use his immortal arts and magic skills as a trump card before he barely managed to escape. There was no chance of victory. The second time they clashed was in the Heavenly Palace's restrictions. Xiaochen had used the cycle banner and clashed with the two briefly. In that battle, Xiaochen had used external force to suppress the two, preventing them from getting up. Hence, it could not be considered a true fight. The hemp-robed old man took out his flaming fan, and a fiery cloud spread out for 5 kilometers around his head. It looked very horrifying. He said coldly to Xiaochen, Xiaochen, hand over the primal essence nature pill, and the two of us can spare your life and let you leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The primal essence nature pill was a king-grade medicinal pill. Mr. Qin had spent his life's effort and failed countless times before barely managing to refine one. Chapter 945. The demonic brilliant 2 elders had been stuck at their current cultivation for 100 years already. They had exhausted all their potential and could only rely on external items to raise their strength. The demonic brilliant 2 elders had originally thought that killing Xiaochen would be a small matter. Who knew not only did Xiaochen kill Mr. Qin, but he even snatched away the primal essence nature pill. The demonic brilliant 2 elders had offended the medicine god Valley and lost the primal essence nature pill. Their hatred for Xiaochen could be easily imagined. The primal essence nature pill? Sorry, I already ate it. Xiaochen said without any apology as he smiled faintly. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What? You actually ate it? How can it be? How can you consume a king-grade medicinal pill with your accumulations? Whether I ate it or not, you will know after you receive a palm strike from me." Electric light flashed, and purple rings of electric light appeared behind Xiaochen. The vast and surging law energy did not reveal itself. As soon as he got close to the middle-aged man, he unleashed all of his power, causing the area within 5 kilometers to be filled with a shocking rumble of thunder. It shook the fiery clouds in the sky, causing them to churn endlessly as if they would scatter at any moment. Superior-grade martial sage. It looks like you really did consume the primal essence nature pill. However, you are too naive to challenge me with that. Army-killing fist, breaking 1,000 armies. The middle-aged man smiled coldly, and countless heroic spirits came out of the scarlet military mark above his head. 1,000 armies roared and tore through the sky. Although the middle-aged man said that he did not care about Xiaochen, he did not show any intention of underestimating his punch. This was one of the most tyrannical killing moves of the army-killing fist. The fist and palm clashed, and a crack opened in the ground under the two. Xiaochen took 100 steps back. With every step he took, thunder roared in the sky. You dare to be so arrogant with just this bit of ability? The hemp-robed old man in the air waved his flaming fan and sent out 100 flaming tornadoes. The tornadoes burned the sky, looking like they would swallow up Xiaochen in an instant. I don't think I said that I used my full strength. Xiaochen smiled faintly and spread out the might of the will of thunder. The slightly dim purple wheel of light behind him instantly became dazzling. The rings of light overlapped one another. With a thought, many lightning flood dragons roared out of the rings of light. Only when there were 100 of them did they stop, transforming from a jiao to a dragon. Xiaochen shouted. The law energy in his body and the purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness drained at the fastest speed possible. The 100 lightning flood dragons grew in size, and Jin Lin had 2 horns on his head. Dragon might spread out as they roared and charged at the 100 flaming tornadoes. Bang! Bang! 2 horrifying energies clashed in the air. Chi waves surged into the sky, and lightning and fire turned chaotic. The lightning tribulation saber technique could turn a python into a flood dragon long ago. Now that his will and cultivation had improved significantly, turning a flood dragon into a dragon was only a matter of time. Amid the chaotic clumps of light, the white-robed Xiaochen relied on his strong physical body to charge over and arrive before the hemp-robed old man. Using his body as a saber, Xiaochen materialized the flawless saber Dao. He chopped down from the side like a saber chopping down. Electric light burst out, and a clanging saber hum soared into the clouds. The hemp-robed old man did not expect Xiaochen to arrive so quickly. He hastily condensed a flame shield in front of him. Chi! The flame shield easily broke. Xiaochen chopped down on the hemp-robed old man's body like a saber. The hemp-robed old man was not good at close combat. Xiaochen took advantage of this weakness. Before the middle-aged man arrived, he materialized the flawless 4 seasons, Spring Saber, Summer Saber, and Autumn Saber. Just as the completed Winter Saber was about to chop down, a loud rumble came from behind. Xiaochen sighed in pity. He could only give up on crippling the hemp-robed old man and turn to face the middle-aged man. Immortal art magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. The middle-aged man stored up power and charged over ferociously. The heroic spirits in the scarlet military seal came out. Xiaochen could not be bothered to be polite with him, so he sent out an immortal art magic skill. A black starry heaven storm swept out, sweeping away the vast army. Xiaochen smiled coldly and executed the flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. This move was a profound martial technique that Xiaochen created after mastering the dragon subduing slash. It already surpassed the level of a heaven-ranked martial technique. It was not inferior to the Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint that he used to deal with Di Wuk. 18 blue dragons appeared, and azure saber lights that could overturn rivers and seas chopped down continuously. With one chop, blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips. He took 3 steps back, and cracks appeared in the scarlet military seal. Ripples spread out in the air like water, shaking the place. Second chop, third chop, fourth chop. After 18 chop, the middle-aged man's corpse did not remain, leaving only a pool of blood mist spreading in the air. The hemp-robed old man felt horrified when he saw this. He put away the flame fan and scattered the killing move that he prepared to unleash. Then he turned and fled. Trying to leave now? It's too late. Cycle banner, is it? Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the cycle banner shot out with boundless starlight. The banner unfurled, and the 7 stars appeared. Starlight descended and encased the hemp-robed old man. Within the starlight, the hemp-robed old man immediately felt the air turn viscous, making it hard for him to move. Xiao Chen's figure leaped up, and starlight bathed his body. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the hemp-robed old man and shielded him. Back then, when the demonic brilliant 2 elders tried to kill me, you definitely did not expect such a day to come, right? I'll leave this winter saber for you. Snowflakes drifted down and gathered into a crystalline flower. Then, the flower poked out and landed on the hemp-robed old man's forehead. A strong energy pierced through the hemp-robed old man's forehead. As the hemp-robed old man showed a horrified expression, the flower slowly melted. When it completely melted, the hemp-robed old man turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! Boundless saber chi shot out of the hemp-robed old man's body, killing him without a complete corpse. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring. Then, he put away the cycle banner and slowly descended from the air. Yi Chen, who was on the ground, wiped off the blood on his saber. 4 headless corpses lay beside him, blood flowing endlessly. Clearly they had just died. Yi Chen sheathed his saber and smiled. I took advantage of you. Aside from Meng Bai, the rest of the Black Mountain 4 bandits are just trash. How about we consider this a draw? That's fine. Sooner or later, I will make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean. When I retrieve my saber, I will fight with you to determine who is stronger. Xiao Chen landed on the ground and handed the spatial ring to Lord Jiao, who appeared. Lord Jiao fiddled with the spatial ring for a long time. Then he smiled and said, "These people really collected a lot of peak spirit veins, a total of 8. Including the spirit veins that we already obtained, we now have 48 peak spirit veins, close to half 100. Yi Chen smiled and said, "This is a pretty good harvest. However, I don't want the peak spirit veins. I do not lack them." Even if Yi Chen did not lack them, the value of peak spirit veins was still there. By saying this, Yi Chen clearly wanted to leave them for Xiao Chen. Lord Jiao added, "I don't want them either. This Lord Jiao's talent is only SOSO. Even if you gave me a holy spirit vein, it would be a waste." Xiao Chen thanked the 2 and unfurled the freedom wings. "Let's go. I believe that the mysterious great Grandmaster level martial sage already collected the remaining peak spirit veins. Since we already have such a harvest, there is no need for us to clash with him. Indeed, even if Xiao Chen and Yi Chen work together, they might not even have a 50% chance of defeating a great Grandmaster level martial sage. If they could avoid clashing with him, it would be best." Lord Jiao and Yi Chen agreed with Xiao Chen. They also felt that this was the time to leave the heavenly ruin wasteland. The scene before Xiao Chen changed continuously. Soon, the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland entered his vision. The scene froze, and Xiao Chen took a step forward. "Ha! Little friends, you helped this old man collect so many peak spirit veins. Why are you in such a rush to leave?" Just as Xiao Chen's foot was about to touch the ground, a bright golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. A gigantic Buddha appeared. Zhuangzhenghe held his palms together and blocked Xiao Chen with a smile. Then he casually threw a palm strike. The folded space slowly unfurled. This palm strike forced Xiao Chen and the other 2 back, who had already flown hundreds of kilometers. A great Grandmaster level martial sage. Blood leaked out of the mouths of Xiao Chen and the other 2. Their hearts sank at the same time. Their expressions turned grave as they looked at Jianghu, who gave off a Buddhist light and appeared dignified as he slowly walked over. Lord Jiu recognized this person. His voice trembled as he said, Jianghu, ranked 10th on the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. He had a fortuitous encounter in his early years and practiced a Buddhist palm technique. People call him the Blood Monk. There was a huge difference between the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking and the Jianghu Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking. The former gathered all the loose cultivators of the world, while the latter was just the loose cultivators of the Jianghu Domain. If the top 10 evil cultivators of the Jianghu Domain went to the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking, they would not even rank in the top 100. This was the difference. For Jianghu to rank in the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Domain's Evil Cultivator ranking, his strength went without saying. Being able to rank in the top 10 meant that he did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Xiaoqun had heard of and seen some Buddhist sect martial techniques. When he fought Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, the other party's Thousand Hands White Bone Dermic Incarnation was the predecessor of the Buddhist sect's 10,000 Hands Buddha. Chapter 946. The Iron Demon subduing staff of the Black Mountain Four Bandits leader, Mengbai, was also a Buddhist sect martial technique that was extremely mighty. The history of the ancient Buddhist sects could be traced back to the Immortal epic. However, with the destruction of the Immortal epic, the Buddhist sects had vanished like smoke. Magic skills no longer existed, only some fragmented Buddhist sect martial techniques that had been passed down to the martial epic. Without a complete system, it would be very difficult to gather a complete set of cultivation techniques, and movement techniques. Hence, there were very few Buddhist sect experts in the world. Most of them used them to comprehend and broaden their horizons, supplementing their own martial Tao. However, the Jianghu before Xiaoqun seemed somewhat different. The Buddha behind him looked dignified, untainted by dust. It stood upright with a smile as if it had seen through the mundane matters of the mundane world. If not for the indistinct evil aura at the corner of Jianghu's lips, Xiaoqun would not have been able to see through it. He would have thought that a Buddha had descended to preach the Tao and deliver all living things from suffering. Jianghu smiled and said, "Little friends, you are all doing good. You helped this old monk collect so many peak spirit veins. Quickly hand them over to this Buddha, and it will be considered a great deed, sufficient to wash away your sins in the mundane world." Acting all mysterious. My massacre saber Tao exterminates all life. I do not believe in heaven or earth, only me. Even if there are gods and Buddhas, I will destroy them today. Yi Chen's black hair turned red, and he instantly drew his saber. In that instant, 900 scarlet saber lights howled out. These scarlet saber lights contained extremely strong killing chi, close to 100% comprehended saber intent. One saber light could kill countless martial sages. When Yi Chen swung his saber, 900 saber lights formed a huge killing formation. Aggrieved spirits roared in the formation, ghosts and deities roared. Scarlet light filled the sky as it pressed towards Jianghu. Jianghu smiled and said, "This Buddha tried to reason with you and gave you beneficence, but you rejected it. In that case, this Buddha can only start a massacre to wash away your sins. Buddhist light illuminates the world." Jianghu pressed his palms together again, and the Buddha behind him chanted a Buddhist name. Then, he formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed his right hand forward. The golden light on the Buddha's body faded and turned into a blood-red Buddha's light. The Buddha's amiable face also turned completely evil, overflowing with murderous intent. Scarlet Bodhi flowers flew out of the scarlet Buddhist light. When this Buddhist light shone on Yi Chen's killing saber formation, it started circulating intensely. 900 saber chi spun continuously, blocking the spreading Buddhist light. However, the blood-colored Bodhi flowers continued to appear and disappear endlessly. Yi Chen's killing saber formation came with a ferocious momentum, making ghosts and gods cry. However, under the boundless Buddhist light, the saber formation was slowly whittled down. In the end, it even assimilated into the Buddhist light. Xiaoqun's expression changed. He unfurled the freedom wings and carried Lord Jiao and Yi Chen back at the same time. Wherever the blood-colored Buddhist light passed, Bodhi trees grew on the ground. Under the Bodhi trees, there seemed to be Buddhas preaching, celestials playing music, and bodhisattvas standing with their palms pressed together. This should have been a scene filled with benevolence and virtue. However, what appeared in this blood-colored Buddhist light was extremely strange. Zhuang Jinghe smiled faintly and took a step forward, passing through the various mysterious phenomena. Then he landed before the three again, preventing them from leaving. The blood-colored Bodhi tree behind Zhuang Jinghe suddenly shattered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. There was no sign of life at all, turning into a pile of dead soil. The lifeless color startled Shaochen, Lord Jiao, and Lord Jiao. If this Buddhist light struck the three, they would not even know how they died. Buddha is merciful. This Buddha is virtuous. Hand over the spirit vein and follow me to the heavenly starry ocean to establish a sect. Then this Buddha can spare you from death. Zhuang Jinghe walked over with a smile. At this moment, the Buddha behind him looked as horrifying as it could be in the eyes of Shaochen, Lord Jiao, and Lord Jiao. Shaochen, what should we do? None of the top 10 of the Primal Chaos Domain's evil cultivator ranking are simple characters. This Zhuang Jinghe even managed to escape from the hands of the blue-robed emperor several times, Lord Jiao said in a trembling voice. Yi Chen sent a voice projection. Shaochen, why don't you agree to him first? When we go to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that this fellow will die a miserable death. No, you two go first. I can tell that something is suspicious. We will meet up outside. Before the two could deny it, Shaochen stepped forward and said with a smile, there is no reason for me, Shaochen, to take away the things that are in my, Shaochen's, hands. Look at you, evil Buddha. You have killed so many people, yet you still want to establish a sect. I will destroy this Buddha image of yours. Then, Shaochen opened his forehead and unleashed the will of thunder. The purple talisman gave off a divine light as it charged at the Buddha image behind Zhuang Jinghe like lightning. When Zhuang Jinghe heard the words, Shaochen, he said in understanding, so, you are Shaochen. You have been in the limelight recently. However, with just a measly 40% comprehended will of thunder, you dare to break my dermic incarnation? You underestimate this Buddha too much. When Zhuang Jinghe threw a palm strike, he split his attention into two tasks at the same time. The Buddha image behind him sent out two palm imprints at the departing Yi Chen and Lord Jiao. A palm imprint clashed with the purple lightning talisman flying over. Zhuang Jinghe clenched his fist, and a scarlet Buddhist light appeared as if he wanted to crush the talisman. However, contrary to Zhuang Jinghe's expectations, the talisman gave off an immortal divine light. No matter how much force he used, there was always a clump of light that would not be extinguished. Shaochen shouted, and the talisman broke the palm imprint. Then, it flew towards the Buddha image behind him like a meteor and entered the Buddha's gaping mouth. Horrifying lightning exploded in the Buddha's mouth, and the Buddha image's head immediately exploded. Scarlet light filled the air. After the Buddha image landed, a scarlet Bodhi tree sprouted, instantly sweeping away all the life force in the surroundings. The area within 5 kilometers immediately turned into a land of death. Not a single blade of grass grew, and withered trees piled up. Zhuang Jinghe revealed a pained expression. The Buddha image that attacked Yi Chen and Lord Jiao broke on its own, and the two took advantage of the opportunity to flee. This old man will eat you alive. The headless Buddha image gave off a scarlet light, and its head slowly grew once more. Zhuang Jinghe was thoroughly enraged. He stomped the ground, and the sky and earth shook. Even space trembled. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Zhuang Jinghe leaped up and threw a palm strike at Shaochen. This palm strike was boundlessly tyrannical and extremely ferocious, sweeping through everything in its path. When the gigantic palm landed, it enveloped the area, stirring up mountains and rivers, moving mountains and draining seas. Great Grandmaster level martial sage. This was the strength of a great Grandmaster level martial sage. One palm strike could shake mountains and rivers. The will of thunder returned to Shaochen's body. Then he entered deep thought. If it were the complete Buddha image, he would not be able to block this palm strike. However, the Buddha image is already broken. If I use 10 Dragon Force, it should be enough to block this strike. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, 10-fold combat prowess, deities descending. 10 indistinct ancient heaven dragons appeared behind Shao Qin. Divine light entered his body, and 10 dragon force merged into one. When he punched, the 10 dragons roared ferociously. The instant the fist and palm collided, the ground within a radius of 10 li cracked open. Countless rocks and soil the size of hills shot into the sky, covering the sun in the sky. Everyone in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland felt this berserk energy. No matter where they were, they all looked over. A Buddhist Dharmic incarnation. This is the bloody monk, Jianghu. Why is this old fellow still here? Didn't he leave after losing the fight for the beautiful mountain and river painting? Who is he fighting? Is it also a great grandmaster level martial sage? That's not right. 10 dragon roars. This seems to be white-robed Shao Chen's killing move. Back then, he used this move to send Di Wuk flying in front of everyone. The cultivators remaining in the heavenly ruin wasteland could not help but become excited. The people of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect were looking for him everywhere. Unexpectedly, he fought with a great grandmaster-level martial sage. The clash between 10 Dragon Force and the Buddha moves mountains and river caused the ground to crumble. The destructive power was even greater than the battle between Shao Chen and Di Wuk. This was because both of their moves were wide open and extremely violent. Not only did Jianghu fail to kill Shao Chen with a palm strike, but Shao Chen even blocked it. Jianghu was very surprised. The Buddha head behind him was still slowly recovering. This was Jianghu's Dharmic incarnation, a Buddhist cultivation technique he cultivated. He used his will to form this Dharmic incarnation. Injuring the Dharmic incarnation was equivalent to injuring his foundation. Due to his carelessness, Shao Qin injured the source of his will. How could Jianghu not be angry? Jianghu roared furiously. His roar reverberated endlessly in the scarlet Buddhist light. It was like the roar of a Buddhist guardian deity, supported by Buddhist music. Rings of scarlet Buddhist light behind the great Buddha amplified this roar continuously. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, and so on. This roar spread throughout half of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Several cultivators rushing over to watch the battle from afar were shaken and fell from the sky, severely injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. This roar was supported by thousands of layers of Buddhist light, forming 2 lines of the 8-word proverb. It was a sound wave attack as well as a mental enticement and trap. This was an extremely profound Buddhist sect secret technique. Those with weak cultivations would directly give up on resisting, allowing the Buddhist music to strike and shatter them into dust. Even if they were destroyed, they would still feel gratitude. The sayings of the Buddhist sects were originally very wise and kind. However, Jianghu's roar was filled with killing qi, making these words sound like demonic music. Before the Buddhist music arrived, all sorts of illusions appeared in Shao Chen's mind. These were all the suffering he had suffered along the way. These illusions made Shao Chen empathize with them, making him experience all sorts of suffering again. However, Shao Chen's heart was tough. His mental state had already reached a perfect and flawless state. He had already experienced all sorts of suffering. What was the point of experiencing it again? Before reaching the peak, there was no turning back. As long as there were thieves and evildoers, the butcher's knife would not stop. Shao Chen's eyes turned clear as he silently executed the dragon tone art. Auspicious clouds covered the surrounding 5 kilometers. The blue dragon king peeked its head out. As Shao Chen roared, it clashed with Jianghu's scarlet Buddhist music. The two were separated by 5 kilometers. The battlefield was vast and boundless. As the sounds clashed, heaven and earth trembled. The huge pieces of soil floating in the air shattered into dust. Several cultivators who heard the commotion stood on a distant mound and watched, not daring to get close. When they saw that it really was Shao Chen fighting with Jianghu, they were flabbergasted. It really is Shao Chen. Based on the situation, he exchanged at least 2 moves with Jianghu. 2 moves. Zhuang Jinghe is a famous loose cultivator. To think that he could not smash Xiao Chen to death with one palm strike. Xiao Chen's dragon tone art is becoming increasingly horrifying. Zhuang Jinghe's Buddhist music once killed more than 100 martial sages in one breath, crippling a rank 8 sect. Chapter 947. However, Xiao Chen is definitely not a match for Zhuang Jinghe. The Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace both issued orders to kill Xiao Chen. Di Wuk also promised many benefits. He will definitely flee to the outside of the Heavenly Ruin. If we stand guard at the exit, we might be able to take advantage of him. After the shock, this group of people immediately started thinking. For Xiao Chen to be able to block 2 of Zhuang Jinghe's moves head-on was already very incredible. However, defeating Zhuang Jinghe would be impossible. At that time, Xiao Chen would definitely have to leave the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland after getting injured. This was a good opportunity to wait for him. Immediately, several people left quietly, preparing to call their friends over to kill Xiao Chen. Several people from the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect quickly left to report the news of Xiao Chen's appearance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to block the Buddhist scripture. Zhuang Jinghe's expression turned completely sullen. He shouted a war cry and prepared to execute his killing move again. Who knew, not only did Xiao Chen not take advantage of the moment he blocked the Buddhist scripture to flee, but he even made the first move. A blazing sun illuminated the sky. An ancient Yang character descended from the sky, looking as dazzling as the sun and carrying boundless solar true flame. Then, it landed on the huge Buddha behind Zhuang Jinghe. Immediately, the flame blazed fiercely. The huge Buddha head that just grew out let out a pained wail. The dignified Dharmic incarnation instantly shattered. Xiao Chen immediately felt the pressure from Zhuang Jinghe's aura vanish. His heart skipped a beat. It looked like he had guessed correctly. Most of the other party's strength came from this Dharmic incarnation. As long as Xiao Chen attacked the Dharmic incarnation, he would be able to injure it, preventing it from paying attention to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's magic energy was insufficient. Otherwise, his Great Sun incantation could refine this evil Buddha's Dharmic incarnation without a problem. Right now, his Great Sun incantation could only cause the other party some trouble. Moving his hands, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to send out a starry heaven storm. He moved 9 stars in one breath and pushed them together, forming an extremely intense black storm. After that, without waiting to see what the result was, Xiao Chen unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. With one step, he crossed hundreds of kilometers and arrived before the Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. Looking at the 50 kilometers of demonic flame before him, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Zhuang Jinghe was indeed in some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to execute this magic skill. Xiao Chen took a large step forward and fearlessly walked into the 50 kilometers of demonic flames. If he had not taken care of Xing Qingyun before coming, he would not have had to worry too much about these surging demonic flames. Now that his strength had soared and he had nothing to worry about, he naturally didn't have to wait for a special time to enter and exit freely. Inside the 50 kilometers of demonic flame, Xiao Chen recovered his magic energy as he thought about the earlier battle with Zhuang Jinghe. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If he stayed for another 10 moves, he would definitely die. There was still an insurmountable gap between him and this kind of great grandmaster. It would be difficult for him to contend against him in a short period of time. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, back then, when Di Wuk and Tian Yushi worked together, they could contend against great grandmaster martial sages. It looked like Xiao Chen had gotten lucky when he sent Di Wuk flying with one punch. Xiao Chen could summon out the image of the Divine Kingdom at any time. Actually, he was undefeatable. The images of Yao Chen's profound river mirror and Di Wuk's Divine Kingdom, 2 Emperor-grade secret treasures, put Xiao Chen in a sorry state. If Xiao Chen could summon out the image of an Emperor-grade secret treasure, he would not be so passive. Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, and he could not help thinking about the Blue Dragon Palace sealed by the space-time formation in the savage battlefield. However, Xiao Chen only thought about it. Back then, The old man from the Blue Dragon Palace's item spirit had said that before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he could forget about entering the second floor. Without Ao Jiao's help, Xiao Chen would not be able to enter the space-time formation that even Emperor Wu could block. By the time Xiao Chen recovered most of his magic energy, the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland was already before him. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen took a large stride forward. Xiao Chen had nearly 50 peak spirit veins on him, and a great Grandmaster Martial Sage was eyeing him. How could he dare to remain in the heavenly ruin wasteland? The moment Xiao Chen stepped out, before he could even take a breath of fresh air, he was shocked by the formation outside. A group of cultivators in the sky and on the ground guarded the exit of the heavenly ruin wasteland with surging killing chi. A rough count gave at least 100 people. From ordinary martial sages to grandmaster-level martial sages, Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense and saw many martial sages rushing over. Fortunately, there were no great grandmaster-level martial sages here. There were also not many experts from the Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace. They probably just received the news and had not rushed over yet. The instant Xiao Chen appeared, he felt a boundless killing intent lock onto him. However, no one dared to make the first move. He was injured by Zhuang Zhenghe and is now severely injured. He is just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Everyone, don't be afraid. Attack together, someone shouted. Xiao Chen frowned. He immediately figured out the reason. News of his fight with Zhuang Zhenghe must have spread. This group of people must be here to take advantage of him. However, they had seen Xiao Chen's strength. First, he knocked away Di Wuk. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Zhuang Zhenghe. Hence, they did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Chen could not let them work together. Otherwise, with so many martial sages, they could exhaust him to death. He had to shock them with one move. After making up his mind, right after the person who spoke, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered, and electric light flashed under his feet. Xiao Chen instantly executed his strongest killing move, Flawless Blue Dragon Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. The blue dragon spiraled out, roaring endlessly. The sound of sabers rang out endlessly. 18 azure saber lights soared into the sky. Each saber light was 500 kilometers long, containing the power to slay dragons. They looked unparalleled and sharp. The appearance of the first saber light caused a boundless saber hum to resound in the surroundings. Chop, chop, chop. With 3 saber strikes, this person's secret treasure, protective quintessence, and treasure armor all shattered. By the time the 18th saber strike landed, not even a mist of blood remained in the air. The surroundings were shocked. No one made a sound. Xiao Chen chopped down a grandmaster-level martial sage just like that. He did not even have a chance to resist. The shock waves of the saber lights spread out, and a gap appeared in the densely packed encirclement. No one dared to step forward and patch up the gap. Xiao Chen did not say a word. He looked coldly at this group of people and calmly walked out. First, he knocked away Di Wuk with one punch. Then, he exchanged a few moves with Zhuang Zhenghe before leaving easily. White-robed Xiao Chen has truly matured. It will be difficult for the lands of the 3 holy masters to kill others with a borrowed knife. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will definitely be very lively. I wonder what the 3 holy masters will think? What will the major factions that Xiao Chen slapped their faces say? After a long time, soft sighs could be heard from the crowd. A ferocious roar came from the exit of the heavenly ruin wasteland, reverberating in all directions. The bloody monk is coming out. A scarlet Buddhist light and a ferocious Buddhist chant. Everyone was very familiar with this aura, so they quickly scattered. A scarlet light flashed, and Zhuang Zhenghe walked out with a sullen expression. When he looked around and saw that the surroundings were filled with people, the rage in his heart ignited. He said angrily, "Scram! Bunch of trash. Are you all waiting to see this old man make a fool of himself? If you still don't scram, this Buddha will swallow you all up." With Zhuang Zhenghe's rage, the group of primal chaos domain cultivators preparing to ambush Xiao Chen did not dare to remain. They all scattered. Based on Zhuang Zhenghe's temper, it was hard not to guess that he had suffered greatly at the hands of Xiao Chen. Otherwise, given his status, There was no need for him to lose his composure. With a flip of his hand, Jianghu took out the armillary sphere. Disappointment flashed in his eyes as he said, "Bastard!" He ran so far away in one go. To think that he exceeded the distance and could no longer sense it. 50 peak spirit veins flew away just like that. I will settle this debt later. A palace slowly flew over in the sky. The Frost Moon Palace's Shao Qinghan and the heavenly music sect's Xia Dongyang stood side by side. As they watched the disgruntled Jianghu leave, their expressions turned grave. "Dongyang, how many moves can you last against Jianghu?" Xia Dongyang replied sullenly, "After using all my trump cards, I can last 3 moves. However, I will also be half dead. I probably won't be able to fight for half a month." Shao Qinghan sighed. The white-robed King Shao Chen has truly matured. Now that he is gone, it will be difficult to kill him in the future. If he succeeds in being conferred king, no one will be able to stop his rise. Don't worry. Di Wuk will not let him succeed in being conferred king. Ah, that's true. This time he really drove Di Wuk into a corner. The king conferral ceremony half a year from now will probably be very lively. Indeed, it will be very lively. However, I wonder who will be the main character in that excitement. After Shao Chen left the heavenly ruin wasteland, he unfurled the freedom wings and activated the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. After he landed in a forest, he started to wait. Half a day later, the ground rumbled, and 2 figures leaped out. The people Shao Chen was waiting for had finally arrived. Naturally, these 2 were Lord Jiu and Yi Chen. Lord Jiu laughed loudly and said, "To think that you really managed to escape from Jianghu's hands. If this news spreads, it will be even more shocking than when you sent Di Wuk flying." Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I was lucky. I just gambled correctly. What are the 2 of you planning to do after this?" After coming to the Kunlun continent, I already met the 2 people I wanted to meet the most. The difference is very clear. I am too ashamed to remain here. When I return to the heavenly starry ocean, I will train properly and see if I can find Yan Shisan again, Yi Chen said casually with a faint smile. Yi Chen smiled faintly as he spoke casually. The 2 people he spoke of were clearly Di Wuk and Shao Chen. Before Shao Chen came, he had set his sights high. He thought that these 2 people only had an undeserved reputation. Now, he no longer dared to think that way. As for Yan Shisan, Shao Chen had gained a lot from the cycle banner's chi of massacre, death, and ruin. Now, he was confident of fighting Yan Shisan again. Lord Jiu chuckled and said, "What is there to be embarrassed about? After you return to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that your reputation will soar. The divine daughter's chest is not something that just anyone would dare to touch." Ha! Hearing Lord Jiu mention this, Shao Chen could not help laughing. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly and performed a cupped fist salute. "I'll take my leave first. We will meet again in the future. I wish Brother Shao success in being conferred king in advance. I will prepare some small gifts for you. We will meet again in the future." After sending off Yi Chen, Shao Chen looked at the shifty-eyed Lord Jiu and asked, "Lord Jiu, what are your plans?" This Lord Jiu struck it rich this time. "Naturally, I have to deal with the resources on hand first. Goodbye. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again." Chapter 948. After watching Lord Jiu leave, Shao Chen sighed to himself, how unfortunate. After he was conferred king, he would have his own territory. At that time, he would definitely need manpower. Without a doubt, Lord Jiu was a talent. Lord Jiu had an understanding of all sorts of treasures, a miraculous skill at digging holes, and an ability to sense all sorts of restrictions. Unfortunately, after parting here, they might never meet again. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew, and Lord Jiu rushed back in a rush. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Speaking of which, young Master Shao, do you have any connections? It is not easy to sell these things." The spatial rings in Lord Jiu's hands were all black goods. If there were few of them, it would not have mattered. He could just find an auction house and throw them away. However, there were also many collections of Grandmaster-level martial sages. When added together, the number would be somewhat horrifying. It would be hard for Grandmaster-level martial sages to have some power behind them. If Lord Jiu really investigated them, it would be questionable whether he could sell them or not. Of course, there were also specialized black markets to deal with these black goods. However, the prices would be extremely low. Naturally, Lord Jiu would not agree. Xiao Chen thought for a while. He should be able to use Ying Qiong's connections in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. To her, this would be a small matter. I have some connections. I can guarantee that I will not make a loss. Lord Jiu smiled and said, in that case, good. Let's travel together for now. After all, I am just an idle person. I am not in a rush. The Haotian sect was very far from the primal chaos domain. However, with the transportation formation and Xiao Chen's freedom wings, it did not take long for them to travel. 7 days later, the majestic silhouette of Haotian City appeared before Xiao Chen and Lord Jiu. Xiao Chen took out a medallion and handed it to Lord Jiu, telling him to head to the independent mountain that the Haotian sect had given him outside the city. Xiao Chen had something to discuss with First Elder Han Qinghe as soon as possible to figure out the truth behind the king conferral ceremony. Along the way, gazes fell on him from time to time, followed by whispers. Xiao Chen was no stranger to these things. His reputation was almost on par with Wux, and in half a year's time, he would be titled Blue Dragon King. Now, he treated these inner and outer disciples of the Haotian sect the same way he treated his senior sister Shui Lingling when he came out of Kunlun. After checking his token, under the respectful gazes of the city gate disciples, Xiao Chen entered the city. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw a young disciple wearing only underwear on the streets of the city. This disciple covered his face as he rushed past him, startling him. Did the disciples of the Haotian sect become so bold and unrestrained after a period of absence? Someone's in trouble again. It's really not easy to accept this top inner disciple mission. How many has it been? It's almost 100. I really don't know how such a monstrous person managed to keep the Haotian sect occupied. I heard that the elders of the mission office are considering raising the rank of the mission to a higher level so that the true inheritors can take it. That can't be. Are the true inheritors going to deal with someone who barely reached half-sage? There's no helping it. The person who just ran out is already in the top 10 of the inner disciples. The surrounding discussions entered Xiao Chen's ears. Suddenly, he had a premonition. He turned to the person beside him and said, "Junior brother, can you tell me what happened earlier in detail?" That person did not seem to recognize Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "Judging from senior brother's appearance, you should not be in the sect for some time. I went out 2 months ago." That disciple came to a realization. No wonder. It happened a month ago, but now, everyone in the inner disciples knows about it. A month ago, a fatso showed up outside the sect. He said that he was senior brother Xiao Chen's friend from the lower realm. He came to collect his debt after being tricked by Xiao Chen. His tone was ridiculously arrogant, demanding for our sect master to meet him. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. There was no doubt about it. The person who came was indeed that fatso, Kim Taeho. Think about it. How could the sect master possibly meet him? He had no proof, and the elders could not be bothered to meet him. He wandered around the city gates a few times, and for some reason he got into an argument with the sect disciples. Then he attacked. That disciple was too embarrassed to continue. However, Xiao Chen asked, "What happened after that?" "Let's not talk about it. That fatso is very sinister. He lured a few disciples out of the sect. Our sect's disciples were not strong enough. They all returned in their underwear, robbed until nothing was left. They did not mention anything about what happened." Xiao Chen could guess what happened after that. With Kim Taeho's actions, he would definitely be included in the Haotian sect's list of targets to be captured. However, based on the current situation, it seemed like Kim Taeho had gotten addicted to robbing people, returning to his old trade in the Sky Dome realm. I have to find him. Right now, this mess is not big and can be covered up. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen immediately turned around and flew out. Kim Taeho's sudden appearance forced Xiao Chen to temporarily stop thinking about meeting Elder Han. Back in the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen had tossed an astral coin to Xiao Chen, saying that it could buy a supreme treasure of a rank 8 sect. The scam incident that Fatty was talking about was definitely referring to this. Xiaochen originally thought that Kim Tae-ho would not be able to go to the Kunlun realm and that this matter would not be exposed. Unexpectedly, not only did Kim Tae-ho go to the Kunlun realm, but he even came to the Haotian sect and caused so much trouble for Xiaochen. Wherever Fatso went, he would not let others rest easy. He was as flirtatious as ever. It was not difficult to find Kim Tae-ho. Occasionally, this fellow would reveal himself to attract some inner sect disciples. Seeing Xiaochen's swollen figure and the air of a rich landlord, there would always be some inner sect disciples who did not believe in him. They felt that they could capture this fatso and complete the mission to obtain the reward. However, Xiaochen still found this somewhat strange. The quality of the inner sect disciples of the Haotian sect was several times higher than when Xiaochen first arrived. As for true inheritors, they were even more incredible. The threshold was incredibly high. The first requirement was to be a martial sage. Even so, the number of true inheritors continued to increase. Now that Fatso had come from the Sky Dome realm, Xiaochen estimated that he was at most a half-sage. How come none of the inner sect disciples could capture him? The difference between the half-sages of the Kunlun realm and the half-sages of the Sky Dome realm was huge. There should not be any problems with killing Fatso easily. After walking around the city and asking around, Xiaochen found some clues. The moment Kim Tae-ho appeared in a small town in the west of the city, 4 of the top 10 inner sect disciples rushed over together, swearing to capture this perverted demon. The busybody already started a bet on whether these 4 would return in their underwear or not. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. This fatso was really going overboard. If Xiaochen had not rushed back in time, the true inheritors or the sect master would have made a move. At that time, there would have been no way to resolve the situation. After arriving at the small town 50 kilometers west of the city, Xiaochen extended out his spiritual sense. The surrounding 50 kilometers instantly entered his mind. Many faces quickly flashed in his mind. He is really cautious. After traveling 50 kilometers, Xiaochen did not see Kim Tae-ho's figure. Then he leaped into the air and flew another 50 kilometers before continuing his search. He did this 4 times until he was 200 kilometers away. However, Xiaochen still did not find Fatso's figure. Strange. After I received the news, I took action. Given Kim Tae-ho's strength, 250 kilometers should be his limit. Xiaochen started thinking. He felt that he had missed something. After a while, inspiration flashed in his mind, and he thought of something. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would always appear in the inner city at the first moment, covering their faces and fleeing. If Fatso had committed the crime from a few hundred kilometers away, these people would first appear in a small town nearby and not in Haotian City. Fatso is really bold. After figuring this out, Xiaochen immediately turned back. When he was near the east gate of Haotian City, he extended his spiritual sense far away and saw Kim Tae-ho's figure in a mountain range 5 kilometers away. Xiaochen could not help but admire Kim Tae-ho's courage. He actually chose to commit the crime in a place so close to Haotian City. Not many people would have thought of this. The disciples who were stripped down to their underwear would definitely be too embarrassed to speak about their experiences. Kim Tae-ho was indeed outstanding for being able to roam freely under the Haotian sect for such a long time. In the scene captured by Xiaochen's spiritual sense, he saw 4 inner disciples lying on the ground in shame after being beaten up by Kim Tae-ho. They were only wearing their underwear. Thank you, seniors. Feel free to exchange pointers with me at any time. Bring more spirit stones and astral coins. There is no need to bring these broken secret treasures. How embarrassing. This fat lord feels ashamed for you all. Kim Tae-ho chuckled as he leaned on the coffin board at the side and fanned himself with a golden folding fan. Xiaochen's entire body shone with jewels. The rings on his hands, the shoes on his feet, the jade pendant on his neck, and the luxurious clothes he wore were actually a complete set of peak sage grade secret treasures. The 4 got up and left in sorry states. Since Fatso let them in, how could they dare to remain? How poor. The inner disciples of the Haotian sect are not very wealthy. This fat lord has not even seen a king-grade secret treasure. Kim Tae-ho sighed as he tidied up the spatial rings of the four. His chubby face filled with melancholy. Just at this moment, the space in front of Xiaochen suddenly turned hazy and folded. A blurry figure approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer. You are seeking death. You even dare to sneak attack this fat lord. I will slap you to death with this. Fatso's expression turned grave. Then he moved his hands and feet nimbly, unlike his bloated figure. He picked up the coffin board at the side and ferociously swung it. Under the fatty's control, the golden coffin lid shone with a dazzling brilliance, dazzling to the eyes. When Xiaochen swung it, the world rumbled. How did it look like a coffin board? It clearly looked like a mountain peak in his hand. But unexpectedly, the coffin board, which had worked every time, was blocked by someone without budging at all. This greatly startled Fatso. He quickly retracted the coffin board and tossed it to his feet, preparing to flee on it. Xiaochen swung his somewhat sore arm. He finally understood why the inner sect disciples could not do anything to Fatso. If Xiaochen had not used his vital qi as he pleased, he would have achieved one dragon force. If he had been careless, Kim Tae-ho's coffin board would have slammed him back 50 kilometers. Seeing De Bao riding the coffin board, the space in front of him also folded. Xiaochen quickly called out, "Brother De Bao, stop." Chapter 949. Hearing a familiar voice, Kim Tae-ho, who was preparing to ride on his coffin board, immediately turned around. He saw that the person was indeed Xiaochen. Xiaochen carried the coffin board on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, oh, Brother Xiao, this fat lord has really been tricked by you this time. Now, I have to rely on robbing others for a living. My days are worse than death. Even my waistline has gotten thinner." Worse than death? That person you plucked until he was only left with his underwear would probably die from anger if he heard this. As for his waistline, Xiaochen could not see any changes. However, he felt guilty in his heart. At this moment, he could not get angry at Fatso. He smiled and said, "I was wrong in this matter. Come, let's go to my mountain. I will do my best as a host and take good care of you." Hurry up. This fat lord has been living in the deep mountains and forests for the past month. I don't even know how many mosquitoes I fed. Let's go. Kim Tae-ho did not stand on ceremony at all, urging Xiaochen to leave quickly. Your title is not very useful. This fat lord said that I was an old acquaintance of yours, but no one paid any attention to me. Finally, a female disciple summoned me, and I, this fat lord, said a few words and was chased out. Kim Tae-ho complained, feeling very upset as he carried the coffin board. Xiaochen looked at Kim Tae-ho's getup. He was covered in jewels and treasures, looking very vulgar. Furthermore, he was carrying a coffin board. It would be strange if anyone believed him. However, Xiaochen was very curious about who received this fat lord. With this fat lord's appearance, it was hard to imagine a female disciple receiving him. What did you say? Someone chased you out? Kim Tae-ho said, feeling wronged. This fat lord is filled with righteousness. My heart is as clear as the moon. What could I say? That person introduced herself as Shui Lingling. I casually said that this girl is really pretty, with white skin and tender flesh. Just squeezing her would make her look like water. Tell me, was this fat lord wronged? Before I finished praising her, she chased me out with a palm strike. The looks in the eyes of the male disciples in the hall, just thinking about it makes me scared. Xiaochen is speechless and speechless. Shui Lingling has accumulated her prestige in the Haotian sect for more than 10 years. She is like a legendary fairy. It could be described as a miracle that Fatso could walk out alive after saying these words. Why aren't you saying anything? Haven't I been wronged enough? What can I say? It's good enough that you're able to walk out alive. Xiaochen said helplessly, injustice, it really is injustice. On the way down the mountain, Fatso poured out his grievances. Thousands of words converged into one sentence, which was that he had been tricked by Xiaochen. After coming to the Kunlun realm, life was worse than death. He had all sorts of bad luck. Even when he went to plunder, all he met were poor people. Xiaochen suddenly said, "How about I send you back now?" Fatso fanned himself with his folding fan and smiled embarrassedly. Let's talk about it later. That, thinking about it, suffering a little is nothing. At the very least, this fat lord's waistline has shrunk. Indeed, Xiaochen smiled to himself. He knew that Kim Taeho was like this. The two chatted along the way. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiaochen frowned slightly and stopped. There was something wrong with the atmosphere nearby. Kim Taeho noticed it as well. He quietly lowered the coffin lid on his shoulder and cautiously looked around. Damn you, fatso! I finally caught you. Let's see where you can run to this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 or 6 people leaped down from all directions and surrounded Xiaochen and Kim Taeho. All of them had strong auras and the golden identity medallions at their waists, signifying that they were true inheritors. The weakest of these people was an inferior-grade martial sage. The leader was a peak martial sage. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. The person who spoke was actually an old friend. When Xiaochen first entered the Haotian sect, this was the lower realm genius who had mocked him several times, Gui Wu. After not seeing Gui Wu for a few years, Gui Wu had become a true inheritor as well. His cultivation had also reached medial-grade martial sage. In this great age, he could barely be considered a third-rate genius. I have already captured this person. Junior brothers, please return, Xiaochen said casually. Xiaochen asked casually. Given Xiaochen's current status and strength, he did not care about Gui Wu at all. Clearly, Gui Wu had not expected to run into Xiaochen here. His body trembled imperceptibly for a moment. However, Gui Wu immediately thought of something and plucked up his courage. He said, Senior brother Xiao, forgive me for not being able to comply. This person is the target of the Elders' Assembly. Please return him to us. Don't make things difficult for us. Xiaochen's face sank. He had already given Gui Wu a lot of face with his words, yet the other party was still not tactful. Gui Wu had been observing Xiaochen's expression. When he saw Xiaochen's face sink, his heart started thumping heavily for no apparent reason. For no reason at all, his heart started to pound, as if it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. A few years ago, that white-robed bladesman's cultivation had been weaker than his. Unexpectedly, he had grown to such a level now. Xiaochen said in a cold voice, I will not repeat myself. Junior brother Gui, please move aside. When the fatty lord saw this, he felt a strange warmth in his heart. The resentment in his chest lessened significantly. Xiaochen's words put immense pressure on Gui Wu. However, when he thought of a certain person's promise, he steeled his heart and stepped forward. Xiaochen, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Haotian sect. I'll tell you the truth. This is an order from the ancient race genius, Ren Kongjue, young master Ren. Ren Kongjue is an absolute genius comparable to Di Wuk. Today, you have to hand him over whether you want to or not. Otherwise, if you offend young master Ren, you can forget about holding your king conferral ceremony. Xiaochen had never heard of Ren Kongjue before. He should be like Lan Xiaobai, an ancient race genius who recently rose up in the starry heaven Silver Lake. However, even if Di Wuk stood before him, Xiaochen could not be bothered with him. Furthermore, it was someone comparable to Di Wuk. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Gui, after not seeing each other for a few years, you have forgotten this Xiaochen's temper. Back then, when the peak inner sect disciples worked together to suppress me, did you ever see me, Xiaochen, lower my head? Today, you want me to lower my head just because you mention an ancient race genius? You are really becoming more and more naive. Before Gui Wu could reply, Xiaochen threw a palm strike, and 1,000 purple electric light wheels appeared behind him. Xiaochen's casual palm strike carried the boundless might of thunder. The sky rumbled, filled with the sound of thunder. Xiaochen's feet did not move at all as he sent out a palm wind. This casual strike knocked Gui Wu back 1 kilometer. This palm strike is a lesson for you. If you want him, get Ren Kongjue to come and find me himself. Then, Xiaochen led Kim Taeho away. Halfway there, Xiaochen unfurled the freedom wings to avoid running into other trouble. Then he drained his magic energy to activate the magic skill and took a step forward with Kim Taeho. The place where they landed was outside Haotian City, the independent peak that the Haotian sect had given Xiaochen. A peak spirit vein was suppressed under this peak. Back then, when Shaochen helped the Haotian sect take the top spot in the Heavenly Dew Divine Lake, the Haotian sect had given him this independent peak as a reward. Naturally, the greatest benefit was the peak spirit vein under this peak. Now, Shaochen had close to 50 peak spirit veins, so he did not care about this peak. Fatso sighed when he saw Shaochen walk away in a tyrannical manner in front of a true inheritor, moving 50 kilometers with one step. When Lord Jiao heard the commotion on the empty peak, he immediately rushed out. Kim Taeho could not help but shake his head and say, "Shaochen, your servant is not good enough. He looks shifty-eyed." This fat lord's eyes can tell with one look that he is not a good person. When Lord Jiao heard that, he immediately raged, "Where did this fatso come from? How is this Lord Jiao not a good person?" Kim Taeho sat down and picked up the teacup on the table. Then he leisurely took a sip and said, "Don't pretend in front of this fat lord. When this fat lord did bad things, you were still in your mother's womb. With just a glance, this fat lord knew what you wanted to do. Do you want to jump up and kick this fat lord now?" Lord Jiao stared blankly. This fatty was right. He really wanted to give him a kick and teach him a lesson. Looking at someone of the same trade? Shaochen could not help but smile bitterly. After exchanging a few words of advice, the two calmed down. After Kim Taeho rested for a while, Shaochen asked, "Debao, why did you come to the Kunlun realm after abandoning such a large business of the Jin clan? How did you get here?" At this moment, Fatso was no longer in the mood to fool around. He said, "Debao, the Sky Dome realm's Jin clan has already developed to its peak. We can only go up. Being unrivaled is also very lonely. As for how I came up, money can move the heavens. Back then, the Wan clan paid a huge price to send Wan Feng up. Naturally, I have my own way up as well. However, I came to find you not only because of the trivial matter of astral coins. I, Lord Fatty, am not such a heartless person. I won't keep such trivial matters in my heart and not let them go." Shaochen could not help feeling curious. He looked at Kim Taeho and asked, "What else is there?" Kim Taeho took out a long, slender saber from his spatial ring. Then he gently placed it on the table. Shaochen's expression immediately changed. He looked at Kim Taeho and asked, "Where did you get this saber?" "Don't get agitated. I know this is your lunar shadow saber. About 3 months ago, boundless thunderclouds appeared above Thunder Emperor Valley, attracting all the experts of the Sky Dome realm. They thought that a new immortal thunder was about to be born. Who knew it was this saber that flew out? At that time, Yu made a move and blocked the others, snatching the saber. She handed it to me, telling me to pass it to you when I go to the Kunlun realm. Something seems wrong with this saber." Kim Taeho continued as he handed the saber to Shaochen. "What's wrong? Take a look and you will know." Shaochen received the lunar shadow saber and grasped its hilt. Then he gently tried to pull it out, but he could not. Surprise appeared in Shaochen's eyes. He increased his strength and continued to pull. Even when he used 5,000 tons of force, he still could not draw the lunar shadow saber. This saber is really dead. After a long time, Shaochen gave up trying. Boundless sorrow appeared on his face. "It's not that serious. If it were really dead, why would I bring it here for you to see? I already showed it to Su Xiaoxiao. This is her family's specialty. This saber was originally dead. However, it now has some life." Kim Taeho's words were shocking, revealing a result that Shaochen did not expect. The heavenly craft manor belonged to Su Xiaoxiao's family. The various spirit weapons of the Sky Dome realm were forged by her family. The Soul Slayer bow in Shaochen's hand also came from the seniors of the heavenly craft manor. If the other party really came to this conclusion, it was most likely correct. Chapter 950. With this thought, Shaochen could not help but feel excited. He originally thought that if he wanted to revive Ao Jiao, he could only go to the Penglai Sea and search for an ethereal magic skill. The chances of doing so were extremely slim. Furthermore, he had to wait until he became Emperor Wu before he was truly confident of going to the Penglai Sea. Unexpectedly, Kim Taeho brought him such good news. "Don't be too happy. Listen to Su Xiaoxiao." Listen to Su Xiaoxiao's words. This saber should have a connection to Thunder Emperor Valley, causing the originally dead item spirit to evolve into an embryo soul in Thunder Emperor Valley. However, this embryo soul is extremely weak. This is also the reason why the saber cannot be drawn. When it sees light, it dies. This is its way of protecting itself. Many conditions are needed to nurture the embryo soul into an item spirit. Xiaochen asked anxiously, "What are the conditions?" "No matter how many there are, I will definitely be able to fulfill them." Fatso shrugged and said, Xiao does not know the exact conditions. She only read about it in an incomplete ancient text. However, she also said that there are sects in the Kunlun realm that know about it. She told you to ask around. Xiao Chen's expression turned warm. However, as he held the lunar shadow saber, he could not calm down for a long time. His long-awaited goal finally had a clear direction. Thunder Emperor Valley was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared after the Thunder King substantiated his Tao. It was an indelible mark that the Thunder King left behind in the world. The rebirth of the lunar shadow saber definitely had something to do with Thunder Emperor Valley. Perhaps there were some details that Kim Taeho did not notice. If he had time in the future, he would have to return to Thunder Emperor Valley to take a look. Xiaochen put away the lunar shadow saber and glanced at Lord Jiao. Then, he said, "Lord Jiao, take out a portion of the collection of a Grandmaster-level martial sage and give it to Debao. I owe him this time." Lord Jiao opened his mouth wide and reluctantly took out a spatial ring. Then he handed it to Kim Taeho. Kim Taeho's eyes lit up as he carefully put away the spatial ring. After checking it, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. "You are very kind. I did not rush to the Kunlun realm to deliver the saber to you in vain." Xiaochen smiled and consoled Lord Jiao. "If the old do not go, the new will not come. I will depart tomorrow and help you sell off all your things." White-robed King Xiaochen, the ancient race's Renkongjue, requests an audience. At that moment, a lingering voice resounded on the peak of the mountain. His tone was filled with arrogance and dense killing intent. With just a single sentence, he was able to distinguish the temperament of the person who had just arrived. Xiaochen had not expected this person to arrive so quickly. He looked at Jean Debao and asked, "How did you offend this person?" Kim Taeho smiled in embarrassment. "Hechen was say, Shui Lingling Shui, this Ling said. Ren was. Ling was Tian. When I was being chased out by Shui Lingling, the way he looked at me was really scary. I seemed to have ruined his marriage proposal. However, it is not my fault. This fat lord was truly praising you. First, there was Lan Xiaobai. Then there was this Renkongjue. They were all outstanding talents of the ancient races." Xiaochen wondered if there was anything strange about this. "Hey, young Master Xiao, he asked you a question. It seems like you have not replied yet," Lord Jiao reminded when he saw Xiaochen remaining silent. Xiaochen seemed to have just remembered. He smiled and said, "Go and welcome him. Bring him up. If he is willing to come up, then so be it. If not, just ignore him. Remember to use the method that you are best at, Lord Jiao." Naturally, the method that Lord Jiao was best at was digging holes. Bang! Suddenly, a hole opened in front of Renkongjue at the foot of the mountain, and Lord Jiao came out from it. Lord Jiao looked at Renkongjue and involuntarily raised his head. Renkongjue was tall and stout, at least 2 meters long. His shoulders were broad, and his back was strong. His facial features were firm, looking like they were carved with a knife. His face was filled with pride, and his eyes showed an irrepressible hostility, appearing extremely berserk. As he stood on the ground, he was as straight as a pine tree, giving off a mountain-like pressure. 2 companions stood beside Renkongjue. Their auras were exactly the same as his. When they stood together, it was like they were connected by mountains, giving off even greater pressure. To think that he is a genius of the giant Fu race. Young Master Xiao must have known about it, which is why he purposely told me to say that. Should I say it or not? The giant Fu race is rumored to have the most explosive temper. If this punch lands, this Lord Jiao will be beaten half to death. Lord Jiao felt conflicted, not knowing what to say. "You are the white-robed Xiaochen? Why are you so old?" The person on Renkongjue's left asked, finding it strange. Lord Jiao quickly denied it. He smiled and said, "Naturally I'm not. No? Why did you come down? We are looking for Xiaochen. Are you messing with us?" This person snorted coldly. Lord Jiao felt like a volcano would erupt at any moment. Lord Jiao could not help but feel a headache. He smiled and said, "Young master sent me here to lead you up the mountain. Does he not understand what my big brother said? He is the one who told him to come down and meet us, not the other way around." This person's temper is extraordinarily arrogant. An ancient race is indeed an ancient race. No wonder young Master Xiao is not willing to bother with him. Lord Jiao slandered Ren Kongjue in his heart. Then he directly repeated Xiao Chen's words. Young Master Xiao said that if you are willing to go up, then go up. If you are not willing, then do as you please. Ren Kongjue raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. He is really arrogant. Never mind, I'll go up and take a look. Let's see what exactly he is. To think that he dares to protect the person that I, Ren Kongjue, want to kill. Ren Kongjue had brought a lot of gifts to propose marriage. However, before he could say anything, Kim Taeho's words ruined the situation. In Ren Kongjue's heart, he already treated Kim Taeho as a dead man and had to kill him. When Lord Jiao saw the situation, he ran over to stop Ren Kongjue. Then he pointed to the hole in front and smiled. "Sir, the way is not here. Young Master Xiao wants you to go up the mountain from here." Ren Kongjue's face could not help but sink. He raised his head and looked to the middle of the mountain. Xiaochen knew why he was here, so he used the most direct method to reject him. "What if we do not go up from here?" The Quafu race youth on Ren Kongjue's right was clearly angered. Not only did Xiaochen not go down the mountain, but he even wanted them to go up from the hole. Xiaochen did not care about the Quafu race at all. His words already contained murderous intent. Lord Jiao giggled and said, "Naturally, we cannot go up. I'll pass on the message, so I'll take my leave first." Seeing that the situation was not right, Lord Jiao quickly jumped into the hole he dug. His movements were so fast that it flabbergasted everyone. The Quafu race youth, who was preparing to make a move, had just raised his fist when he punched the air heavily in frustration. The force from his fist exploded, and a loud sound rang out. A strong wind blew, causing the flowers and trees on the mountain to bend over. It was unknown how horrifying the force of this punch was. "Big brother, what should we do? According to the rules of the Haotian sect, we cannot barge into such an independent mountain without permission." Ren Kongjue said sullenly, "Let's go. I think that Shui Lingling is doing this on purpose. She is using this as an excuse not to see me. If she does not want to marry, so be it. Our Quafu race has a noble status. She will regret this in the future. What about Fatso and Xiaochen? Are we just going to let them off? Fatso is just a dancing clown. We can kill him at any time. This Xiaochen will be holding a king conferral ceremony half a year from now. At that time, I will teach him a deep lesson and let him know how severe the consequences of today's matter are." Halfway up the mountain, Xiaochen's group of 3 sent off Ren Kongjue's group with their eyes. Kim Taeho looked at the mountain peak, at the strong wind that had yet to scatter. The shock wave from that Quafu race youth's casual punch had yet to dissipate. These 3 fellows are really horrifying. "Xiaochen, I have implicated you this time." Xiaochen felt the lingering force in the air and said softly, "It has nothing to do with you. If someone does not show me any face, there is no need for me to show him any. If he dares to come half a year from now, I will show him who is the one teaching who a lesson." Lord Jiao looked up and said, "Hey, someone is coming. Why does she seem somewhat familiar?" Kim Taeho's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Isn't that the girl who chased me out? Xiaochen, you two know each other?" Smiling faintly, Xiaochen said, "Let's go. I'll help you resolve this grudge. Since you are sincerely praising me, there is no need to feel guilty." Kim Taeho smiled embarrassedly and said, Never mind. This fat lord will go in and hide for a while." Lord Jiao chuckled, being very tactful. Then he followed Fatso and went into hiding. Xiaochen walked down alone and met his first senior sister, Shui Lingling, at the foot of the mountain. No matter when they met, first senior sister's gentle face would always move one's heart, preventing one from looking directly at her. Shui Lingling smiled faintly and asked, Fatso is on your mountain, right? Senior sister, are you here to denounce me? I guessed half right. I am not wrong in looking for him, but there is no need to denounce him. Junior sister Chenxi and I have confirmed that he is indeed your friend. It was wrong of me to chase him out. However, his subsequent actions cancel each other out, so there is no need for me to apologize to him. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly. Dabao's habits came from the Sky Dome realm. No matter how he tried to explain it, he could not. The two chatted as they walked on the mountain path. After not meeting for a long time, they chatted happily. Soon, the topic of Kim Taeho was forgotten. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Sorry about that. Earlier, I angered a group of people away. I'm afraid I ended senior sister's marriage. How can that be? I was just worrying about how to get rid of this Rinkongjua. You helped me a lot. I should be the one thanking you. Shui Lingling sighed and said, After Master announced my identity as his personal disciple, there was an endless stream of marriage proposals. Feeling confused, Xiao Chen asked, Why? Master is preparing to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. In less than 10 years, I will inherit the position of the Haotian sect's sect master. The dowry for marrying me will be the entire Haotian sect. Why do you think so? The Haotian sect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families. Now, the sect was flourishing. Shui Lingling was young, pretty, and charming. Furthermore, she was about to inherit the position of sect master. Being single and unmarried was indeed hard to not be tempted. Xiao Chen smiled and said, This dowry is really big. Junior brother, are you tempted? This is a deal with guaranteed profits and no losses. You will get a great beauty and a member of the 9 ranks of the great families. Shui Lingling smiled craftily as she looked at Xiao Chen. An alluring light flashed in her pretty eyes. Xiao Chen smiled and retorted, However, I only want a beauty and not a dowry. Is that all right? Shui Lingling's bubbly laughter rang out. You are really direct. I'll stop teasing you. Let's get down to business. Master already knows about your matters in the primal chaos domain. The only thing he can help you with is to guarantee that no blue-robed emperor or above will make a move on you. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will suffer the endless rage of the Haotian emperor. Chapter 951. Xiao Chen said seriously, It is my fortune to receive such care from the sect master. Most outstanding talents have a Tao protector behind them. The sect master has been your Tao protector for a long time now. However, this is all he can do. Whether you can take back the king title that belongs to you at the king conferral ceremony half a year later will depend on yourself. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Then he asked about another matter. Senior sister, do you know of any peak refining sects or forging grandmasters that have deep ties with my Haotian sect? What do you want to do? Forge secret treasures? No, I want to ask for answers to some questions. I would like the sect to give me a recommendation letter. Shui Lingling smiled and said, That is easy. The most famous grandmaster forging swords in the profound domain, Sida Leihong, has deep ties with master. I'll write a recommendation letter for you. You just need to bring your identity token to meet him. He has forged many subdivine weapons before. He is a legendary blacksmith. He will definitely be able to answer your questions. When Xiao Chen heard this, he rejoiced. A person who could forge a subdivine weapon would definitely know the requirements for nurturing an embryonic soul into an item spirit. After saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, Xiao Chen brought Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, Jin Lin, and Xiao Xian to his own mountain. Then, he chatted with Dabeo and the others for a long time. Everyone chatted about the past and the martial Tao. The night passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Xiao Chen went out alone and met with the first elder, Han Qinghe. From him, he learned some inside information about the king conferral ceremony. The Thunder King had been in closed-door cultivation. The Holy Lord of the 3 Holy Masters' Holy Land was in charge of the Bushin Palace. This time, the king conferral ceremony was extended by half a year. Another important reason was to create an opportunity for Xiahou Ju of Beidasheng, the head of the 3 Holy Masters, to accumulate military merits and meet the requirements of being conferred king. At that time, he would be conferred the title of king at the same time as Xiao Chen. With the foundation of the Holy Land, he would completely overshadow Xiao Chen's limelight and tell the world who was truly supported by the Bushin Palace. The land of the three holy masters had really gone through a lot of trouble. In order to suppress him, they had even used this. The only good news was that the Haotian Emperor had personally helped him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King from the three holy masters. After Xiao Chen found out, he didn't say anything. As long as he could get the title of Blue Dragon King, everything was negotiable. The Haotian Great Emperor had helped him to this step, and he would take care of the rest himself. As for those people who wanted to cause trouble at the king conferral ceremony, Xiao Chen would use his strength to retaliate. When Xiao Chen returned to the mountain, Gong Yangyu had already left. Lord Jiao and Kim Taeho were still sleeping soundly. When Yu Chenxi saw Xiao Chen return, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior brother Xiao Chen, after you are conferred king, you will definitely have your own territory. I would like to go with you when the time comes." "Senior brother, we are willing to go as well," Jin Lin and Xiao Xian quickly said. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You are thinking too far ahead. Furthermore, you are all elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Whether you can go or not depends on Elder Han." Yu Chenxi smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry about this. First, senior sister was the one who told us about this. Since she agreed, Elder Han and the sect master will definitely not have a problem." Jin Lin and the other two said, "Now, it will depend on senior brother's opinion. If Xiao Chen succeeded in being conferred king and given his territory, he would be able to establish his own sect even though he would still be under the Haotian sect. At that time, he would definitely need help. Xiao Chen's original plan was to use this as the base for the Dragon's Gate in the future. If he wanted to restore the Dragon's Gate to its former glory, he would not be able to do it alone. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, and the others would definitely become Grandmaster-level martial sages in the future. If Xiao Chen sincerely joined the Dragon's Gate, it would naturally be very beneficial. However, all this would have to wait until Xiao Chen repaid the Haotian sect's debt. It was too early to say all this now. Xiao Chen rejected their suggestions for now. "Many thanks. However, let's talk about this after I am conferred king. If I cannot give you a better future, even if the sect master agrees, I will not agree." Seeing that Xiao Chen did not directly reject them, Jin Lin and the others did not insist. At least there was still hope. "In that case, I will take my leave first. Senior brother Xiao Chen will definitely succeed in being conferred king." "Will he definitely succeed?" Xiao Chen thought about the strength that Di Wuk and the Divine Daughter displayed in the heavenly ruin wasteland, the three holy masters' deliberate suppression, and the ancient race's outstanding talents eyeing him covetously. Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony was destined to not be peaceful. If he made a mistake, his past would be ruined. Those people would definitely not let go of this opportunity to kick him when he was down. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen woke up Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao. "Wake up. Stop sleeping. It's time to depart." Fatso rubbed his eyes and asked in a daze, "Depart? Where are we going?" "To the profound domains in clan. Help Lord Jiao deal with some illegal goods. The largest merchant association in the Kunlun realm, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, is there. I believe you will be interested." When Kim Taeho heard this, he immediately perked up. Lord Jiao had woken up long ago. He wished that he could sell off all the treasures in his hands. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon's Gate's warship. 18 sails rose up, and the warship carried Dabao and Lord Jiao towards the profound domain. A cool breeze blew as the warship traveled through the clouds. On the warship's bow, Xiao Chen played with the lunar shadow saber in his hand. His expression was calm and peaceful. His hair fluttered in the cool breeze, and his white robes fluttered endlessly. The flawless saber Dao used the body as a saber and the thoughts as a saber. However, without a saber in one's hand, something was missing in the end. It would never reach true flawless. Only by becoming one with the saber would one be able to cultivate the flawless saber Dao to great perfection. Only by becoming one with the saber could one cultivate the flawless saber Dao to great perfection. Vaguely, as Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he entered a wondrous state of comprehension. The position of the flawless saber Dao slowly became clear in his mind. The flawless saber Dao was not just a martial technique. Instead, it was a Dao that Xiaochen wanted to walk, a saber Dao that no one before or after could match. Right now, the flawless saber Dao was like a newborn baby, with only a rough outline. When Xiaochen comprehended it and materialized this saber Dao to its peak, it would not only increase his strength significantly, but it would also benefit the bladesmen in the future. It would give bladesmen in the future another choice, achieving immortality for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strand of killing qi. He squinted and sent out a saber light. The clouds for 5 kilometers around scattered, and a black-clad man appeared before Xiaochen and the other two. Without saying a word, the black-clothed man extended his hand and pointed with a finger. Circles of white light bloomed behind him. Every circle of light contained surging energy, as if they were real. There were a total of 1,500 circles. There seemed to be a vague, white, holy tiger in the center of the rings of light, roaring at the sky. The black-clad man's palm strikes scattered the clouds for 5 kilometers around. As the tiger roared, they suddenly gathered again. The black-clad man pointed, and a transparent ripple appeared in the sky. A huge index finger extended from the ripple and headed for the Dragon's Gate's warship. At the same time, many cryptic talisman scripts appeared in the rings of light with the Dragon's Gate's warship as the center. They formed a void formation and locked down space. When this mysterious black-clad man made his move, he created a horrifying might. Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao, who were on the warship, paled slightly when they saw the gigantic finger descending. With a thought, a bright moon rose behind Xiaochen. The dark night hung upside down in the sky. Kasi. The instant the bright moon rose, the formation locking down the Dragon's Gate's warship shattered. When facing the horrifying finger, Xiaochen also pointed, and the bright moon in the sky vanished. The resplendent moonlight turned into a saber light and shot out from Xiaochen's fingertip. The saber light clashed with the gigantic finger, producing a loud explosion in the air. Shock waves surged, lightning bolts, saber lights, sword images, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed continuously in the sky. The black-clad man pointed with a contemplative expression. Then he turned around and leaped up, preparing to leave. Whoosh! However, the moment the black-clad man turned around, he saw Xiaochen, who had the freedom wings spread out on his back, looking at him coldly. Brother Xiahou, instead of accumulating 1 million military merits to be conferred king, you rushed from White Emperor City to the Haotian province just to point at Xiaochen. This Xiao is truly honored. The moment this person made a move, Xiaochen recognized him. This was the White Emperor City's holy son, Xiao Hoju. After not seeing each other for 3 years, the other party had grown to a startling level by relying on the accumulations of the Holy Lands. Although Xiaochen had casually pointed earlier, it had the momentum of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth, sufficient to kill some ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sages. After being seen through by Xiaochen, Xiao Hoju pulled off his mask and smiled. There is no need to worry about me. I will definitely be conferred king smoothly. Just worry about yourself. The title of Blue Dragon King is not that easy to obtain. Xiaochen said calmly, let me return the same words to you. Just worry about yourself. Since you gave me a finger, I will give you one in return. Snowflakes drifted behind Xiaochen as he pointed at the completed winter saber with the flawless 4 seasons. The snowflakes filling the air gathered into a crystalline flower. Behind Xiaochen, a vast expanse of snow blanketed the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Xiao Hoju's expression turned grave as he stretched out his hand. The world turned silent, and a stone finger containing a vast and ancient energy shot out. He quickly pointed out and hit the crystal-clear wandering flower, and the wandering flower instantly shattered. However, the cold qi continued to spread and seeped into the ancient stone finger. Cracking sounds rang out, and the stone finger instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards. Xiao Hoju grunted. He had not expected the cold qi to be so strange. After suffering a small loss, he said coldly, Xiaochen, let's see if you can still be this arrogant after half a year. Xiaochen let Xiaochen leave. Then he entered deep thought. He stretched out his hand, and the ice shards in the air turned into motes of light and entered his hand, forming another ice flower. 4 seasons like snow, born and never extinguished. Half a year from now, if this is all you are capable of, I will make you suffer greatly. The appearance of the White Emperor city's Xiao Hoju was both unexpected and reasonable. For a long time, the 3 holy masters had been the leaders of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Among them, Xiao Hoju's ambition was the greatest. Now, Xiao Chen's fame resounded throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Although the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, his prestige had already surpassed that of the 3 holy masters among the Tianwu domain's younger generation. However, the prestige of the 3 holy masters' 10 years and the 10,000 years of accumulations of the Holy Lands were much greater than that of Xiao Chen, a person who had risen to prominence only 4 or 5 years ago. Chapter 952. As time went by, Xiao Chen was not considered to be much stronger than the 3 holy masters among the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. However, if Xiao Chen succeeded in being conferred king and traveled the world as the Blue Dragon King, the situation would be different. To Xiao Hoju, who wanted to rule the Tianwu domain's younger generation, Xiao Chen would be a great threat. Xiao Chen personally made a move to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Xiao Chen was currently in a crucial period of accumulating military merits. If he still did not have 1 million military merits after half a year, it would be bad if he could not be conferred king. Hence, Xiao Chen's appearance surprised Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen returned to the Dragon's Gate's warship, Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Xiao Chen rushing back. Kim Taeho fanned himself and said, "Old brother Xiao Chen, how many people did you offend? The moment you went out, you ran into such a horrifying person." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything. He had offended so many people that even he could not count them. "Who is this person?" Lord Jiao asked out of curiosity. "The White Emperor city's holy son, Xiao Hoju." Lord Jiao sighed and said, "Young Master Xiao, the number of people you offended is truly incredible. The White Emperor city's holy lord is one of the strongest people in the entire Kunlun realm." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He said, "Lord Jiao, you have lived for more than 200 years already. Do you know how many people in our Kunlun continent can truly reach the peak?" Xiao Chen had only been in the Kunlun realm for 6 years. He had been busy cultivating and did not know much about this. Kim Taeho also looked at old Jiao with great interest. Obviously, anyone would be interested in these legendary figures. Lord Jiao revealed a cocky expression. He smiled and said, "You youngsters really do not know much about such matters. This Lord Jiao is not clear on the situation of the heavenly starry ocean, so I will not talk about it. I will only talk about the 5 strongest people of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains, the Tianwu domain's Thunder King, the Fiend domain's the Fox King, the Ghost race's Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Corpse race's Heaven Punishing Corpse God, and the Deity race's Emperor Forsaken. These 5 people can be considered the strongest experts of the Kunlun realm. As for the others, like the Primal Chaos domain's number 1 Loose Cultivator, the Heavenly Evil King, and the Profound domain's Saber Sword 2 Sovereigns, they are slightly weaker." Lord Jiao chatted excitedly, telling Xiao Chen about the legendary deeds of these people. Xiao Chen listened very carefully, feeling a boundless yearning in his heart. Finally, Lord Jiao said, "In the heavenly starry ocean, there are some people who are comparable to these 5 people. This Lord Jiao only knows of the Myriad Fiend Palace's Myriad Law Fiend Master. I am not sure about the others, so I do not have much say. The heavenly starry ocean did indeed have people who were comparable to these people. As far as Xiao Chen knew, the Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall should not be weaker than these 5 people. The Thunder King, the Fox King, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Heaven Punishing Corpse God, and Emperor Forsaken." Xiao Chen wondered how strong these 5 people were. Right now, he probably did not even have the chance to meet them. The Fox King. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that the last time he met Bai, he seemed to have heard that the Fox King had adopted her as his daughter. At that time, Xiao Chen did not know how strong the Fox King was. Now that he heard Lord Jiao say that the Fox King was comparable to the Thunder King and the others, he finally understood how fortunate Bai was. Cultivate. Cultivate. Otherwise, the next time Xiao Chen met Bai, if he could not even compare to Bai, he would truly have failed. The Dragon's Gate's warship continued to move forward. Xiao Chen stopped chatting and sat at the bow, preparing to use the time on the way to complete the spring saber of flawless 4 seasons. Xiao Chen had already experienced the might of the completed winter saber long ago. If he comprehended all 4 seasons, then this flawless 4 seasons might not even be weaker than the subduing dragon profound slash. For some reason, Kim Tae-ho started thinking about the black goods on Lord Jio. He kept pestering Lord Jio, asking him to sell the black goods and hand them over to him to manage. Then, Lord Jio guaranteed a 10-fold profit. Xiao Chen continuously bragged about his glorious deeds in the Sky Dome realm, which actually tempted Lord Jio. Half a month later, spring thunder suddenly roared in the sky above the Dragon's Gate's warship, shaking the Dragon's Gate's warship. Inside the warship's hold, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jio were discussing their grand business plans, looking very spirited. When they heard spring thunder, they quickly rushed out. The moment the two went out, they smelled a fragrant flower fragrance. Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jio were shocked to see that their surroundings had turned into a peach blossom forest. Peach trees covered the ground, and peach blossoms filled the branches before them. When the spring wind blew, boundless peach blossoms formed a beautiful land. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the depths of the peach blossom forest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and heard a melodious saber hum. The peach blossom forest vanished, leaving only a section in Xiao Chen's palm. Using spring thunder as a guide, Xiao Chen made peach blossoms bloom for 5 kilometers around. After half a month, he finally figured out the final hurdle and completed the spring saber. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the section of peach blossoms in his hand. Then he smiled faintly and tossed it to the sky. Kinchang! The peach blossom branch, which was only half the length of an arm, shattered. Boundless peach blossoms danced in the air, carrying a boundless saber intent. Every petal was a lethal weapon. With a thought, Xiao Chen stopped in satisfaction. The peach blossoms vanished, but the fragrance lingered in the air. Compared to the sharp winter saber, the spring saber was much gentler. However, this might, as well as the range of the ripples, the peach blossoms for 5 kilometers around, would not be any weaker than the winter saber. Have we arrived at the profound domain? Xiao Chen asked Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jio as he turned around. Given the speed of the Dragon's Gate's warship, they should have arrived by now. We arrived 3 days ago, Lord Jio answered. Xiao Chen took out a letter and handed it to Xiao Debao. This is a letter that I personally wrote. The two of you take this letter and go to the Ying clan to look for Ying Qiong. There should not be any problems dealing with that batch of illicit goods. To Ying Qiong, this was just a small matter. She did not even need to personally make a move. Xiao Chen had more important things to do, so he did not want to waste time on this. Young Master Xiao, you are not coming with us? Lord Jio asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chen placed a finger mark on Kim Tae-ho's forehead. Then he said, I still have something to do. I'll lend you this warship for now. After I'm done, I'll meet up with you. After Xiao Chen spoke, he jumped off the bow of the warship. Kim Tae-ho checked himself and discovered that he could already control the Dragon's Gate's warship. He could roughly guess what Xiao Chen was going to do, so he could understand Xiao Chen's urgency. Smiling mischievously, Kim Tae-ho snatched Xiao Chen's letter while Lord Jio was not on his back. Then, he said, remember to listen to me when you go to the Ying clan. This fat lord is an expert in this aspect. You can just be this fat lord's manservant. That way, you won't give yourself away and get the price pushed down. Lord Jio felt somewhat confused. Was he the one selling the goods or Fatso the one selling the goods? How did he become the manservant? Sita Leihong was the most famous forger in the profound domain, a grandmaster who could forge subdivine weapons. Xiao Chen followed the address that first senior sister gave him and unfurled the freedom wings. He flew past mountains, rivers, and cities. When he arrived at a mountain manor at the summit of a tall mountain, he put away the freedom wings and landed. The mountain manor was not big and the signboard was not obvious. However, the queue at the entrance stretched as far as the eye could see, stretching all the way to the bottom of the mountain. All of them were cultivators seeking a master to forge swords for them. Xiao Chen landed at the side. As he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he was flabbergasted. He discovered that there was no lack of Grandmaster-level martial sages. He even saw 2 or 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages obediently lining up at the back without any complaints. Such a lineup completely surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. He could not help but wonder, is what First Senior Sister said reliable or not? Can I really enter just by relying on my identity token? The main gate was tightly shut, only a small door at the side was open. The cultivators in line all stood in front of the small door, knocking on the door until they reached the foot of the mountain. They stood about 3 meters apart from each other, waiting anxiously. Strange, why is no one knocking on the door? Where did this little fellow come from? He is holding a saber and running to the sword forging peak. Is he here to cause trouble? As Xiao Chen stood outside the line, it would be hard for him to not attract attention from a group of swordsmen while holding the lunar shadow saber. Not long after Xiao Chen landed, someone started berating him. Since ancient times, the debate between the saber and the sword had never ceased. The saber was different from other weapons. The saber was born from the sword. There were swords and sabers in the world. With such a direct relationship, it was hard to avoid comparisons between the two. Out of respect for the master, Xiao Chen did not want to cause trouble here. His priority was to revive Ao Jiao. Xiao Chen looked at the person who spoke. That person carried a 1-meter-long sword and wore purple robes. His hair was tied into a bun, and there were 2 strands of purple scarves fluttering in the wind, looking elegant and free. This person was not more than 40 years old. He could be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a strong sense of sharpness in them. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Although I am a bladesman, I do not have any intention of competing with swords here. I am here to ask Master Situ for a favor and am not being disrespectful." However, the purple-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, "Look at the swordsmen on this mountain. They are all here on foot to ask Master Situ to forge a sword. No one makes a ruckus, no one makes a fuss, and no one dares to fly down from the sky. There are even great Grandmaster-level experts lining up respectfully at the foot of the mountain. You, a bladesman descending from the sky, is very impressive. However, if this is not disrespect, then what is?" The other swordsmen in the line glared at the purple-robed swordsman. They were already upset that someone descended from the sky. Furthermore, this person was a bladesman. Naturally, they were even more upset. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and performed a cupped fist salute. "Sorry, I did not know there was such a rule here. I will go down the mountain and line up. After I enter, I will personally apologize to Master Situ. The master only sees 5 people a day and only forges 1 sword a month. You, a bladesman, are here to join in the fun? You want to take up our spots?" Scram. The purple-robed swordsman ignored Xiao Chen's concession and aggressively chased him away. "I am not here to forge a sword. There is no need to misunderstand." Xiao Chen's hand, which held the lunar shadow saber, trembled slightly. However, he did not get angry in the end. After saying that, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Xiao Chen did not want to lose the hope that he had obtained after so much difficulty. "How stubborn! I told you to scram, not to leave." The purple-robed swordsman shouted coldly, and a light flickered under his feet. A magnificent sword formation formed, and hundreds of purple sword chi flew out from the formation. The sword chi flew around the purple-robed swordsman, giving off a melodious hum. A sharp sword intent immediately spread throughout the entire mountain. The grass bent over, not daring to raise its head. Chapter 953. This person flicked his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword chi turned into a beam of light and shot out. Its sharpness was overwhelming, able to pierce through mountains and shatter rocks. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. He quickly turned around and used the lunar shadow saber to block, using his body as a saber. When he raised his hand, it was like a treasure saber being unsheathed, radiating a sharp light. Bang! When the unyielding sword chi struck the saber scabbard, it gave off a crisp sound. It was like a treasure sword breaking, turning into sword lights and scattering, not injuring Xiao Chen at all. Xiao Chen easily blocked the purple-robed swordsman's overbearing sword chi. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. Hey, it is actually an expert. It looks like he is really here to cause trouble. However, he chose the wrong person to pick the purple knight sword sex Ouyang Feng. Among the younger generation of the profound domain, Ouyang Feng is one of the youths with the most potential to enter the sword school ranking. Aside from the few disciples that the sword sovereign personally taught, not many can defeat him. Young Master Feng's eyes are indeed sharp. You can tell with one glance. This white-robed bladesman has bad intentions. He came to Sword Forging Peak to cause trouble. With just a little testing, he gave himself away. Young Master Ouyang's sword intent has already reached peak 90% comprehension and is close to condensing a sword soul. Perhaps he might be able to gain an audience with Great Master Situ. Great Master Situ's rules are really strange. He forges swords based on the person. Just by saying that he is not fated with swords, he does not even give face to Emperor Wu. Great Master Situ is someone who can even forge a divine weapon. He is completely qualified to not give face to Emperor Wu. It would be better if a sovereign martial emperor came. All sorts of discussions went on. When Xiao Chen heard them, he could not help but smile bitterly. How deep is the prejudice that the swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak have against bladesmen? Xiao Chen said calmly, "There is no need to force me. I am not here to forge a sword or to cause trouble. I just have something to ask of Great Master." Ouyang Feng said sullenly, "I managed to find out with one move, and you still dare to quibble? Do you think that all the swordsmen of my Sword Forging Peak are blind? If you do not scram today, I will beat you until you do so." Ouyang Feng stepped forward and jumped out of the queue, pressing down on Xiao Chen. Ouyang Feng's purple robes fluttered, and the sword formation beneath his feet spread out, one ring after another. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that it was a large sword formation composed of 81 smaller sword formations. The sword formation was interlinked. 81 strands of sword light danced back and forth in the formation, which was covered in purple mist. They formed a powerful sword intent that was infinitely close to the sword soul. As for Ouyang Feng, who was in the center of the formation, the sword chi around his body was oppressive. With every step he took, he drew in countless sword chi from the swords as if he was the king of swords. This was the famous Violet Firmament Sword technique of the Violet Firmament Sword sect. It was developed from the sword domain by a grandmaster of the Violet Firmament Sword sect. It vaguely resembled the sword domain. Ouyang Feng hugged his sword and walked over step by step, pressing down on Xiao Chen. The wind from his sword whistled, and his aura was oppressive. Behind him was a precipitous cliff that was tens of thousands of meters tall. He was using this to force Xiao Chen, and it was obvious that he wanted to use this kind of ruthless method to chase Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen felt helpless. Sometimes, the more you don't want to cause trouble, the more trouble will come to you. Xiao Chen kept making concessions, but the other party did not appreciate it. Instead, he became even more overbearing. Xiao Chen was clearly forced to retaliate, yet he was slandered as hiding his strength and harboring evil intentions. If not for reviving Ao Jiao and leaving Sword Forging Peak, Xiao Chen would not have needed to be polite with this fellow before him. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, he still endured it. He opened his sea of consciousness, and the purple lightning talisman spun around, materializing a bolt of spring thunder in the sky. Flawless Saber Dao, Flawless Four Seasons, Spring Saber. With a thought, peach blossoms fell, and the sky immediately turned pink. When Xiao Chen looked up, the flower petals formed a long river that stretched for 5 kilometers. A floral fragrance assaulted the nose, spreading everywhere. The many pink petals all contained Xiao Chen's small perfection saber soul. Spring overflowed with boundless life force. The flowers and grass on the slope that were suppressed by the sword intent bloomed and swelled wildly. In the depths of the peach blossoms, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the thousands of peach blossoms gathered into a peach blossom branch. 7 or 8 flower buds appeared on the branch, waiting to bloom. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the peach blossom branch pierced through the sword intent with overwhelming killing chi. Then, it stabbed into Ouyang Feng's purple night sword formation. Spring thunder roared again, and the 7 or 8 flower buds on the branch bloomed together with the thunder, proudly blooming amid the sharp sword chi. 81 small sword formations stopped operating one after another, forming a large formation that was interconnected with each other. An even stronger force suppressed them, stopping them from operating. Ouyang Feng paled. The purple knight sword art circulated frantically in his body. However, the sword formation under his feet did not listen to him. That small peach blossom suppressed it until it could not move. Ouyang Feng, who was deep in the center of the sword formation, could not help but show a sullen expression. He stretched out his hand and drew his sword, preparing to charge out. I advise you not to move. These 81 sword formations are already completely broken. They are just suppressed. If you take a step, this balance will immediately break. You will bear the brunt of it. Not only will you have to face your own purple knight sword formation, but you will also have to face my spring saber. You will die without a complete corpse in a moment. As the mountain wind blew, Xiaochen held the lunar shadow saber expressionlessly as he spoke calmly. You bastard, where did this fellow come from? I am an elite disciple of the Purple Knight Sword sect. How dare you offend me at Sword Forging Peak? Are you tired of living? Do you think I will be frightened by your nonsense? Ouyang Feng easily suppressed by Xiaochen's attack. Ouyang Feng lost all his elegance and started cursing. Nephew Ouyang, don't move. A shout came from an old man carrying a sword at the waist of the mountain. This old man arrived with one step, and a melodious sword hum rang out. His body was as straight as a sword. While his voice was still echoing, he had already arrived at the summit. Xiaochen thought, the person who arrived is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage swordsman. When this person looked at Xiaochen, his sword light seemed solid, giving Xiaochen immense pressure. He wanted to force Xiaochen back with one look. However, Xiaochen possessed a saber soul, and his immortal will of thunder had reached 40% comprehension. Although his aura was not as strong as the other parties, he would not retreat so easily. Xiaochen stood straight, his feet planted firmly on the ground. He did not move at all, not avoiding this person's gaze at all. After the old man shouted at Ouyang Feng, who was in the sword formation, to stop, he checked. His back immediately became drenched in cold sweat. He was greatly frightened. Xiaochen was not lying at all. He was very clear on the might of his purple knight sword formation. The peach tree branch that could suppress the purple knight sword formation would only be even more horrifying. When the two overlapped, there should have been a startling shock wave. However, due to the ingenuity of the peach tree branch, it formed a delicate balance. If the balance was broken, what would happen to Ouyang Feng, who was in the sword formation? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. When Ouyang Feng saw the old man rushing over, it was like he saw his savior. He said hurriedly, Uncle Diao, kill this fellow and save me. The moment Ouyang Feng said that, the expressions of the swordsmen lining up at the summit changed drastically. Unexpectedly, what Xiaochen said was true. A peach tree branch broke the purple knight sword formation, suppressing Ouyang Feng to the point where he did not dare to move at all. This scene also attracted the gazes of the cultivators going in and out of the tightly shut main doors. My dear nephew offended you earlier. Little friend, please remove the restriction, the old man with the family name Diao said as he looked at Xiaochen, ignoring Ouyang Feng's words. As a great Grandmaster-level swordsman, how could Ouyang Feng compare to the old man's vision? With one glance, he could tell that Xiaochen had shown mercy. Ouyang Feng's life and death were in the hands of the other party. Yet, Ouyang Feng still insisted on killing Xiaochen. This was simply seeking death. How could the old man with the family name Diao listen to him? When facing the old man with surging sword intent, Xiaochen was neither servile nor overbearing. He said calmly, this Xiao's original intention was not to compete with the strong. Since Senior said so, I will let you go. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the small peach blossom in the sword formation exploded together with the boundless sword chi of the purple knight sword formation, turning into peach blossoms dancing in the air. The sound of sabers and swords clashing came from the petals. Thousands of petals fell like rain, adding to the charm of sword forging peak. Die! Without any restraints, Ouyang Feng instantly drew his sword. He moved with his sword, turning into a beam of purple light as he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had anticipated this long ago, so he did not panic. Rings of electric light appeared behind him, and thunder roared. Then he gently drew the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen pushed aside the extremely vicious sword light that sneak attacked him. He took a step forward and grasped his scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he jabbed at Ouyang Feng's back. Dang! A sword formation appeared under Ouyang Feng's feet. In a fluster, he turned around and blocked Xiao Chen's saber strike. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chen materialized the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber. The sheathed lunar shadow saber in his hand became one with his body. Then he swung his saber at Ouyang Feng's face at an extremely crafty angle. Ouyang Feng quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's movements were casual and unrestrained, like a heavenly steed flying in the sky. He weaved through the purple night sword formation, relying only on his saber techniques to suppress Ouyang Feng until he could not move an inch. The old man with the family name Diao could no longer continue watching. He stepped forward and used his finger as a sword. A surging sword intent erupted endlessly and knocked Xiao Chen back. Little friend, stop here. There is no need to push things too far. Xiao Chen moved back and remained silent. The old man's words were not fair at all, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, if he could make a big problem into a small one, then he would let it go. Bastard, after hitting me, you still want to leave? Scram back. Another soaring sword hum rang out. Just as Xiao Chen turned around, Ouyang Feng charged out from behind the old man and soared into the air. 81 sword formations formed in the air around him, forming a vast array. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw purple sword lights filling the sky, looking very mighty. Ouyang Feng stood in the sword formation, giving off a dazzling light. The sword intent in his body rose infinitely as he chopped down at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen kept his spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings at all times. He would be able to sense the slightest movement in the wind and react very quickly to Ouyang Feng's next attack. Peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, the winter snow drifted, the flawless 4 seasons. All sorts of scenes flashed around Xiao Chen, cycling endlessly. Xiao Chen stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Without drawing his saber, he also sent out a saber strike, clashing with the attack. Chapter 954. The might of the flawless 4 seasons, which had already replenished spring and winter, was more than 20% stronger than before. Compared to Ouyang Feng's purple night sword formation, it was much stronger. This time, Xiao Chen did not show any mercy, using 80% of his strength. When he swung his saber, a boundless saber intent surged out, knocking Ouyang Feng, who was swinging his sword in the air, into the air. The 81 small purple night sword formations all shattered, turning into countless strands of sword chi flying in the air. The old man with the family name Diao caught Ouyang Feng's body and checked it. Then he could not help feeling enraged. 4 different kinds of energy wandered in Ouyang Feng's body, injuring his meridians and internal organs. Without half a year of recuperation and miraculous medicinal pills, he would not be able to recover. The other party looked like he did not have a temper, retreating time and time again. However, when he was truly enraged, he attacked very ruthlessly, nearly crippling Ouyang Feng without a sound. Little friend, don't you think you are too ruthless? The old man with the family name Diao asked coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This fellow is finished. Diao Jintao and Ouyang Feng's father are old friends. This white-robed bladesman injured Ouyang Feng. There is no way to resolve this peacefully. I wonder how badly he injured Ouyang Feng to provoke Diao Jintao to this extent. No one can save him. Diao Jintao is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage swordsman. He can kill him in 10 moves. What is a bladesman doing here at Sword Forging Peak? He thinks that the great Grandmaster-level martial sage will meet him. He only has himself to blame for this. Seeing Diao Jintao angry, many people started discussing him. The one-punch swordsman did not like Xiao Chen. He had a deep prejudice against swords and sabers. Xiao Chen did not feel that he had done anything wrong. There was a limit to one's tolerance. It was impossible for him to remain calm when the other party kept attacking him. Unfortunately, he could no longer remain at this sword-forging peak. He would have to go look for other blacksmiths. I attacked ruthlessly? It looks like Senior's old eyes are really blind. If you want to attack, just attack. However, it is impossible for you to make me stay. The freedom wings on Xiao Chen's back spread open, and he looked at the other party calmly, not backing down at all. Wrong was wrong, right was right. He could not distinguish right from wrong. Even a great grandmaster did not need to give him any face. Diao Jintao was so angry that he laughed. It has been a long time since I have seen such an arrogant junior. If I cannot make you stay today, there is no need for me to continue staying in the profound domain. A surging sword intent spread out from every corner of Xiao Chen's body. Dense blue rings of light appeared behind him. He now had 3,000 complete heavenly sage laws. The cultivation behind Xiao Chen made him feel an immense pressure. Sword hums could be heard from each of the light wheels. As Diao Jintao's aura reached its peak, the tightly shut gates of the manor suddenly opened. A doorman walked out and asked in a crisp voice, "Who is Xiao Chen? The manor lord invites you over." For a moment, everyone's gazes were attracted by the open main gate. A commotion quickly spread from the swordsmen lining up at the peak to the foot of the mountain. The gates of the sword-forging manor are open. This gate has not been opened for more than 100 years, right? The last time it opened, it seemed like the profound domain's sword sovereign came personally. Only then did Master Situ open the gates. Who is this Xiao Chen? Why does he sound familiar? Even the heavily injured Ouyang Feng and Diao Jintao, who were preparing to make a move, were shocked and looked over. Is Xiao Chen here? Is the Haotian sect's white-robed Xiao Chen here? The manor lord invites you over. The doorman shouted again. The somewhat confused Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and handed his identity token to the doorman. I am. This is my identity token. The doorman received the identity token and checked it. Then he nodded and said, Hee. It is indeed you. The manor lord has not opened the gates for 100 years. Unexpectedly, after 100 years, the one to welcome him is a bladesman. Come in. This time, all the swordsmen on the mountain were stunned. The one Situ Leihong welcomed was actually this bladesman. This was too shocking. Diao Jintao looked at the closed gates and muttered, I came a few times to ask Situ Leihong to help me forge a treasure sword. However, he did not even want to see me. He always dismissed me by saying that I am not fated with swords. White-robed Xiao Chen. So, it is him. He is the person who kicked Di Wuk in the Sage Mark Monument 3 years ago. No wonder. He even dared to kick Di Wuk. How could he give face to a great Grandmaster-level martial sage? Biang Feng is really blind. I heard that he even killed the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin in the Primal Chaos domain. However, why did the Great Master open the gates for him? Isn't he a bladesman? Some Emperor Wu came to ask for a sword, but the Great Master blocked him at the gates. He insisted on testing his fate with swords. Without a fate with swords, no matter how powerful his backer or how much money he offered, he would not forge a sword for him. The scenery inside the mountain manor was different. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a courtyard filled with thousands of ancient swords. A swordsman came in through a small door. This swordsman frowned as he walked through the courtyard filled with ancient swords. Occasionally, he would make a move, pulling the ancient sword beside him. The ancient swords buzzed. As the swordsman held the sword hilt, it was like all the ancient swords in the courtyard were connected. The drifting sword chi surged in the air, forming a vast and surging sword intent that was as vast as the sea. The swordsman did not just hold one ancient sword but 1,000 ancient swords in the courtyard. In the end, even after using all his vital chi and laws, he could not draw a single sword. All the swordsmen walking in the courtyard showed unsightly expressions. They frowned heavily, their eyes filled with confusion and confusion. Xiao Chen walked along the corridor with the doorman. As he looked at these swordsmen, he entered deep thought. This is the Manor Lord's test. Only a swordsman who can draw an ancient sword has a fate with swords. Only then can the manor lord forge a sword for him, the doorman explained when he saw Xiao Chen's gaze. However, since the manor lord personally invited you, there is no need for you to take such a test. Xiao Chen smiled. His first senior sister was right. As long as he handed over his identity medallion, he would be able to enter. After passing the courtyard filled with ancient swords, Xiao Chen did not see another sword in the mountain manor. Instead, he saw flowers, trees, courtyards, corridors, fake mountains, and many other natural beauties. The doorman brought Xiao Chen to a large hall and stopped. Wait for a while. Earlier, a fiend race girl obtained a fate with swords. The manor lord is currently receiving her. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and nodded, not objecting. Outside the hall, Xiao Chen chatted with the doorman. He learned many things about Situ Leihong. Only then did they realize that this grandmaster's position in the mysterious region's sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level. Without exception, all the famous swordsmen in the profound domain had swords forged by a grandmaster. The one that people talked about the most was the divine weapon of the profound domain's sword sovereign, the Scarlet Firmament Sword. This was Situ Leihong's pinnacle work. It was also the divine weapon that made him famous throughout the Kunlun realm. Spirit weapons and secret treasures were two different systems. Compared to the former, the latter had many variations. Sabers, swords, pagodas, treasured mirrors, fans, bronze rings, palaces, and so on could all be secret treasures. Spirit weapons were much simpler, just weapons. The highest level was divine weapons. The biggest difference between secret treasures and secret treasures was that secret treasures were born from magic treasures. However, spirit weapons were unique to the martial epoch. The people who forged secret treasures and spirit weapons had different statuses. The former were known as blacksmiths, while the latter were known as blacksmiths. After this conversation, Xiao Chen did not feel bored. Instead, it broadened his horizons. Thinking of something, Xiao Chen asked, I came from the Sky Dome realm. I once heard that only 10 divine weapons are allowed to exist in the world. However, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion has always had one divine weapon, the Heavenly Universe Saber. The bellboy smiled and said, that is not quite right. It is not that only 10 divine weapons are allowed to exist. Rather, only 10 divine weapons can make it onto the divine weapon ranking. The Heavenly Universe Saber once made it onto the divine weapon ranking. However, it was no longer there long ago. If it is not on the divine weapon ranking, it will not possess divine might. At best, it will be equal to an emperor-grade secret treasure. It is not sufficient to face those primordial emperor treasures. Just as Xiao Chen was about to ask what the divine weapon ranking was, the bellboy stopped speaking and revealed a listening expression. The doorman stopped talking and revealed an attentive expression. Someone was probably transmitting a message to him. After a while, the bellboy said, that fiend race girl has already left. Please come in. Xiao Chen tidied up his appearance and looked at the lunar shadow saber that he could not draw. After calming his emotions, he pushed the door open and entered. Sit. The moment Xiao Chen entered, he heard a clear and powerful voice inviting him to sit. A middle-aged man with a scholarly air and dressed in blue robes sat in the seat in the middle. It was like a blazing flame was hidden in his body, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. However, the expression in his eyes was as calm as autumn water, easily suppressing that berserk flame. Instead, he gave off a scholarly air. This person must be Situ Leihong. Xiao Chen felt startled. Unexpectedly, he could not make out this person's cultivation at all. Was he a great grandmaster-level martial sage, the blue-robed emperor, or something even higher? He could not figure it out. However, Situ Leihong did not give off any aura that would put pressure on Xiao Chen. There was only a demeanor that surpassed that of a grandmaster-level martial sage circulating around his body. It was natural, not showing any signs of pretense. The most important thing was that Situ Leihong's aura was very different from what Xiao Chen imagined. After Xiao Chen sat down, a maidservant brought tea over and invited Xiao Chen to take his time. Situ Leihong sized up Xiao Chen and said, Ying Tianzong has accepted a good student. At such a young age, he already has the air of a grandmaster. His saber soul is also considered to have reached small perfection, comparable to the disciples of the profound domains Wuxia. Lord Jiao once said that the profound domain had two peak experts, the saber sword two sovereigns. They were second only to the Thunder King, the Fox King, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and Emperor Forsaken. These were the peak sovereign martial emperors of the present age. The Ying Tianzong that Sidu Leihong mentioned was the name of the Haotian martial emperor, and Wu Xiaotian was the saber sovereign of the saber sword two sovereigns. Only someone of Sidu Leihong's status could directly address these two people by their names. However, Xiaochen had always been good at reading people's expressions. Although the Grandmaster's words were praising Xiaochen, his tone was very calm. In other words, the Grandmaster meant that Xiaochen could be considered a genius, barely catching his eye. Xiaochen took a sip of tea and did not say anything. This person's standards were very high. Xiaochen could see some suspicions from the rules he set. Chapter 955. The saber was born from the sword. For the sake of understanding the special characteristics of the saber, I learned some saber techniques. Little friend Xiaochen, if you do not mind, how about we exchange pointers? Sidu Leihong was not in a rush to speak. Instead, he wanted to compete with Xiaochen in saber techniques. Sidu Leihong clapped his hands, and a servant stepped forward, bringing out two undrawn sabers, not giving Xiaochen a chance to refuse. Sidu Leihong made an inviting gesture, letting Xiaochen choose his saber first. Xiaochen stood up and said, "If Senior is willing to bestow a move, I am naturally willing to exchange pointers. However, I am already used to the saber in my hand. I hope you can forgive me." "As you wish, then." Sidu Leihong did not feel upset about this. Instead, some appreciation flashed in his eyes as he clapped his hands. The hall suddenly started spinning, moving very quickly. Before Xiaochen could understand what was going on, the environment before him turned into a vast drill ground. A cold saber appeared in Sidu Leihong's hand. The flickering light seemed to merge with the sky, giving off a vague feeling of merging with the sky. Sidu Leihong took one step and charged over to Xiaochen. A melodious saber hum resounded everywhere. When he swung his saber, he left behind an inextinguishable saber light in the air, looking resplendent and dazzling. Xiaochen felt mildly shocked. Although Sidu Leihong had not comprehended saber intent, the saber light he condensed was no weaker than that of bladesmen with 90% comprehended saber intent. Those who were not sure would definitely mistake Sidu Leihong for an expert of the saber Dao. Before Xiaochen could think, the saber light had already arrived before him. As he grasped the lunar shadow saber, he materialized the flawless saber Dao. The saber merged with his body. When he raised his hand, it was like he had drawn a treasure saber. Ding! The scabbard blocked Sidu Leihong's saber light. Shock flashed in Sidu Leihong's eyes as he quickly changed his move. The sound of a volcano erupting resounded. Sidu Leihong's figure flashed, and an unparalleled tyrannical saber light attacked from the right. Xiaochen's long hair fluttered without any wind. His saber soul, which had evolved into saber intent, burst out from every corner of his body. Now, the saber was no longer restricted to the saber in his hand. The first 100 saber hums overlapped. With a twist, Xiaochen switched from defense to offense, forcing Sidu Leihong to retreat. The two of them did not intend to use any martial techniques. They relied purely on their saber techniques to fight an intense battle in the drill ground. Honestly speaking, Sidu Leihong's skills with the saber were excellent. Even a proper bladesman like Xiaochen secretly praised him. However, the other party's heart was not on the saber Dao at all. His love for the saber was fundamentally different from Xiaochen's. Without using any martial techniques, Sidu Leihong would not be able to block the flawless saber Dao, which contained all of Xiaochen's comprehension of saber techniques. Xiaochen tilted his body and chopped down. Boundless saber lights flickered. Using his body as a saber and his shoulder as a blade, the incredible saber technique immediately knocked Sidu Leihong back. Then, Sidu Leihong saw 3,000 strands of black hair flying over. Each strand was like a treasured saber. He had no choice but to take another step back. Ding! Amid the thousands of strands of saber light, a rainbow light flashed. It was Xiaochen holding the lunar shadow saber's scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, He took advantage of Sidu Leihong's continuous retreat to use the scabbard to tap his opponent's chest. Retreat. Xiao Chen did not truly tap Sidu Leihong's chest, only gently touching him. Then he retreated at lightning speed. Senior, there is no need to continue with this exchange, Xiao Chen said calmly as he landed on the ground. Sidu Leihong felt interested in Xiao Chen's novel saber Dao. It's fine. I am just a bladesman who changed my path halfway through my training. You cannot injure me, so just attack. There is no need to show mercy. Let's continue. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Senior, since you do not understand the saber, why the need to be so stubborn? Sidu Leihong's face sank, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said coldly, You say that I do not understand the saber? Even the profound domain's Emperor Wu would not dare to say that. Senior has a powerful treasure saber, and your saber techniques are excellent, not inferior to a first-rate bladesman's. However, if you do not understand, then you do not understand. If you truly understood, how could you not comprehend saber intent? After a long time, Sidu Leihong smiled faintly and said, You have the same bad temper as Ing Zonggen. Back then, he criticized my saber techniques as worthless. That precious disciple of his praised your saber techniques in his letter. Now that I see it, it is rather unique. You created it yourself, right? What is it called? Xiao Chen answered honestly, Flawless. When Sidu Leihong heard the word, flawless, his expression clearly changed. Then he smiled in disappointment and frustration. Flawless? How can there be something truly flawless in the world? I once thought that the sword was the most perfect weapon in the world. However, if it were truly flawless, how could it give birth to a weapon like the saber? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He said, Senior, by studying saber techniques, are you thinking of using it to make up for the sword's inadequacies, forging a truly flawless sword? That's right. The highest point of a spirit weapon is a divine weapon. I want to forge a flawless sword that surpasses a divine weapon. Unfortunately, even after 100 years, I have not made any progress. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you. Sidu Leihong waved his hand, and the world spun around. The scene before Xiao Chen returned to the Great Hall. Sidu Leihong's cultivation was unfathomable. With such means, Xiao Chen was not surprised. He handed the lunar shadow saber to Sidu Leihong and said, I would like Senior to help me take a look at this saber. Sidu Leihong received the lunar shadow saber and casually drew it. A resplendent saber light lit up the entire Great Hall, dazzling everyone. When Sidu Leihong drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter, Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed drastically. Sidu Leihong reacted very quickly withdrawing the saber with a clang. Xiao Chen had tried to draw the lunar shadow saber many times, but he could not. Furthermore, Su Xiaoxiao said that the embryo soul in the saber was extremely weak. The saber could not see light, so Xiao Chen did not try to draw it again. Unexpectedly, Sidu Leihong managed to draw it easily. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and asked, Senior, is the embryo soul in there fine? Sidu Leihong put down the lunar shadow saber and said, It's fine. It is not that weak. You came to me because you want to nourish the embryo soul into an item spirit, right? Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Senior, do you have a way? If it were an ordinary saber, it would be easy for me to nourish an item spirit even though I am a swordsmith. It would not take much effort. However, this one is somewhat problematic. Xiao Chen said calmly, Senior, just be straightforward. Just tell me the conditions you need. I do not have any hopes of achieving them immediately. Sidu Leihong grasped the lunar shadow saber again and said, The rare divine materials of the world are nothing to me. I do not lack any of them. On account of Ying Tianzong, I will help you pay for them. However, there are 3 things that you will have to find on your own. Which 3? Soul returning grass, Permitha flower, and 3 life stone. Xiao Chen stood up and said, Many thanks, Senior. If I find these 3 things, will I be able to summon back the item spirit? What's wrong? You doubt my ability? Without the embryo soul, I would not dare to say that. However, since I said it, I naturally have complete confidence. Sidu Leihong showed displeasure on his face. Xiao Chen rejoiced. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks, senior. I will never forget this favor. Xiao Chen will definitely repay it in the future. Don't be in a rush to leave." Sidu Leihong stopped Xiao Chen. Then he smiled and said, "On account of Ying Tianzong, I can help you pay for the divine materials. However, helping you summon back the item spirit is not free. Earlier, when the Fox King's adoptive daughter came over, I did not help her for free." "Senior, please speak your mind." Situ Leihong said, "In the profound domain, there is a sword school ranking and a saber school ranking. They have been passed down since the ancient era. Right now, they are in the hands of the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyan, and the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaodian. The ranking happens once every 10 years. Every time, it attracts the attention of the profound domain's bladesmen and swordsmen. There are still 4 months before the 2 rankings begin. The top 10 of the saber school ranking will obtain a piece of 10,000-year-old flame gold. I want you to help me get it." Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, 10,000-year-old flame gold? I will personally hand it to senior 4 months later." Situ Leihong smiled and said, "Your tone is really big. Do you think that there is no one in my profound domain? This saber school ranking does not prohibit the older generation cultivators from participating. As long as one is not the blue-robed emperor, one can participate. Senior, just wait for the good news. Goodbye." When Xiao Chen walked out of the door, he felt like he had forgotten something. Suddenly, he recalled that Situ Leihong said that the fiend race girl who came first was the Fox King's adoptive daughter. The Fox King's adoptive daughter? Isn't that Bai? Xiao Chen turned around and prepared to enter the great hall to ask Situ Leihong about it. Who knew? The doors were tightly shut. No matter how he pushed them, they would not open. Young master, the manor lord already has a new guest. I'll bring you out, the bellboy said to Xiao Chen with a smile when he appeared. Xiao Chen sighed. Xiao Bai had made a trip here, but they had to brush past each other. What a pity. However, he had proper matters to attend to now. He had to ask Ying Qiong about the soul-returning grass, the Permetha flower, and the 3-life stone. He also had to figure out the matter of the saber school ranking. Inside the great hall, right after Xiao Chen left, the Haotian emperor silently appeared. Zong Tian, this disciple of yours is really fearless. He does not care about the saber school ranking at all. He did not even ask where the soul-returning grass, the 3-life stone, and the Permetha flower are before agreeing. Sidu Leihong smiled faintly. He was not surprised at Ying Zongtian's appearance at all. Or rather, Ying Zongtian had arrived long ago. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, "Little Lei, it has been so many years since we last met, but you are still as black-hearted as before. You got my disciple to obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and the Fox King's adoptive daughter to obtain the 10,000-year-old essence iron from the sword school ranking. Just by opening your mouth, you obtained both items." Sidu Leihong's face turned black in the blink of an eye. "How many times have I said it? Don't call me Little Lei. I am already more than 200 years old." Ying Zongtian smiled and said, "What's wrong? You are not convinced? If you are not convinced, then reincarnate earlier. I am an old monster over 2,000 years old. Even if you live another 100 years, you will still be called Little Lei. Good. I can't beat you. Let's talk about proper matters. How confident are you of breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor?" Situ Leihong stopped arguing and asked about another matter. "Originally, I was 100% confident. However, there were some problems with the 3 holy masters. It is hard to say whether they will make a move or not." Situ Leihong raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Is it because of that brat earlier?" "That's right. The 3 holy masters are certain that they are not willing to see the Qing emperor's descendant rise up. However, you are standing out to support him. Aren't you just finding trouble for yourself?" Ying Zongtian did not seem to mind. He said somewhat casually, "It is not difficult to become a sovereign martial emperor. It is also not difficult to become a powerful sovereign martial emperor like the Thunder King or Emperor Forsaken. However, if you go any higher, it is a dead end. No one can reach it." Chapter 956. What was above a powerful sovereign martial emperor? Naturally, it was the legendary martial god. However, Everyone knew that there were no martial gods in the world. Even someone as strong as the Qing Emperor, unrivaled in his era, was not a martial god. Even someone like the Thunder King, who had lived for more than 10,000 years and was publicly recognized as the strongest expert in the world, was not a martial god. Situ Leihong could tell from Ying Zongtian's words that he was very ambitious. Even powerful experts like the Thunder King and Emperor Forsaken had not become his goal. Could it be that you want to become a martial god? Your goal is too unrealistic. Ying Zongtian withdrew the smile on his face. His tone turned somewhat grave as he said, "Martial god? I have never thought of it before. After accumulating for 1,000 years, I have already reached my limits. Even after exhausting all my potential, I will only reach the level of Emperor Forsaken. I only want to know what kind of cultivation realm martial god is." The ancient sages were too ruthless. If they left, then so be it. In the end, they did not even leave behind a word. They even erased all traces of themselves in the Kunlun realm, not leaving any information behind, abandoning the entire Kunlun realm. I have nothing else to ask for in this life. I just want to know what kind of existence that cultivation realm is. I only want one person to reach that realm. Don't be too ruthless. Just tell me what kind of cultivation realm it is. Situ Leihong could hear the sorrow in Ying Zongtian's words. After accumulating for 1,000 years, if he became a sovereign personage, he would immediately become an expert on the level of the sword sovereign or the saber sovereign, even stronger than the 3 holy masters. However, even such a talented person still filled his heart with doubts. Even Situ Leihong himself could not be sure if there were martial gods in this world. He could not be sure if there was a peak above the peak. Was the end of the martial epic a dead end? This was the sorrow in Ying Zongtian's heart. However, it was also the sorrow of all the cultivators in the Kunlun realm. What was a dead end? You had to put in a lot of effort, cutting your way through brambles and thorns, climbing your way up, experiencing hundreds of battles, undergoing 9 tribulations. However, even standing at the peak, you still could not escape death. So what if someone as strong as the Thunder King did not die for 10,000 years? In the end, he still remained in seclusion, staring at the sky and waiting for death. Why was it that the path ahead was already at an end, no path left to walk? Above the peak, there was no undying existence. Situ Leihong waved his hand and said, "Let's change the topic. This topic is too depressing." Ying Tianzong smiled and said, "You want the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and the 10,000-year-old essence iron to forge the flawless sword, right? How is it going? Let me see." An object that looked like a fire stick appeared in Situ Leihong's mind. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's continue. This topic is rather heavy. In that case, I will get down to business. You helped Lu Xiaoyun forge his divine weapon. He still owes you a favor, right? Give him to me. Get him to protect me and successfully advance to Sovereign Martial Emperor." Situ Leihong cursed, "Damn, you are really ruthless. This is what I used to save my life. Rather than talking about this, you might as well talk about the flawless sword." Situ Leihong's swordsmithing skills were unparalleled in the world. Any faction that obtained his swordsmithing skills would benefit them greatly. Who knew how many experts had designs on him? Naturally, Situ Leihong was able to survive until now because he helped others forge swords and received many favors. Of all these, his greatest reliance was the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun. Everyone knew that the divine weapon in the sword sovereign's hand was forged by Situ Leihong. If anyone dared to touch him, they would definitely suffer the revenge of the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, "Little Lei, are you being silly again? After I become a sovereign martial emperor, do I still need Lu Xiaoyun to protect you?" That's right. After 1,000 years of accumulations, once you advance to sovereign martial emperor, you will not be inferior to Lu Xiaoyun, Situ Leihong said in understanding. "Let's go." It settled. Space fluctuated, and Ying Zongtian vanished from the hall. Everything returned to normal, as if he had never been there. Situ Leihong felt somewhat confused as he said, "Why do I feel like I got cheated?" "He's coming out. Xiao Qin is coming out." The gates of the manor opened. Before the doorman's respectful gaze, a white figure appeared before everyone. A bladesman actually managed to enter the sword-forging manor. Furthermore, Master Situ invited him in from the main gates. Everyone's gazes were filled with one word: jealousy. Diao Jintao stepped forward and blocked Xiao Qin, who had just stepped out of the steps. He glared at Xiao Qin angrily. "Brat, it is time to settle the debt between us." After obtaining the method to save Ao Jiao, Xiao Qin was in a good mood. When facing this unreasonable Diao Jintao, he started to think of other ways to deal with this. Xiao Qin needed to search for the soul-returning grass, the Permetha flower, and the three-life stone. In the profound domain, he had already offended the Medicine God Valley's people. If he offended another great Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be somewhat problematic. Even if Xiao Qin could leave now, it would not be a solution if Xiao Qin found news of him in the future and chased after him. Suddenly, Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows and thought of a countermeasure. He said, "Old sir, there is no need to make things difficult for this little friend. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. There is no deep hatred between us. I merely touched your nephew lightly." Ouyang Feng wanted to vomit blood in his heart. "What do you mean by touched lightly? You beat me until I cannot get out of bed for half a year." Diao Jintao said coldly, "Are you joking? Do you think that you can settle this matter with just a few words?" Xiao Qin hugged the lunar shadow saber and smiled calmly. "Not at all. Old sir's cultivation is deep and surging. Your sword chi is like a great river, and your peak sword intent is boundlessly sharp. I wonder how old you are?" Diao Jintao felt slightly pleased. This old man has cultivated for 400 years. How can you compare to me? It will be easy for me to keep you here. Xiao Qin said regretfully, "In that case, you only have 100 years left to live. Martial sages could live for up to 500 years. As long as there were no accidents, like a problem with their cultivation, getting severely injured by their enemies, or using a forbidden martial technique, they could live to 500 years old." 500 years was a long time for the people of the mundane world. However, to cultivators, especially strong cultivators, it could only be said in one sentence: there would always be an end. If one could not break through to the blue-robed emperor realm and extend one's lifespan to 1,000 years, no matter how unfathomable one's strength was, one would eventually turn to dust. This was especially so for people like Diao Jintao, who had reached great grandmaster-level martial sage but was still a distance away from the blue-robed emperor realm. Their yearning for the mundane world far surpassed that of cultivators of other cultivation realms. Xiao Chen's words immediately exposed Diao Jintao's weakness. His rage flared up in an instant. "Old sir, there is no need to get angry. This Xiao is willing to use a longevity fruit to resolve this grudge." Xiao Chen tossed out a piece of shocking news. The words, longevity fruit, immediately excited Diao Jintao. "You are saying that you have a longevity fruit?" Among the long line of swordsmen, several Grandmaster-level martial swordsmen felt restless. Now, when they looked at Xiao Qin, they no longer had the same envious expression as before. Instead, they now had an undisguised murderous intent. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and tossed a longevity fruit from his universe ring to Diao Jintao. Diao Jintao caught it, his eyes filled with excitement. Ouyang Feng dragged his heavily injured body to the side. He called out a few times, but Xiao Qin did not reply. "It really is a longevity fruit. A longevity fruit that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Ha! Now, I might have hope of breaking through to the blue-robed emperor realm." Diao Jintao could not help laughing out loud as his emotions surged. Then, he quickly put away the longevity fruit. "Uncle, you won't abandon this nephew's grudge just because of a longevity fruit, right?" Ouyang Feng could not help feeling anxious when he saw Diao Jintao's overjoyed expression. Diao Jintao put away the longevity fruit and reprimanded with a stern expression, "How can you say that? You repeatedly made things difficult for young Master Xiao, insulting him and attacking him. Xiao Qin only gently touched you. He is so magnanimous, yet you are not grateful. Instead, you talk about a grudge. I feel ashamed for your father." After that, Diao Jintao turned around and performed a cupped fist salute. "Young Master Xiao, my nephew was wrong in today's matter. As his senior, I apologize to you. This time, Ouyang Feng was truly angered to the point of vomiting blood. Without miraculous medicine, I will not be able to recover in half a year. What do you mean by gently touching me? Ouyang Feng raged in his heart. He said angrily, Uncle, can you be more shameless? He just called you an old fogey and called you blind. But right after Ouyang Feng spoke, Diao Jintao slapped him across the face. But Ouyang Feng flew back and rolled down the mountain like a rock. Ouyang Feng had just suppressed his internal injuries. Now, he was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. His miserable cries filled the entire mountain, a tragic sight to behold. An outstanding youth filled with confidence came here to seek a fate with swords. In the end, he ended up in such a state, getting slapped away by his own uncle. This made one sigh. Diao Jintao felt depressed. This Ouyang Feng was really not on the right path. Even now, he still could not see the situation clearly. I gave Ouyang Feng a way out of this embarrassing situation, yet he ended up blaming me. One longevity fruit was 100 years of lifespan. 200 years of lifespan. So what if he was called an old blind man? No matter how harsh the insult was, he would still accept it. Furthermore, what Xiao Chen said was right. There was no deep hatred. It was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Diao Jintao turned around and revealed a smile like the spring breeze to Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, it's time to go. This old man will prepare a generous gift for your king conferral ceremony half a year from now. If you are fortunate enough to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm, I will definitely thank you again. Damn! How shameless! Shameless. Truly shameless. He is a great grandmaster-level swordsman. How can he change his mind at a whim, falling out with him at a whim? The group of young swordsmen immediately started cursing, feeling that Ouyang Feng was not worthy of this. However, the group of old grandmaster-level martial sages had already surrounded Xiao Chen. All of them had smiles on their faces as they continuously praised Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao is truly a talented person with an extraordinary air. I have been unhappy with that Ouyang Feng for a long time now. He attacked young Master Xiao without distinguishing right from wrong. He is a scum and should be taught a ruthless lesson. Do you still have any longevity fruits? Can you give this old man one? The white-robed king's magnanimity is indeed worth learning by the younger generation. It would be great if the younger generation could all be like the white-robed king. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. He truly lives up to being someone that Master Situ personally summoned. All sorts of praises rained down on Xiao Chen like cannon fire, toppling mountains and overturning seas. When these old men saw Xiao Chen casually give a longevity fruit to Diao Jintao, their eyes turned bloodshot with anxiety. They all spoke up, begging Xiao Chen to give them another longevity fruit. Xiao Chen found it funny. These people's earlier words were still ringing in his ears. Now that he saw their performance, it was a great mockery. Chapter 957. However, everything was within expectations. This was the effect that Xiao Chen wanted. He smiled faintly and suppressed the voices of the crowd. Old sirs, please don't get agitated. This Xiao no longer has any longevity fruits on me. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to get one. Once those words were spoken, one could clearly see the disappointment on the faces of the many old men. Xiao Chen paused for a while before continuing. Just because I do not have any longevity fruits on me does not mean that I do not have any more. Truth be told, I obtained 10 longevity fruits by chance in an immortal sect remnant in the Primal Chaos Domain's Heavenly Ruin Wasteland. Aside from the one that I gave to old Mr. Diao, I handed the remaining 9 to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Half a month from now, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion will hold a small Grandmaster-level auction to auction off these longevity fruits. There are still 9 left. The old men surrounding Xiao Chen immediately rekindled their hope. Several of the old men looked at Xiao Chen with malicious intent. They did not believe him and wanted to kill him to snatch his treasures. Xiao Chen saw all this. His heart was as clear as a mirror. He smiled faintly and said, I hope that everyone will attend the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction half a month from now. I once said that great grandmaster level experts cannot stop me. I was not speaking carelessly. If you want to keep this Xiao Chen here, don't overthink it. The freedom wings on Xiao Chen's back unfurled. He had already prepared the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. Instantly excited, he took a step forward and crossed hundreds of kilometers. He really disappeared. I can't sense his aura anymore. Xiao Chen was indeed not bragging. Great grandmaster level martial sages cannot stop him. Longevity fruits. Unexpectedly, this old man managed to run into such a natural treasure in his lifetime. I have to obtain it at all costs. It looks like I can only sell the divine materials for forging weapons. Otherwise, I will not be able to buy longevity fruits. Several old men left Sword Forging Peak, preparing for the longevity fruit auction that would take place half a month later. Hundreds of kilometers away, Xiao Chen landed on a small mountain peak. He revealed a satisfied smile on his face. He had 20 longevity fruits in his hands. He took out one longevity fruit to resolve his grudge and advertise it at the same time. He could definitely afford it. After all, it was a trade without any cost. Given Sword Forging Peak's position in the profound domain, the news of the longevity fruit appearing would spread throughout the entire profound domain in less than 3 days. At that time, the many older generation grandmaster level martial sages would all take action. None of the older generation great grandmaster level martial sages would care about their lifespans. 9 longevity fruits would definitely fetch a good price. He might not even have to search for the 3 life stone, soul returning grass, and Permetha flower. He could use the black astral coins to purchase them. It was a small move, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Resurrection flower, equinox grass, 3 lives stone. Xiao Chen had never heard of any of the 3 items. However, based on their names, he vaguely felt that they might be in the ghost domain or that he might have to make a trip to the 9 hells purgatory. As for the specifics, Xiao Chen would have to ask Ying Qiong. He could also ask about the matter of the saber school ranking. Calculating the time, Kim Taeho and Lord Jiao should have already arrived at the Ying clan's headquarters in the profound domain, Qin City. Xiao Chen thought for a while and gave up on going to Qin City. Right now, his identity was somewhat sensitive. It would be better to send someone to inform Ying Qiong. The profound domain was much larger than the primal chaos domain. On the surface, it looked much calmer. At the very least, there would not be any loose cultivators brazenly walking the streets. However, the factions here were much more complicated and vast than in the primal chaos domain. The profound domain was independent of the 5 domains. There were many noble clans of the ghost race, corpse race, human race, and fiend race. They were all like the sovereign noble clans of the human race. They did not submit to the jurisdiction of the major factions of their own domain, so they left and came to this profound domain to establish themselves. After tens of thousands of years of development, this place already had its own unique background, becoming the center of the entire Kunlun realm. Not only were there many local factions, but the Bu Xin Palace, the Corpse God Palace, the Deity Domain, and the Fiend Race had also extended their influence into this place, making it even more complicated. There were countless experts, including several sovereign martial emperors. However, there were only 2 publicly recognized as the strongest: the Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaoyan and the Sword Sovereign Lu Xiaoyun. There were many Saber Sovereigns in this world, such as the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Primal Chaos Saber Sovereign. However, only Wu Xiaotian dared to call himself the Saber Sovereign without any prefixes. The Sword Sovereign Lu Xiaoyan was the same. The 2 of them were publicly recognized as the strongest in the Kunlun realm when it came to using the saber and the sword. This Lu Xiaoyan was not the Lu Xiaoyan that Xiao Chen met in the Sky Dome realm. They had different names, and the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Xiao Chen had been to the profound domain a few times. His understanding of the profound domain was limited to the bits of information he had obtained. Now that he was on a tall mountain, he looked around. He did not know where he was or which faction governed this place. Xiao Chen chose the nearest city and put away the freedom wings. Then he started to make his way. After 4 hours, he arrived at a towering city gate. Heavenly Cauldron City. There were 3 ancient and vast words written on the city gates. The strokes were like dragons and snakes, looking very imposing. Xiaochen muttered them aloud. Heavenly Cauldron City was about the same size as Qin City, which Xiaochen had been to before. It was second only to the Sky City in the center of the profound domain, Leisure Feather City. After entering the city gate, Xiaochen discovered that there were an absurd number of bladesmen in the city. He even vaguely felt like he was in Saber City at the foot of the Sky Dome Realm's Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As a bladesman, Xiaochen did not find this unsuitable. On the contrary, he was already used to this feeling. When Xiaochen entered the largest inn in the city, he was told that all the private rooms and VIP rooms were taken. All the independent courtyards were sold out long ago, leaving only a few of the lowest quality guest rooms. Excuse me, but the city lord's young master recently organized a tea party. Meeting friends over tea and discussing the Tao with the saber. He invited all the famous bladesmen in the world, resulting in overcrowding. Only the lower rooms are left. At the table, Xiaochen casually drank wine. Then, he took a sip and put down his wine cup. That's fine. Lower rooms it is. What's wrong? Does the city lord have a great background? He is just a young master, and he dares to invite all the bladesmen in the world? The waiter smiled and said, Of course. This city lord is a famous bladesman in the Tianwu domain. He is already a blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Heavenly Cauldron City is one of the holy lands for bladesmen in the profound domain. Do you think he has a great background? However, this is nothing. At the very least, in the profound domain, even Emperor Wu would not dare to say that he can do as he pleases. The truly incredible one is the young city lord, Bai Lang. His talent is outstanding. The Saber Sovereign took a liking to him and accepted him as his final disciple. Do you think he is qualified to invite all the bladesmen in the world? This tea party has been passed down for a long time. It is as famous as the Sword Dao tea party held by the Sword Sovereign's inheritors and is widely sought after. The waiter sounded very pleased with himself. Clearly, as a local, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Xiaochen's question. Xiaochen smiled and did not refute the waiter. However, he felt somewhat depressed in his heart. He invited all the famous bladesmen in the world, but why did he not receive an invitation? However, this resentment passed in a flash. After Xiaochen drank the wine, he tossed it to the back of his mind. Go and help me prepare a lower room. After that, I still have something to do and need you to run errands for me. You should know about the faction that circulates letters in the city, right? The waiter chuckled and said, Preparing a room is part of my job. This little one definitely knows where to circulate letters. However, this is not part of my job. That? Xiaochen tossed out a black astral coin and asked, Is that enough? In the primal chaos domain, Xiaochen had killed many martial sages. Although Xiaochen had left the spatial rings with Lord Jiao, he had taken the astral coins and divine materials in them for himself. The items that Lord Jiao had gone to the Ying clan to deal with were the black goods in the spatial rings. In terms of total value, they were much higher than the astral coins that Xiaochen had taken. Xiaochen now had more than 2 million black astral coins, a huge sum. Tossing out 1 black astral coin was more than enough. The waiter happily received the black astral coin and repeatedly said, Good. Then, he quickly went to prepare a room for Xiaochen. In merely 3 days after receiving the letter, Ying Qiong arrived at the appointed time. Xiaochen casually looked around and discovered 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages hidden in the surroundings. Having learned his lesson, Ying Qiong was much more cautious than before. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages appeared. This showed that the power struggle among the Ying clan's younger generation had reached a peak. Young Master Xiao, you really do not ask for this little girl's help. You can't even bear to meet me. Ying Qiong sat down and looked at Xiaochen with a resentful look. Xiaochen smiled and said, Don't give me that. If you were a little girl, then there would be no women in the world. Ying Qiong's expression turned serious as she scolded, You fellow, your mouth is still as venomous as before. That auction was something you decided to hold on your own, right? Are you not afraid that I will fall out with you and prevent you from continuing the auction? Xiaochen put down his wine cup and said with some pity, In that case, never mind. I was just preparing to give you 3 longevity fruits as a thank you gift after the auction. It looks like you do not care for them. Ying Qiong's mouth gaped open slightly as she asked in a low voice, "You fellow, just how many longevity fruits do you have? Don't tell me you even snatched a longevity tree? You overestimate me. With my strength, how could I capture a longevity tree? However, I do have quite a few longevity fruits. Since you agreed to hold the auction, I will definitely give you the 3 longevity fruits as promised." Ying Qiong revealed a suspicious expression. "Are you that kind? Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Xiao Chen said softly, "Don't think too badly of me. I do not wish for the Ying clan to end up in the hands of someone I am not familiar with. In the future, you will be in charge of the Ying clan. It will be much easier for me to handle some matters. The 3 longevity fruits will allow you to recruit 3 experts. That should be of some help to you." Ying Qiong smiled craftily and said, "How come I heard that someone took away the king-grade secret treasures of the Yen clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan scions? You are afraid of offending the Ying clan, offending the 4 sovereign noble clans of the human race, right?" Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Whatever you say. If you are willing to hold the auction, then let's settle it. I can hand the longevity fruits to you now. How can I reject benefits that are delivered to my doorstep? That's right, I already helped your 2 friends with their matters. However, I did not earn a single cent. That fatso is not doing business. What a waste of his eloquence." Xiao Chen smiled and casually handed the box containing the longevity fruits to Ying Qiong. Ying Qiong checked the box for a while. Then, her eyes turned into crescent moons, and she smiled like a flower. "What else is there? Just say it all at once. I don't believe that you will give me something for free." Chapter 958. 3 Life Stone, Soul Returning Grass, and Permetha Flower. Help me ask around for these 3 things. If you can buy them directly, no matter the price, I will buy them. If you cannot buy them directly, then tell me where I can find them." Ying Qiong frowned slightly and asked, "What are those things? I have been in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion for so long, but I have never heard of them before." Xiao Chen's heart sank. To think that even Ying Qiong had not heard of them. It looked like these 3 things would not be easy to find. However, don't worry. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is in charge of intelligence. I should be able to find them. I will let you know after I ask around, Ying Qiong consoled. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. He said, "One last question. How much do you know about the Saber School ranking? Tell me in detail." Ying Qiong gave Xiao Chen a strange look and asked, "Didn't you come to Heavenly Cauldron City to participate in the tea party? How come you don't even know this?" The series of questions made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. "I got lost. I just casually chose Heavenly Cauldron City. As for the tea party, I did not receive an invitation at all." Ying Qiong burst out laughing. He could not help laughing at Xiao Chen's explanation. To think that Xiao Chen chose Heavenly Cauldron City because he got lost. After the explanation, Xiao Chen understood what the Saber School ranking was about. It was about the same as what Situ Leihong had said. However, it was more detailed. The Saber School ranking and the Sword School ranking were extremely famous in the profound domain. The Saber School ranking only recorded 50 people. Those who could make it onto the Saber School ranking were all experts with Grandmaster-level combat prowess. Since the Saber School ranking did not reject older generation cultivators from participating, it was extremely valuable. Over the years, the young bladesmen who could make it onto the Saber School ranking would become famous everywhere, praised by everyone. In other words, this Saber School ranking represented the strongest bladesmen under the blue-robed emperor. This was not an exaggeration at all. The Saber School ranking and the Sword School ranking changed every 10 years. Now, it was almost 10 years. As for the tea party, both clans held it. The inheritors of the Saber Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign would host it. Firstly, it was to strengthen their reputation and discuss the Dao while drinking tea. Secondly, it was to see who among the younger generation had the potential to make it into the top 10 of the Saber School ranking. Over the years, there had been many youths who could make it onto the Saber School ranking. They had killed their way out of a group of older generation bladesmen and made a name for themselves. However, there were very few youths in the top 10. It could be said that there were none, unless the participating bladesmen could not gather 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Those who occupied the top 10 were all great Grandmaster-level existences. However, the more difficult it was, the more impossible it was. If a member of the younger generation could enter the top 10, that would be a testament to their strength. Chen and Si, sage and a sage martial, and spirit sage would also master. Wiccan world. After Xiao Chen heard that, his expression could not help but turn grave. It turned out that the top 10 were so difficult to obtain. One had to challenge a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. No wonder when Sidu Leihong heard Xiao Chen agree, he revealed a mocking expression. Opponents at the level of great Grandmaster-level martial sage were indeed not easy to deal with. At the very least, Xiao Chen's chances of victory were slim. What's wrong? It looks like you want to make it into the top 10? Ying Qiong smiled and said, Hee, that is not easy. In the past few saber school rankings, no one from the younger generation managed to make it into the top 10. However, it might be possible this time. The Saber Sovereign's mysterious disciple, Wen Xiren, is very promising. Wen Xiren? That's right. One of the main reasons why this tea party is so popular is that Bai Lang invited this mysterious bladesman. Of course, this is just hearsay. Whether this person will come or not is still a mystery. Xiao Chen poured himself another cup of wine and smiled. Whether he comes or not has nothing to do with me. I do not have an invitation, so I cannot go to this tea party. Actually, I can help you get an invitation. However, you have to agree to one of my requests. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then he thought of something and was about to agree. However, when he thought about how strange this girl was, he did not know what request she would make. Xiao Chen swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. There's no need. Just help me complete the request. I'll wait for your news. Then, Xiao Chen put down the wine cup and turned to leave. Ying Qiong clenched his teeth and said, Bastard! Will it kill you to ask someone seriously? While it was unfortunate that Xiao Chen could not participate in the tea party, it was not to the point where he had to participate. After returning to his room, Xiao Chen had some free time. So, he took out the last Heavenly Soul Pearl. This was the highest-ranked Heavenly Soul Pearl he had. Originally, Xiao Chen had prepared to consume it long ago. However, he had not been able to do so. Now that he was free, he forgot about it. Coincidentally, he still needed some time to wait for Ying Qiong's news. Consuming this pearl to strengthen himself was just right. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and overlapped his hands. The Heavenly Soul Pearl floated above his palm. Then he silently circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, slowly consuming the energy contained in it. The light of the white jade Heaven Soul Pearl dimmed, but the dermic powers in the Sea of Consciousness were boiling like a volcano. They surged and spread across the entire Sea of Consciousness at a visible speed. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The growth of the magic power in his Sea of Consciousness was beyond his expectations. If it continued to grow, his Sea of Consciousness would soon be filled with magic power. Due to the limitation of the realm, one's magic power would not be able to grow. He was not an orthodox immortal cultivator, but the dragon infant in his body had formed. Xiao Chen estimated that his immortal cultivator level had reached the nascent soul realm. There were still the nascent soul formation, Mahayana, void refinement, Mahayana, and tribulation crossing. In reality, there were only 4 realms: nascent soul transformation, void refinement, and great realization. The immortal epoch no longer existed. This world no longer had tribulations to undergo, so it was impossible for an immortal lord to appear. Immortal monarchs were the legendary immortals. They had the same lifespan as the heavens. Any random immortal monarch would have the strength of the Thunder King. Most importantly, they would be able to achieve immortality, escape from the 6 paths reincarnation, and live forever. Just think about the 3,000 immortal monarchs of the immortal epic. That was a legendary and glorious age. Above immortal monarchs were immortal ancestors and immortal kings. No one in the martial epoch could match that level of strength. Perhaps only the legendary martial god could make people associate him with the martial god. Perhaps he could compare. However, it was pointless to say anything now. The heavenly Tao had changed, and it was already the martial epic. Even if one had a fortuitous encounter and great luck, walking the path of immortal cultivation in this age, one would not be able to become an immortal. If one could successfully climb to the void refinement realm, that would be the limit. There would be no exceptions. When Xiaochen finished absorbing the jade-white heavenly soul pearl, his sea of consciousness was already completely filled. His magic energy reached the limit, reaching the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Xiaochen opened his eyes and felt the abundant magic energy. On one hand, he felt incredibly joyful. On the other hand, he felt somewhat vexed. How to reach the nascent soul realm became a difficult problem for Xiaochen. With a thought, the chubby little blue dragon in his dantian flew out. When the blue dragon landed on Xiaochen's palm, it was like a clone. Xiaochen could control this little dragon's every move. The blue dragon Yuanying had its own senses. It could sense everything it saw and felt. This characteristic was no different from a Yuanying's. However, if one were to say that this blue dragon was Xiaochen's Yuanying, the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea would all laugh themselves to death. Xiaochen simply did not know how to make this little fellow undergo a metamorphosis and advance to the nascent soul realm. After withdrawing the Yuanying into his body, Xiaochen stopped thinking about this problem. Right now, the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was more than enough for him to use. When necessary, he could make up for the lack of law energy. Naturally, he would have an additional trump card compared to others. If he ran into a cultivator with a higher cultivation, he would not have to fear a battle of attrition. 3 days later, the waiter brought an envelope to Xiaochen in. The envelope contained information from Ying Qiong. After Xiaochen read it, his expression turned extremely grave. It was as he had guessed. The 3 life stone, the soul returning grass, and the permitha flower were indeed in the ghost race's 9 layers of purgatory. These 3 items would not be sold on the market. The envelope did mention where these 3 items might be. However, Ying Qiong strongly advised Xiaochen not to go. Xiaochen put away the envelope and looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand in a daze. Even though he knew that even the ghost race did not dare to go to the 9 layers of purgatory, how could he not go? There was also an invitation hidden in the envelope. When Xiaochen opened it, it was the invitation to the Saber Dao Tea Party. Xiaochen could not help laughing hoarsely. This woman still remembers how good I was to her. Getting into the top 10 of the Saber School ranking was Situ Leihong's condition for helping. Naturally, Xiaochen wanted to go to the Saber Dao Tea Party if he could. He wanted to understand the strength of his opponents in the same generation and obtain more information. This would be helpful for him to get into the top 10. The location of the tea party was the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza in Heavenly Cauldron City. It occupied a vast area and was very grand. Normally, many bladesmen gathered there, making it an extraordinarily bustling place. Only the young city lord, Bai Lang, would be able to reserve the entire Heavenly Cauldron Plaza for a tea party. Just as Xiaochen left the inn while holding the invitation, someone called out to him. When he turned his head to look, he saw that it was someone familiar from the Tianwu domain. This person was Feng Xingxing, the top bladesman of the younger generation in the 18 southern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Although Xiaochen had suppressed this title long ago, Feng Xingxing was now famous. However, now that Xiaochen had become famous, he was a famous bladesman of the Tianwu domain. It was not strange to meet him here. Feng Xingxing walked over quickly and laughed loudly. I just knew that Brother Xiao would come. Others say that you are not a bladesman. You will definitely come to prove yourself. Feng Xingxing's words came out of nowhere. When Xiaochen heard this, he found it strange. He asked doubtfully, Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? Why do I have to prove myself? This question startled Feng Xingxing. Could it be that Brother Xiaochen did not hear what the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord said? What did he say? Someone once asked him if he would invite Brother Xiao to the tea party. He said that he would not. He said that you are famous, but you no longer use the saber. The white-robed bladesman is just an empty title. If you do not even have a saber, how can you be called a bladesman? Since you are not a bladesman, naturally, he would not invite you. This revelation stunned Xiao Chen. It turned out that there was such a reason why he did not receive an invitation. It looked like Ying Qiong had put in a lot of effort to help him obtain an invitation. I should get to know this person. He might be interesting. When Xiao Chen heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he felt some anticipation for this tea party. Chapter 959. Brother Xiao, are you alright? Bai Lang is a straightforward person. As a disciple of the Saber Sovereign, it is unavoidable for him to be somewhat arrogant. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Feng Xingxing asked somewhat nervously. It looked like this was indeed his first time hearing this. He feared that Xiao Chen would get angry and cause a ruckus at the tea party. Xiao Chen took out the invitation and smiled. This is indeed my first time hearing this. However, I already have an invitation. If you do not mind, I will go with Brother Feng. When Feng Xingxing saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, I do not mind. It is a blessing to attend this tea party with Brother Xiao. Many cultivators dressed as bladesmen headed for the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza in the middle of the city. At this moment, everyone in the entire Heavenly Cauldron City was heading in the same direction. The influence of the tea party was clear with just one glance. The vast Heavenly Cauldron Plaza was decorated with flowers that competed with each other in beauty. As the crowd moved, the cultivators of the city lord's residence personally led the way and received the guests. Everything was very orderly without any chaos. There were many pavilions in the plaza, with fake mountains and fountains. Occasionally, 2 or 3 friends would gather together, either sitting on the ground or gathering in the pavilions. They would drink tea and discuss the Tao, exchanging their experiences. The treasured sabers they carried were all placed at the side. There were also merchants who set up stalls, selling items related to the saber. There were saber-type spirit weapons, secret manuals, ores, and many more. The entire place was extraordinarily bustling, filled with endless laughter. Xiao Chen could not help but feel some admiration for this Bai Lang. It was not easy to organize such a grand event and arrange everything in such an orderly manner. Brother Xiao, this is the periphery of the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza. It looks very lively, but there are no experts. The true tea party will be held in the center of the plaza. Without an invitation, you will not be able to enter. As Feng Xingxing spoke, he casually called over a maidservant and handed the invitation to her. Xiao Chen followed suit and handed his invitation to the maidservant. The pretty maidservant checked the invitation and smiled happily. Honored guests, please come with me. In the periphery, they took many turns and passed through many heavily guarded checkpoints. After carefully checking the invitations several times, the two of them successfully entered the center of the square. 18 stone pillars with ancient bladesmen carved on them stood on a tall platform in the spacious area. They pierced into the clouds, separated by 100 meters, forming a crescent moon. Rumor had it that these 18 stone pillars were not carved by later generations. Instead, they were a mysterious phenomenon that appeared after the 18 Saber Sovereigns advanced to Martial Emperor, similar to the Thunder King Valley in the Sky Dome realm. An elegant wooden table was placed on the high platform. The guests who had arrived earlier had already taken their seats. There were not many people who came, only about 30 or 40. However, all of them were outstanding bladesmen of the younger generation. Their saber intents had all reached an extremely high level. Their gazes clashed, and their saber intents seemed solid. It was like they could hear the crisp sound of weapons clashing in the air. Of the 18 stone pillars, a long wooden table was placed under the stone pillar in the middle. There was only one person seated there. This person wore luxurious embroidered clothes with a jade belt inlaid with pearls, jade, and gemstones. His handsome face exuded an air of nobility. This person should be the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord, Bai Lang. However, the seat beside Bai Lang was empty. That mysterious bladesman, Wen Ziren, did not appear. After walking up 100 steps, Xiao Chen and Feng Xingxing ascended the high platform at the same time. Welcome, Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing and the Haotian sect's Xiao Chen, to the tea party. A servant below the high platform read out the names on the invitation cards, reading out Xiao Chen's and Feng Xingxing's identities. This caused a significant commotion in the surroundings. Bai Lang raised his eyebrows and sized up Xiaoqin. However, he immediately left. A pretty and obedient maidservant stepped forward and led Xiaoqian and Feng Xingxing to a wooden table. Then, she served them some aged spirit fruits, exquisite desserts, and superior tea. Xiaoqian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression. Although Xiaoqian did not know much about tea, he could tell that the tea leaves were very valuable from the fragrance that spread in his mouth and the cooling qi that spread throughout his body after the tea entered his body. Then, he looked at the spirit fruits on the table. This Xiaoqian was an expert in this field. With a cursory glance, he could tell that the spirit fruits were at least 3,000 years old. They were truly extravagant. Strange, how strange. Young city lord, didn't you say that a certain person is a bladesman in name but not a bladesman in reality? Why is he here today at this once-in-a-decade bladesman event? The moment Xiaoqian sat down, a bold and meddlesome person immediately started a conversation. This person's complexion was sickly pale, and his voice had a sinister tone to it. With one look, it was clear that he was a member of the ghost race. Feng Xingxing frowned and explained, "This person is called Jianghu. He is one of the few ghost race cultivators who practice the saber. He specializes in the death saber Dao and is extremely incredible. He has already formed a vague form of a saber soul, and his saber intent is very exquisite." Xiaoqian glanced around. The bladesmen here had at least reached great perfection in their saber intents. There were many who had comprehended 90% comprehended saber intents. However, not many had formed a vague form of a saber soul. Feng Xingxing, who was beside Xiaoqian, was one. The other was this Jianghu. Bai Lang, who was on the platform, was like Xiaoqian, hiding his saber intents very well. Others would not be able to detect their saber intents. Bai Lang said indifferently, "I gave him an invitation as a favor to a friend. My words remain the same. Without a saber in hand, no matter how famous a bladesman is, he is just an empty shell. He cannot be considered a bladesman." Xiaoqian's lips curled up, and he revealed a playful smile. These words were really direct, displaying a noble, cold, and aloof attitude. Xiaoqian held back Feng Xingxing, who was about to speak up for him. Then he smiled and did not argue. He was only here to see who would be his opponent in the saber school ranking 4 months from now. If the other party did not like him, there was no need for him to waste any effort arguing. When Jianghu heard this, he did not say anything more. He only looked at Xiaoqian with a hostile expression. He did not know how Xiaoqian had offended this ghost race bladesman. Bai Lang raised his cup to Feng Xingxing and said, "Brother Feng became famous at a young age. In the early days, you were known as the top bladesman of the southern region of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Since you are willing to do me the honor of coming here today, I will use tea in place of wine to toast you." "Brother Bai, you are too polite," Feng Xingxing said quickly. Bai Lang continued, "Earlier, Brother Jiang shared some of his experiences in cultivating the death saber Dao with everyone. Since Brother Feng is here, why don't you explain the saber Dao that you practice to everyone?" The first part of the tea party was to discuss the Dao over tea, to exchange experiences and make progress together. Naturally, Feng Xingxing would not reject. He put down his teacup and started to talk about the wind saber Dao that he cultivated. There are berserk winds, gentle winds, warm winds, and bone-chilling winds. Every kind of wind has many variations. One can focus on one point, taking only one Dao. If one cultivates it to the peak, one will be able to look down on the world. If one is talented, one can incorporate all the variations into one's saber Dao. When Feng Xingxing spoke about his wind saber Dao, he was not stingy. He shared some of his experiences, speaking eloquently and eloquently. At the same time, he shared his doubts and confusion, seeking answers. As Feng Xingxing spoke about the saber Dao, the atmosphere was good. Occasionally, someone would ask a question. Some even had a flash of inspiration, giving a new understanding. Bai Lang listened very seriously. He also shared some of the questions that Feng Xingxing raised. With such an atmosphere, Xiaoqian could not help but immerse himself in it, listening attentively. "Good. After Feng Xingxing finished speaking, Bai Lang, who was seated in the middle, took the lead and clapped. The others followed suit. It had to be said that Feng Xingxing's wind saber Dao was extremely exquisite. It made everyone's eyes light up, giving them many comprehensions. Following that, a few more people discussed the saber Dao that they practiced. Although they were not as brilliant as Feng Xingxing's, they were still unique and had their own highlights. The other bladesmen did not mock them. Instead, they offered their own understanding, complementing each other's saber Dao. As they spoke, the melodious hum of sabers rang out in the surroundings, sounding like zither music, very pleasant to the ears. Saber winds blew everywhere, and a sharp saber intent spread throughout the tall platform. This group of people were all outstanding young talents. As they chatted, they could not hold back their saber intent, which resulted in such a miraculous scene. The endless clanging of sabers sounded like people fighting in the air, materializing the saber Dao that the bladesmen discussed. The ancient bladesmen carved on the 18 towering stone pillars seemed to be listening as well. Their eyes looked lively as if they came to life. After that, several more people came. Among them, there were two incredible people who also comprehended a vague form of saber soul. These two people were Lin Yen and Duguju. They were the disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Lightning Saber Sovereign, both famous. The Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Lightning Saber Sovereign were both sovereign martial emperors. Their titles also contain the words Saber Sovereign. However, because of Wu Xiaodan, they did not dare to address themselves as Saber Sovereign. The only person in the world who dared to call himself a Saber Sovereign was Wu Xiaoyun. He was unique, the strongest peak expert of the Saber Dao. Under Bai Lang's invitation, the two started to talk about the saber. They also talked about the saber techniques that they practiced. Everyone could clearly feel that the two's comprehension of the saber Dao was higher than Feng Xingxing's. When the two talked about the saber, lightning and flames even appeared. A vast saber intent spread out, suppressing the saber intents of the other outstanding youths present. This inspired admiration in everyone's hearts. After the two finished speaking, everyone clapped at the same time. The saber intents scattered in the air formed a stirring tune that reverberated endlessly, lingering for a long time. This tune spread to the periphery of the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza. Several bladesmen who heard of it could not help turning their heads to look up, yearning in their hearts. Young City Lord, most of the people here have already spoken. Why don't you speak as well? A disciple of a Saber Sovereign will definitely live up to his reputation. Let us broaden our horizons, someone suggested with a smile. Bai Lang smiled faintly and put down his teacup. His actions were elegant as he said softly, "It is not about broadening our horizons. Like everyone else, this Bai will only speak about some of his own comprehensions." Upon hearing that Bai Lang was about to speak, everyone immediately settled down and prepared to listen carefully. The Saber Sovereign was very famous. Since Bai Lang was a disciple of the Saber Sovereign, he would definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 960. Xiaochen put down his teacup and listened attentively. After half a day of observation, Xiaochen understood that this person's heart was higher than the sky. However, he was not a person who only knew how to show off. The saber technique that this Bai cultivates is called the profound river wave chop. The essence of it is the word wave. As the saying goes, a surging wave can break through the sky. This is the limit of the wave's might. It can even break through the sky. When people practice this kind of saber technique, this is the goal. I once went to the chaotic demonic sea in the north and watched the tides rise and fall. I did not move for 3 years and saw the largest wave. When it surged, it brought a sense of shock that I would never forget. It was like a world rose before me, and nothing could resist this power. Watching the tides rise and fall, not moving for 3 years. When the crowd heard this, they could not help feeling astonished. Bai Lang's patience was truly admirable. Bai Lang did not stop speaking. As he continued, the rumbling of the waves resounded behind him. He had observed all sorts of wondrous scenes of the waves for the past 3 years. As he spoke, it was as if a real scene had been developed, and it caused others to feel a surging and boundless intent. The moment he spoke, everyone's heart surged. However, after the raging waves subsided, Bai Lang said softly, however, after sitting here for 3 years, I realized that no matter how big the waves are, they are only on the surface and not in reality. In terms of the might of the waves, one drop of profound water from the Immortal epic's profound river weighed 5 tons. One wave could shatter a towering mountain. However, this is not the essence of the waves. The moment Bai Lang spoke, the various scenes of the profound river behind him, the surging waves, all stopped and vanished. The crowd listened, entranced. No one said anything as they waited for Bai Lang to continue. The essence of the waves lies in being unfettered, free, unfettered. The most compact thing in the world is water. As long as there are depressions, the water will merge again. Why do waves appear? It is because of freedom. This water is different from others, unwilling to be bound. You can only understand them. As Bai Lang spoke, the illusory scene that had stopped behind him reappeared in an even more intense manner. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire heavenly cauldron plaza could hear it clearly, as if the waves were right beside one's ears. But when you carefully pursue it, it is like the wind, untraceable, unrestrained, and free like the wind. There was a great Tao within the great Tao. So that was how it was. Many people revealed looks of realization. Boom boom boom. As Bai Lang spoke, 3 of the 18 stone pillars carved with ancient saber sovereigns began to tremble. It lit up with a bright white brilliance. The image of the ancient saber sovereigns sat cross-legged at the top of the stone pillar, as though he was listening. 3 vast saber intents soared into the sky, scattering the clouds for 50 kilometers around. Bai Lang's saber Tao actually startled the remnant thoughts that the ancient sages left in the world. Everyone revealed shocked expressions. When he finished his speech, the image of the ancient saber sovereign on top of the stone pillars slowly dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Pa pa pa. The sound of clapping rang out endlessly. Everyone stood up and expressed their heartfelt admiration for Bai Lang's eloquence. Bai Lang smiled faintly and picked up his teacup. It's just one person's opinion. I've made a fool of myself. Brother Bai is too humble. Even the ancient sages were moved and listened attentively. How could we dare to laugh? Indeed, I did not dare to interrupt Brother Bai's speech at all. After I heard it, I felt enlightened. The world before me suddenly became clear. This must be the so-called Great Tao within the Great Tao. This time, the Saber School ranking will be revisited. Brother Bai might be able to make it into the top 10 and leave your name in history. As they drank, everyone praised Bai Lang's speech. Bai Lang took the lead and sat down. Then he smiled and said, "This is really praising me too much. I believe that in another 10 years, these great grandmaster-level martial sages will not be a match for me. However, my chances of defeating them now are slim. The one with true hope is my senior brother Wenziren. Unfortunately, he has something to do and cannot come." That is indeed unfortunate. Wenziren is without a doubt the strongest bladesman in our profound domain. However, his whereabouts are unknown. It is too difficult to meet him. At this moment, Jianghu glanced at Xiao Qin, who had been silent all this while. He smiled mockingly and said, "Wenziren is not here. However, don't forget that we still have an even more famous person here. He is someone who even dares to compete with Di Wuk." Only now did everyone react. It turned out that Xiao Qin was still here. If not for Jianghu's reminder, they would have forgotten about him. "Brother Xiao, say a few words as well. The name of the white-robed bladesman has spread everywhere. We have long heard of it," someone encouraged. Jianghu said indifferently, "He does not even have his saber anymore. What are you asking him to say? Ha, are you going to talk about fist and leg techniques?" Xiao Qin glanced at Jianghu. He did not know what was wrong with this fellow. Why was he always targeting him? Gently putting down the teacup in his hand, Xiao Qin said calmly, "I do indeed want to say something. Recently, I have run into some bottlenecks in my comprehension of the Saber Tao. Since everyone is here, perhaps you can help me resolve my doubts. If you do not mind, this Xiao Qin can speak about it." Everyone immediately looked at Bai Lang. If he did not speak, Xiao Qin could not continue either. Bai Lang picked up his teacup and looked at Xiaoqun. Since you are here, you might as well speak about it. After all, you were once a bladesman. Bai Lang's tone and attitude were as noble and elegant as before. He had a problem with Xiaoqun, a bladesman who only looked impressive. Xiaoqun smiled and did not mind. He was truly affected by the atmosphere of the tea party. A group of bladesmen discussed the Tao over tea, abandoning their sectarian differences. They shared their comprehensions without holding anything back, discussing and improving together. One would not be able to find such good conditions elsewhere. If one remained stagnant, one would never be able to improve. Xiaoqun now understood why the younger generation bladesmen would flock to this tea party. Following etiquette, Xiaoqun returned a cup of tea to Bai Lang and took a sip. Then, he started to prepare to explain his flawless saber Tao. Xiaoqun had been rather famous in the past few years. However, no one had seen him draw his saber for a long time. Rumors of him abandoning his identity as a bladesman had already spread. When the crowd saw that Xiaoqun was about to speak, they did not show too serious expressions. They did not believe that a person who abandoned his identity as a bladesman could speak about the Tao or reason. Jianghu showed disdain on his face. Young city lord, the Tao comes with your words. You speak of wondrous theories and made the three ancient saber sovereigns show themselves. You are a fellow who does not even have a saber. Don't come out and embarrass yourself and make a fool of yourself. Feng Xingxing could not stand it any longer. He said sullenly, Jiang Qingzi, don't break the rules of the tea party. This is not the time for you to interrupt. When Jiang Qingzi saw Bai Lang, who was sitting in the middle, reveal an unhappy expression, his lips curled up and he did not say anything more. Xiaoqun sat down casually. When he saw that no one spoke, he said, I have a Tao that I would like to discuss with everyone. It is called the flawless saber Tao. Using the body as a saber, using my thoughts as a saber. With a thought, my hair can become a saber, my clothes can become a saber, my fist light can become a saber, and the wind from my legs can become a saber. When Jiang Qingzi heard this, he could not help mocking softly, You are bragging. However, right after Jiang Qingzi spoke, he saw that Xiaoqun's expression was solemn and respectful, his expression grave. Black wind danced without any wind, and his clothes fluttered. A boundless saber intent shot out from Xiaoqun's body. As Xiaoqun's black hair fluttered, it was like every strand of hair turned into a treasure saber, bright and dazzling, radiating an unparalleled saber intent. His clothes fluttered in the wind like an unending chain of treasured sabers dancing in the air. In an instant, everyone, including Bai Lang, stopped looking down on Xiaoqun. Now they revealed grave expressions. When Xiaoqun spoke, heavenly flowers rained down. The moment he spoke, he shocked everyone present. When I raise my hand, it is like a treasure saber being unsheathed, giving off a bright, unparalleled light. I am the most flawless treasure saber in the world. Kinchang. Xiaoqun continued speaking without pause. A melodious saber hum resounded behind him, reverberating in the surroundings. A bright saber light came from Xiaoqun's body and turned into a bright moon hanging high in the sky, giving off a bright light. I use my thoughts as a saber. Everything I think, and everything I decide is a saber. Everything I see is where the saber points. What is flawless? The path that I walk is one that no one has ever walked before or since. It is flawless and perfect. No one can compare to my saber Tao. It is like the bright moon in the sky, perfectly round and flawless, cold and beautiful. With a flip of my hand, the night sky hangs upside down. The bright moon in the sky became increasingly resplendent. Everyone looked up. At some point in time, night had already fallen. This round of moonlight already covered up all the light. Bai Lang's heart sank. What if no one has ever walked before or since? He really dares to say anything. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 stone pillars with the carvings of the ancient saber sovereigns flickered with resplendent lights one after another. The legendary scene of the ancient saber sovereign appearing and listening to his speech appeared once again. However, unlike Bai Lang, before Xiaoqun even finished speaking, 9 ancient saber sovereigns' stone pillars lit up. After Bai Lang finished speaking, only 3 stone pillars lit up. However, Xiaochen immediately lit up 9, far surpassing his opponent. The ancient saber sovereign appearing and his saber intent soaring into the sky. When everyone in the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza saw this shocking scene again, they all gaped speechlessly. They did not know what kind of peerless genius had appeared at this tea party. Flawless 4 seasons, peach blossoms, summer sun, autumn wind, winter snow, spring thunder roared, and peach blossoms bloomed for 5 kilometers around. The fragrance of flowers spread everywhere, and spring was overflowing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the ground cracked and turned scarlet for 50 kilometers around. This was the hottest summer. The autumn wind blew mercilessly, sweeping through the world. There was no color within 50 kilometers. What entered his eyes was another snow-white land. Xiaochen continued speaking. The flawless saber Dao, using the body as a saber, was the foundation. How to merge the flawless saber Dao with the martial techniques one learned and truly materialize this saber Dao was an even more profound technique. As Xiaochen spoke, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed continuously. The bright moon rose and fell, the peach blossoms of spring, the blazing sun of summer, the cold wind of autumn, and the heavy snow of winter appeared and disappeared. The 18 stone pillars with the carvings of the ancient saber sovereigns flickered one after another, and saber hums rang out. As Xiaochen spoke, the 18 saber sovereigns' stone pillars all appeared. It was a miraculous scene of the ancient saber sovereigns appearing and listening attentively. All the bladesmen and heroes present gaped, their faces filled with shock. They had not expected this at all. Xiaochen's comprehension of the saber Dao was so deep and unfathomable that these 18 ancient saber sovereigns all appeared. Chapter 961. Jiang Qingzi, who mocked Xiaochen earlier, had an extremely unsightly expression on his pale face. He had not expected such a scene to occur. Flawless, flawless. My heart is higher than the sky. I want to create this perfect and flawless saber Dao. However, I have my doubts. Is there really something flawless in the world? The moon is flawless, but the moon waxes and wanes, the 4 seasons are flawless. However, in the extreme north and south, half the year is extreme day and half the year is extreme night. There are always 2 seasons missing. I have my doubts as well. I use my body as a saber and my thoughts as a saber. However, where should the saber in my hand be? Where should the saber in my heart be? Xiaochen spoke very sincerely. The first half was about his attainments, and the second half was about his inadequacies and doubts. Xiaochen spoke continuously, not stopping at all. He spoke in one go. After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. After he finished speaking, he felt strangely delighted. Many of his doubts seemed to be stirred up, and he vaguely saw a ray of hope. Right after Xiaochen spoke, the various mysterious phenomena that appeared as he spoke vanished one by one. Just as everyone was savoring the aftertaste and savoring it, the ancient saber sovereign image sitting on the stone pillar did not slowly disappear like before. Instead, it spoke shockingly. I have a Dao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Massacre Saber Dao. The saber is a weapon of slaughter. It is born to kill. Naturally, it should kill all life, destroy everything, exterminate everything. I have a Dao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Heaven-Mending Saber Dao. The Heavenly Dao is hard to find, and the Heavenly Saber is hard to find. I have a Dao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Death Saber Dao. Everything is born to die. We bladesmen go against the heavens, seeking life in death. I have a Dao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Thunder Saber Dao. Thunder is the hand of the Heavenly Dao, a calamity of the heavens. The vast sagely sound merged together, layering over each other and reverberating in the world. This sound that transcended time and space enveloped the entire heavenly cauldron city. When the ancient appeared and spoke, 7-colored heavenly flowers descended for 50 kilometers around. All the bladesmen in heavenly cauldron city were stunned. Under the encirclement of this holy music, spiritual sounds rang out in their minds. After they reacted, they all sat down cross-legged and started to carefully comprehend the Saber Dao in their hearts. None of the spectators had anticipated that something like this would happen. In just a short moment, the faces of the young outstanding talents flickered, and they quickly sat down cross-legged. Without saying anything, they all began to contemplate. The reason why the ancient sage spoke was not because the ancient sage had come back to life but because of Xiaoqun. The images of the speeches of the ancient sages had transcended the distance of time and appeared in the present. This was a rare opportunity. If he lost it, it would be impossible to find it again. The experience of the ancient saber sovereigns was very precious. 18 ancient saber sovereigns all giving lectures at the same time. Such a scene was unprecedented, something that had never happened before. However, how much he could hear would depend on his own talent and comprehension. When the voices of the 18 ancient saber sovereigns overlapped, it would not be easy to distinguish them. Inside the Heavenly Cauldron City's city lord's residence, Bai Lang's father, the blue-robed emperor, looked at the 7-colored heavenly flowers falling from the sky. The holy music resounded endlessly in his ears. This person, who was only one step away from becoming Emperor Wu, could not help changing his expression. The vast voices layered over each other, spreading throughout the entire Heavenly Cauldron City for 4 hours. The appearance of the ancient saber sovereign and the speech of the saber sovereign slowly faded away, and the world regained its calm. However, the cultivators of Heavenly Cauldron City could not calm down for a long time. After this day, the status of Heavenly Cauldron City among the profound domains bladesmen soared. It even vaguely equaled the top holy land for bladesmen, Heavenly Saber City, which the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian governed. Under the 18 stone pillars in the center of the plaza, Bai Lang and the others slowly opened their eyes. As the outstanding talents of the younger generation, they had received the ancient sage's speech at close range. The comprehension they gained was much greater than that of ordinary people. Everyone gained something, and their faces filled with satisfaction. Xiaoqun was the last to open his eyes. He had absorbed a vast amount of divine liquid in the heavenly dew divine spring, and his comprehension ability was startling. Xiaoqun had memorized the 18 different saber sovereigns' saber Dao in his heart, not missing a single word. When he returned, he could immediately write it down. It would be a valuable asset. No one here had Xiaoqun's talent. Even Bai Lang only memorized 5 different saber Dao techniques, and that was already far beyond that of ordinary people. Whoosh! This cup of tea is a toast to you, a formal apology to Brother Xiao. This Bai had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, causing the world to mock me. I hope Brother Xiao will forgive me. Bai Lang opened his eyes and personally poured a cup of tea. Then he flew it over to Xiaoqun. After seeing Xiaoqun's attainments in the saber Dao, Bai Lang immediately picked up the tea and apologized, not putting on any airs at all. Xiaoqun opened his mouth and spoke, causing the 18 ancient saber sovereigns to appear. The holy music transcended time and space, arriving at Heavenly Cauldron City at the same time. If this was not considered a bladesman, then there really were no bladesmen in the world. The crowd did not show any disdain or mockery for Bai Lang's apology. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and caught the teacup. After taking a sip, he placed it on the table and said, "It's fine. Brother Bai is a true bladesman. I can understand your thoughts." Bai Lang nodded slightly without anyone noticing. Then he continued, "The flawless saber Dao is indeed unique. It makes everyone's eyes light up. It is unprecedented without any falsehood. When I heard your doubts in the second half of your speech, I have some insights that I would like to discuss with Brother Xiao." A thought occurred to Xiaoqun. He smiled and said, "Feel free to speak your mind. Fellow Taoists, if you have any opinions, I hope you can speak your mind freely." The second half of your speech focused on a few questions. I will talk about the first one. Using the body as a saber and my thoughts as a saber. How should the saber in my hand be used? Bai Lang paused for a moment, as though he was weighing his words. Then, he continued, "I feel that this question is a little excessive. For us bladesmen, the saber is a part of the body. There is an ancient saying, as long as the saber exists, the person exists. If the saber dies, the person dies." Xiaoqun's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. Using the body as a saber, hair as a saber, clothes as a saber? However, why could one not use a saber as a saber? However, a saber was a saber in the first place. Because of this, he had gotten himself into trouble. Seeing the saber as something like hair or clothes, how should the saber in my hand be used? This question was solved without even needing to be addressed. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yen, smiled and said, I also have some views on the flawless saber Dao. It does not have to be flawless for it to be perfect. There is no such thing as flawless in the world. However, that does not mean that there is nothing perfect. Perfection does not mean that there are no flaws. For example, Brother Xiao, I felt that the bright moon earlier was the perfect moon. When it is perfect, it is naturally flawless. There had never been such a saber Dao in the world before. Even the saber Daos of the 18 ancient saber sovereigns, which were all-encompassing, did not touch the flawless saber Dao. Being able to participate in this discussion of the saber Dao gave Xiao Chen the feeling of making history. He could foresee that once the flawless saber Dao reached the peak, its name would go down in history, leaving behind a thick stroke in the martial epic. All the bladesmen present were very excited, speaking up enthusiastically. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, at the very least, they opened up a path for Xiao Chen. From the point of view of others, he could see something different. Finally, after this topic ended, Bai Lang put down his teacup and gently patted the table. The treasure saber at the side, along with its scabbard, sank 1 centimeter into the high platform with a clang. Dang! Ding! Ding! The others all followed suit, stabbing their own treasured sabers into the stone platform. Immediately, saber chi surged and buzzed. A strong saber intent lingered in the place. Xiao Chen understood that this was the second part of the tea party. Making friends with the saber was also the highlight of the tea party. After all, no matter how good the words were, the effects would only be seen when they fought. With a slight movement, the lunar shadow saber also stabbed into the high platform with its scabbard. Feng Xingxing, I have long heard of your great name. Will you give me some pointers? After everyone stabbed their sabers into the high platform, a tall, skinny man in long robes challenged Feng Xingxing to a duel. Feng Xingxing smiled faintly and said, I can't say that I am giving you pointers. Just exchanging pointers will suffice. The two soared into the air at the same time. Then they stretched out their hands, and 2 strands of saber light flickered. Their treasured sabers hummed as they drew their scabbards. Then, the two of them started exchanging moves in the air. When the people below looked up slightly, they could clearly see the fight. Occasionally, they discussed it with their friends. The two's fight was remarkable. However, Feng Xingxing was clearly stronger. He was very clear on his talent. He only needed 1 point of the wind saber Dao to make a breakthrough and comprehend, which was the endless gentle breeze. Amid the lingering gentle breeze, saber intent was everywhere. Amid the gentleness, there was killing intent everywhere. After another 200 moves, their opponents took the initiative to admit defeat. The two sheathed their sabers, bowed and returned to their seats. After that, the tea party slowly reached its climax. Bladesmen from all over made a dazzling appearance. Xiao Chen watched all of them. The ones that left the deepest impression on him were the disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Thunder Saber Sovereign, Lin Yen and Duguju. A few people challenged the two. However, the two defeated them within 100 moves. The Thunder Dao and the Raging Flame Dao were brought out to their limits in the two sabers. Surging flames erupted like volcanoes. When the sabers chopped down, red flaming clouds filled the sky for 5 kilometers around, looking startling. Naturally, the one that caught Xiao Chen's attention was the Thunder Saber Sovereign's descendant, Duguju. Xiao Chen's quintessence was lightning attributed in the first place. The will that he comprehended was also the will of thunder. Of course, he wanted to compete with this person. Duguju's saber technique made Xiao Chen's eyes light up. The thunder saber technique that the other party comprehended could be described with 2 words: speed and explosive power. People often used lightning to describe it. When a person's speed reached its limits, their saber would also reach its limits. However, it would be a huge mistake to think that speed was all there was to it. The instantaneous explosive power was similarly horrifying, shaking the entire Heavenly Cauldron Plaza intensely. The power of lightning was not limited to speed and explosive power. Xiao Chen had experienced lightning tribulations, enduring the baptism of thousands of lightning bolts. However, the other party probably understood this principle. After all, he had a greater heavenly martial emperor to teach him. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Hence, he brought out these two characteristics to their limits. Xiao Chen could not help comparing this person to Jianghu. If the two fought, it would be very exciting. Xiao Chen, your eloquence leaves others speechless. However, I do not know how many true moves you have. I, Jianghu, would like to exchange a few moves with you. Chapter 962. The ghost race's Jianghu looked straight at Xiao Chen and challenged him. Everyone immediately became interested. No matter how profound the flawless saber Dao was in theory, it still required combat prowess to convince others. Xiao Chen gladly accepted. He stretched out his hand and said, "Please." Clang. Jianghu's figure flashed like a ghost, and he was already standing in the air. The black saber stabbed into the ground was already grasped in his hand. Before Xiao Chen could get up, Jianghu's figure flashed, charging towards Xiao Chen, who was behind the tea table. Dense death qi lingered around Jianghu's body. As his figure flashed, a horrifying scene of hell materialized behind him. A black saber light flashed and arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pressed it against the other party's saber tip. The lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness circulated, and thousands of peach blossoms slowly fell from the sky. Boundless life force surged out from Xiao Chen's body. Spring was the time when all things awakened. This was the time when the life force was the strongest. When the peach blossoms formed a forest, their fragrance spread out for 5 kilometers around. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and sent Jianghu's somewhat unruly attack flying. Then, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pinched, and the thousands of peach blossoms turned into one. Then, it landed between Xiao Chen's fingers. Then, he gently pushed it towards the retreating Jianghu. Ding. Jianghu held his saber horizontally in front of him, forming a pitch-black screen of sabers, trying to block this small peach blossom. Who knew, when the peach blossoms bloomed, the power contained in the completed spring saber far surpassed his expectations. It directly blasted him back, and the hell behind him looked like it was going to crumble. Xiao Chen did not give Jianghu a chance to make up for his mistake. His figure flashed, and a bright saber light radiated from his body. With a clang, saber intent shot out in all directions, turning into saber winds that swept out in all directions, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Xiao Chen executed the summer saber, the autumn saber, and the winter saber consecutively. Flawless 4 seasons intertwined. Amid the snowflakes, Jianghu's lips leaked blood. Frost covered his body, and an ice sculpture of a flower lingered on his chest. Jianghu said with some dissatisfaction, "I admit defeat." In just 4 moves, aside from Jianghu breaking the rules and gaining the initiative, Xiao Chen had been suppressing him with his flawless saber Dao, giving him no chance to resist. The entire place fell silent. Jianghu's quick defeat was simply unexpected. After this battle, no one would dare to underestimate the combat prowess of the flawless saber Dao. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the ice flower on her chest landed in his palm. "Thank you for going easy on me." Bai Bai Lang Bai Bai Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen Xiao Lang Chen's eyes. Chen. A spark flashed in Bai Lang's eyes. He stood up and said, "Brother Xiao, how about we exchange a few moves?" Aside from Xiao Chen, the strongest person here was Bai Lang. It was very likely that Bai Lang had comprehended a saber soul as well. Chen's mountains Lang's it is kings. Xiao Chen felt excited. He was very interested in Bai Lang's suggestion. There were many people here, but Bai Lang was the only one who could truly make him fight to his heart's content. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to agree, a discordant voice suddenly came from outside. "How lively! Brother Bai Lang, unexpectedly, despite your mediocre skills with the saber, you are rather good at hosting this tea party. I was wondering if I should invite Brother Bai to help out at the Sword Sect tea party in 3 days." The discordant voice in the air approached from afar, causing Xiao Chen and Bai Lang to frown involuntarily. Everyone looked up and saw a few sword lights flying over from the distance. The strong sword intent was unparalleled. Even from far away, they could feel the overwhelming aura. These people are coming with ill intentions. It's the Sword Sovereign's disciples. I guess that these fellows would definitely come to the tea party to cause trouble. The Sword Sovereign's first disciple, Qin Shaoqing, who is as famous as Wen Ziren. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. Wen Ziren is not here. This is going to be troublesome. Some of the Profound Domain's native bladesmen did not find the arrival of these swordsmen strange. It was like they had expected it. It looked like the conflict between the saber and the sword had been going on for a long time in the Profound Domain. Furthermore, the conflict was extraordinarily large. Xiao Chen thought about his encounter at Sword Forging Peak. Be it a bladesman or a swordsman, they did not find each other pleasing to the eye. It was not hard to guess the other party's purpose in coming. The Sword Dao Tea Party was about to begin. The three of them must have taken advantage of the situation to ruin the Saber Dao Tea Party and strengthen the reputation of the Sword Dao Tea Party. In the Profound Domain, the Saber Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign stood side by side. This made the conflict between the saber and the sword much more intense than anywhere else. Bai Lang looked up. He did not show much shock or anger on his face. He only smiled with some pity. They came faster than I expected. Brother Xiao Chen, I'm afraid we will not be able to fight this time. Xiao Chen sized up the person with the strongest aura in the distance. Then he asked, is this Qin Shaoqing very strong? Very strong. Among the younger generation bladesmen of the Profound Domain, only my senior brother can defeat him. Among the swordsmen, aside from that Yan Shisan, who is even more mysterious than my senior brother, no one can stop him. The two people beside him, Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan, are also Sword Sovereign's disciples. I am not confident of defeating them. As Bai Lang spoke, Qin Shaoqing led his two junior brothers, Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan, to within 500 meters of the crowd. All of them had startling auras, and their gazes were like swords, showing stern expressions. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and looked past these three people. Even further away, there were three black dots with strong auras. These people gave Xiao Chen a familiar feeling. However, they were too far away. He could not see them with his spiritual sense, so he could only keep an eye on them. 50 kilometers away, 2 men and 1 woman hovered in the air. The man on the left was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. His cultivation was unfathomable. However, that was still considered normal. The man on the right had a handsome face that could topple cities. He had a deep and enchanting aura, a fatal attraction to women. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a handsome man in the world. The girl in the middle was not inferior to him at all. She had a face that could bring disaster to a nation. Every frown and smile of hers could captivate the soul, captivating people. The girl was the Fox King's adopted daughter, Bai. The handsome man was the Spirit Fox race's genius, Yuan Su. The other person was the Peacock King's descendant, Kong Yuan. The younger generation of the Fiend Domain was weaker than the other 4 races. If not for these 3 people rising up, the Fiend race would be in an even worse state in this great age. Big Brother Yuan, why don't we follow them? The tea party will definitely be very lively. Who knows, Elder Brother Xiao Chen might be there, Bai said, feeling confused. Yuan Su explained, Qin Shaoqing's trip involves the competition between the saber and the sword in the Profound Domain. If we go together, it will cause a misunderstanding, making them think that we are with them. Just wait for him here. We are just using his relationship to get you into the Heavenly Sword Pavilion to read the ancient books. There is no need to offend the Profound Domain's Saber Sovereign's bloodline for him. As for Xiao Chen, I once heard that the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord publicly stated that he would not give him an invitation and would not appear here. Bai revealed a disappointed expression. She sighed and said, I have not seen Elder Brother Xiao Chen for several years. I wonder if Elder Brother Xiao Chen still remembers Bai. Kong Yuan smiled and said, there is no need to worry. Bai is very obedient. If he dares to forget, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Furthermore, Since he appeared at Sword Forging Peak, he will not leave the profound domain anytime soon. There will definitely be a chance for us to meet again. Bai nodded and said, right? This time, we definitely can't miss out on elder brother Xiaochen. As Yuan Su and Kong Yuan looked at Bai, they revealed gentle and doting expressions. They envied Xiaochen in their hearts. After so many years, Bai still could not forget him. When the three people from the Sword Sovereigns faction arrived on the tall platform, the atmosphere in the air became extremely tense. The azure-clad swordsman Qin Shaoqing casually sized up the bladesmen below with grave expressions. He smiled and said, "There is no need to be so nervous. With your cultivations, I would not even look at most of you, much less make a move against you." Arrogant. Everyone here was an outstanding youth, a proud and unruly person. Qin Shaoqing's words immediately upset several of them. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yan, was not a native of the profound domain. He had never heard of Qin Shaoqing's name before. He snorted coldly and took out his treasure saber, soaring into the air, and chopping at Qin Shaoqing. Intense flames burned the clouds for 5 kilometers around. The might of one saber filled the sky with red clouds, looking boundlessly vast. Qin Shaoqing stood upright with his hands behind his back, not making a move. Gu Jianheng, who stood on his right, drew his sword and charged forward. When Gu Jianheng unleashed his strong sword intent, he immediately suppressed Lin Yan's aura. The 5 kilometers of fiery clouds shrank significantly, and even their speed slowed. "Sword Soul!" Someone below exclaimed. This Gu Jianheng's sword intent had already risen to a higher-level Sword Soul, completely suppressing Lin Yan. Ding! The might of one sword strike forced back the surging and horrifying Lin Yan. Lin Yan moved back 1 kilometer, his qi and blood surging. This was just a probing move. The difference in strength was clear. If they fought for real, barring any surprises, Lin Yan would lose after 500 moves. When Bai Lang saw this scene, he frowned slightly and said, "Qin Shaoqing, what are you trying to do?" "The purpose of the tea party is to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. It is not for you to show off your might." Gu Jianheng smiled coldly and said, "If you are not capable, why are you trying to imitate your seniors and hold a tea party? Today, we are here to slap your face. In the future, you bladesmen should be more low-profile in the profound domain. Don't think that just because when Xiron appeared, you can ride all over us swordsmen. The saber will always be inferior to the sword." Qin Shaoqing glanced at the treasure saber stuck in the ground and said, "Right now, you are making friends with the saber, right? Coincidentally, I want to use the sword as well. Let me spar with everyone." Bang! Bang! Qin Shaoqing stretched out his hand and stabbed the treasure sword into the platform. When the sword qi spread out, it knocked away the other people's treasured sabers. "If someone defeats me, I will personally apologize and leave immediately. If no one defeats me, then I will personally apologize. If no one can defeat me, I feel that there is no need for the Saber Dao Tea Party to continue." Qin Shaoqing appeared insufferably arrogant. His tone was startlingly arrogant, not caring about the crowd at all. Bai Lang's heart sank. This Qin Shaoqing must be doing this on purpose. He must have gotten news that senior brother Wen had something to do and could not rush over, so he purposely came to cause trouble. Furthermore, Qin Shaoqing was very ambitious, wanting to disrupt the inheritance of the Tea Party. Chapter 963. The Saber Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign did not get along. They had been competing for supremacy for more than 1,000 years, but neither could do anything to the other. If Qin Shaoqing really ruined today's matter to the point of losing all face and news of this reached Xiaochen's master, he would definitely punish him. Just one Gu Jianheng easily knocked back the Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yan. Although there were many bladesmen here who would dare to challenge Qin Shaoqing. "What's wrong? You don't even have that much courage?" Qin Shaoqing mocked. "Bai Lang, are the people you gathered a bunch of trash? You can't even find someone with some courage. I think there is really no need for this tea party to continue." Rage surged in Bai Lang's heart. He simply could not endure this. He raised his foot, wanting to step forward and accept Qin Shaoqing's challenge. However, someone was faster than him. Right after Qin Shaoqing spoke, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped forward. Brother Xiao, this is a competition between the saber and the sword of my profound domain. Let me do it. Seeing Xiao Chen step forward, Bai Lang's first reaction was gratitude. However, he still advised Xiao Chen not to make a move, so he immediately sent a voice projection. Xiao Chen replied calmly, Brother Bai Lang, what are your chances of victory? 40%. Can the Saber Dao Tea Party afford to lose face like this? Not at all. Since I've stood out, I'm 100% confident. Brother Bai, just watch. Using voice projection, the two quickly exchanged a few words. Then, Bai Lang remained silent. Xiao Chen's consecutive questions already clearly pointed out the crux of the problem. Qin Shaoqing sized up Xiao Chen, who stepped forward. Then he smiled and said, Bai Lang, is that all you are capable of? Sending an outsider up. It turns out that the Saber Sovereign's bloodline is indeed cowardly. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, there is no need for the young city lord to make a move to deal with you. What shameless boasting. Is it your turn to speak to our young master here? Gu Jianheng snorted coldly. Then, he raised his sword and turned into a beam of sword light, charging at Xiao Chen. Behind him, there were 9 balls of light that looked like blazing suns. They were like 9 brilliant suns, and the light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at them directly. The might of Xiao Chen's small perfection sword's soul spread out, emitting a vigorous aura. On the high platform, some of the wooden tables behind Xiao Chen immediately shattered. Some of the bladesmen got up and retreated, circulating their energies to block. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Sword intent and sword soul were essentially the same, but the difference between the two was like water and ice. The latter's might was several times greater than the former's. A swordsman who comprehended a sword's soul held an overwhelming advantage over a bladesman who did not. Unless there was a huge gap in their cultivation, their chances of victory were slim. This Gu Jianheng before Xiao Chen relied on the might of his sword soul to take Xiao Chen down a notch, forcing him to retreat. However, Xiao Chen's feet did not move at all. No matter how the other party drove the might of his sword soul, his body remained like an old tree, unmoving like a mountain. If one looked carefully, even his hair and clothes did not move. The reason was none other than the small perfection saber's soul hidden in Xiao Chen's purple lightning talisman already spread throughout his entire body. With the help of the immortal will of thunder, how could the other party touch him? Xiao Chen's small perfection saber soul already possessed the immortal attribute. It was an immortal saber soul. Unless the other party also comprehended a will and had an attribute that rivaled the immortal attribute, they would not be able to suppress him with just might. How can this be? Gu Jianheng paled slightly, not daring to believe the scene before him. He had already unleashed the might of his small perfection sword soul without holding anything back. However, not to mention flying back in a sorry state, Xiao Chen's hair did not even move. Qin Shaoqing's expression changed slightly. His eyes widened as he understood the reason behind it. He said, Junior brother Jianheng, you have not comprehended a will. Quickly back off. However, it was already too late. Boom! The immortal saber soul that Xiao Chen had infused into his body burst out. Clang! 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 Metallic clangs of saber and sword clashing rang out continuously in the air. Intense shockwaves exploded in the air. The saber wind and sword wind intertwined, forming a twisting hurricane that surged out. Everywhere the hurricane passed, aside from the 18 stone pillars of the Saber Sovereigns, the buildings and statues in the plaza shattered under the might of this boundless hurricane. The hurricane was filled with terrifying saber chi and sword chi. Occasionally, lightning and fiery light flickered, looking extremely horrifying. Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan had already been knocked back the instant Xiao Chen unleashed his immortal saber soul. At this moment, the ones clashing in the plaza were Qin Shaoqing and Xiao Chen. The various mysterious phenomena were the result of their intense battle. Although it was an intense battle, the two on the tall platform did not move at all. They only looked at each other coldly as they continuously unleashed their saber soul and sword soul. In the end, lightning flashed and thunder roared around Xiao Chen. Purple saber chi flew everywhere. Scorching flames floated around Qin Shaoqing's body. Snow-white sword chi danced around wildly, releasing a world-shaking state of destruction. The two's auras soared to their limits. The saber light and sword light on their bodies were already as resplendent as the sun. They soared into the clouds, their voices echoing for 5 kilometers around. The people in the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza had already retreated to the side, watching from afar. Only Bai Lang, Feng Xingxing, Lin Yan, Dugaju, and a few others dared to get close to watch. Be it a bladesman or a swordsman, Wu Luan's path was much more difficult than that of regular cultivators. A strong saber intent and sword intent already gave them the qualifications to challenge those of a higher cultivation realm. At the same time, they also comprehended wills, which contained a certain attribute. Aside from demonic geniuses, there was no other way to describe such a swordsman or bladesman. Right now, there were 2 such demonic geniuses facing each other on the tall platform. Bai Lang's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "Qin Shaoqing is truly unfathomable. His will of fire actually contains the state of destruction. No wonder he dared to barge in with just the 3 of them. With such strength, he would not fear being surrounded by people of the same generation." However, what surprised Bai Lang even more was Xiao Chen. Originally, he had never thought of roping him into the tea party. Not only did Xiao Chen discuss the Tao over tea, but he also caused the ancient people to show themselves and the 18 saber sovereigns to speak at the same time. Such a miraculous scene appeared at the tea party. Now, Xiao Chen blocked the sword sovereign's first disciple, who came to cause trouble. All of this gave Bai Lang an unimaginable shock. The 2 attacked at the same time. Qin Shaoqing drew his sword. The treasure sword looked like frost, giving off a cold light. Then he thrust it at Xiao Chen's throat. A surging fiery light howled behind Qin Shaoqing. This sword strike was like a volcano that had been dormant for hundreds of years. The sky shook, and many cracks appeared in the ground. Xiao Chen took a step forward, and a bright moon rose behind him. With a flash, spring thunder roared, and peach blossoms bloomed for 5 kilometers around. Then he pointed with his finger and blocked the tip of the other party's sword. A horrifying explosion resounded, and the 2 each took 10 steps back. A fiery sword chi containing an intense state of destruction surged out from Xiao Chen's body, surging unparalleled. The moment it entered, it wanted to tear Xiao Chen's meridians, flesh, bones, and skin to shreds. It possessed startling destructive power. The attack was ferocious and intense. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He used 5 times his law energy, turning it into purple lightning before he managed to destroy this sword chi. If Xiao Chen had been a little slower or not been decisive enough, using only 2 or 3 times his law energy, his right hand would have been crippled. An immortal energy flowed through the sword and into Qin Shaoqing's body. It felt like needles piercing through his meridians and bones. Qin Shaoqing's right hand, which held the sword, felt a heart-wrenching pain. That energy was full of life force, possessing a strong life force. Qin Shaoqing tried to extinguish it a few times, but a strand of electric light leaped out and regrew like a seed. The tall platform under Xiao Chen's feet was already in tatters, leaving only the 18 stone pillars standing alone. Both of them looked at each other with a hint of caution. "This place is not big enough. If you want to fight, come with me outside the city," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he flew out of Heavenly Cauldron City. At Martial Sage, the range of a fight was already startlingly large. Earlier, in the gathering of friends with the saber, the various bladesmen had purposely suppressed their cultivations. These bladesmen did not have any intention of fighting, only exchanging pointers. Their destructive power would not be sufficient. However, now, Xiao Chen and Qin Shaoqing's reputation was at stake. Clearly, they had to decide who was stronger. They had no choice but to bring out their full strength. A strange light flashed in Qin Shaoqing's eyes. Before he came, he already knew that when Xiren was not around. He was very confident that he could turn this Saber Dao tea party into a joke. At the same time, he would establish the reputation of this Saber Dao tea party. Unexpectedly, A white-robed bladesman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This immediately messed up Qin Shaoqing's plans. I want to see what kind of person you are to dare to block my attack. In the profound domain, Qin Shaoqing could be said to not fear anything. As a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, Qin Shaoqing looked down on most cultivators of the same generation. He had never truly feared anyone. A fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a long trail of flames lingering in the air for a long time. Qin Shaoqing did not hesitate to chase after Shaochen out of Heavenly Cauldron City. Standing far away from the city, Bai, Kong Yuan and Kong Yuan, who were waiting for Qin Shaoqing, suddenly discovered two beams of intense light flying towards them. This is not good. Qin Shaoqing probably ran into Wenziren. Let's move aside first and not interfere. Yuan Su's expression changed slightly, and he quickly revealed his true form, turning into a jade-white nine-tailed spirit fox with a surging fiendish qi. Yuan Su carried Bai and Kong Yuan and leaped into the air, moving 5 kilometers away. The two exchanged only one move, but the commotion they caused left a deep impression on the many bladesmen present. Seeing the two leave the city, hundreds of figures immediately flew out of the city and gave chase, not wanting to miss the scene of the fight. By the time the two gave chase, Xiao Chen and Qin Shaoqing, who were 50 kilometers away from the city, had already exchanged more than 100 moves. There was always a bright moon hanging high in the sky, shrouding everything within a 50-kilometer radius in the night. However, the sky was not dark in this night. Be it Xiao Chen's will of thunder or the lightning that occasionally leaked out, they lit up the sky. Chapter 964. Furthermore, the resplendent flames around Qin Shaoqing never stopped burning. This night did not seem dark at all. Instead, it was strangely bright, forming a strange scene. The two exchanged moves below a mountain range that spanned 50 kilometers. The birds and beasts in the forest had already fled in fright, and all the plants and trees were destroyed. Qin Shaoqing's sword qi possessed unparalleled destructive power. As the sword qi surged out, large swathes of trees turned into dust. The ground turned into yellow dirt. Not a single blade of grass could be seen, and cracks spread out. In an instant, the shock waves from the two's exchange turned the mountain range for 50 kilometers into a barren, rocky mountain. Such a horrifying scene prompted the Heavenly Cauldron City bladesmen who came to watch the fight to stay far away, lest they accidentally get caught up in the shockwaves and end up in trouble. Xiao Chen had already executed flawless 4 seasons several times. However, he could not do anything to Qin Shaoqing. Qin Shaoqing's sword techniques had many killing moves. Furthermore, before the strong destructive attribute, the might of all the killing moves increased significantly. Xiao Chen used brute force to destroy flawless 4 seasons. Unable to execute the killing moves of Cycle of Seasons and Cycle of Life and Death, Xiao Chen fell into a passive position. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only bring out his immortal will of thunder and use his flawless saber Dao to materialize the lightning tribulation saber technique, using brute force to counter brute force. More than 100 lightning dragons appeared. Jin Lin had 2 horns on their heads. They circled around and roared ferociously, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. They looked very lifelike. They could even spit out lightning dragon breaths to disrupt Qin Shaoqing. Naturally, the dragon breaths were not true dragon breaths. They were the manifestation of purple lightning saber qi. However, they were not weak at all. Occasionally, the lightning dragon breaths landed on the mountain peaks below. The 1-kilometer-tall peaks vanished in an instant as if a monster had bitten them off. The lightning tribulation saber technique was boundlessly tyrannical. Every time Xiao Chen punched or sent out a palm strike, a saber light flashed. In the next moment, lightning dragons appeared to block the overbearing Qin Shaoqing. True flame burned on Qin Shaoqing's sword. Every time he swung it, flames surged and surged, creating an intense explosion. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe that terrifying destructive power as earth-shattering. It shook the entire mountain range for hundreds of kilometers, causing countless boulders to tumble down. Seeing that the other party's lightning dragons seemed to be endless, able to block his sword moves every time, Qin Shaoqing frowned, unwilling to continue fighting like this. 9 suns rise together, the golden crow destroys the world. With a loud shout, the 25 kilometers of resplendent flames behind him quickly gathered and condensed into 9 three-legged golden crows. Each of the golden crows was as dazzling as the sun. Xiao Chen pointed with his sword, and the 9 huge flaming golden crows turned into 9 streaks of golden light that charged at the 100 lightning dragons. Kacha kacha! The golden crow was incomparably savage. With a swipe of its 3 legs, it tore the golden crows in half, causing them to wail endlessly. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The golden crow condensed by the other party's true life flame far surpassed his lightning dragon in terms of divine nature. It was the bane of lightning dragon. Divine lightning tribulation. With a thought, Xiao Chen quickly gathered the remaining lightning dragons. Then, the will of the purple lightning talisman continuously strengthened them. A golden bolt of divine lightning appeared in the air and turned into a saber chi that chopped down at the 9 golden crows. The might of the divine lightning tribulation appeared on the spot, knocking the 9 sun-like golden crows back. The light of their flames dimmed significantly. This opportunity could not be missed. Xiao Chen took a step back, and his pupils constricted. The Soul Slayer bow appeared in his right hand. Then, he knocked the Starbreaker arrow and pulled back the bowstring. 1 dragon force circulated in Xiao Chen's body. His bones gave off a thunderous rumble. The infusion of 5,000 tons of force caused the Soul Slayer attack to release an overwhelming cold chi, immediately expelling the heat from the flaming golden crows. Qin Shaoqing's expression changed. As he looked at the bow in Xiao Chen's hand, he had a bad feeling. Xiao Chen sheathed his sword and circulated the law energy in his body, wanting to merge the 9 golden crows. Whoosh! However, he was too late in the end. Xiao Chen let go, and the Starbreaker arrow flashed with light. The 9 golden crows shot out and destroyed the killing move that Qin Shaoqing had spent a lot of effort on. Xiao Chen's lightning dragons were destroyed. However, this change also destroyed all 9 of Qin Shaoqing's golden crows. Qin Shaoqing did not gain an advantage either. The 2 in the sky fell into an anxious state once more. After exchanging a few moves, they knew how difficult it was to deal with the other party, so they became more cautious. Bai Lang stood beside Lin Yan and the others. He sighed and said, "Brother Xiao lacks a good saber. Otherwise, he would not be in such a passive position. This Qin Shaoqing is really incredible. He is the first disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Indeed, he cannot be underestimated." Feng Xingxing shook his head. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, was clearly on the defensive against Qin Shaoqing's blazing barrage of attacks. He was at a disadvantage. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yan, smiled and said, "As the saying goes, things that are too hard are easy to break." Although Qin Shaoqing's attacks are ferocious, if he still does not have a suppressive advantage after 100 moves, he will lose for sure. Bai Lang nodded and said, "That's right. The crucial thing now is whether Xiao Chen can last 100 moves or not. Without a weapon in his hand, he can only use his physical body to receive Qin Shaoqing's sword moves that contain the destructive attribute. No matter how strong his physical body is, there will come a time when he cannot hold on." Dugu Ju, who rarely spoke, did not think highly of Xiao Chen. He said sullenly, "It will be a little difficult. I think that Xiao Chen's body can no longer hold on. If he receives another 100 moves, he will definitely collapse. Using your physical body to receive 300 moves from me. Even if you have a body of steel, you should not be able to hold on now, right?" Qin Shaoqing showed a calm expression as he smiled coldly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, and he did not explain much. His physical body had already reached peak rank 3 sage body. Furthermore, he had consumed many divine materials to nourish his body. His physical body was no weaker than the blue-robed emperor's. Although the other party's attacks were tyrannical, and Xiao Chen's physical body was significantly injured, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen's physical body to collapse without at least 200 moves. Seeing that his words did not work, Qin Shaoqing snorted coldly, and his attacks became even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, 50 moves had passed. The shock waves from 50 kilometers of the mountain range below broke off half of it. It was a frightening sight. Qin Shaoqing saw that Xiaochen was still very lively, not showing any panic on his delicate face. Qin Shaoqing could not help feeling anxious. He was very clear on his own situation. His sword moves were tyrannical and unparalleled. Every move was a killing move. Every move could bring out the ferocious might of a volcano eruption. However, it exhausted a lot of energy as well. If he still could not take down Xiaochen, he would really use up all the law energy in his body. At that time, no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to bring it out. He would only be able to sit and wait for death. I cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, I will lose too much face. I can only decide victory in one move. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiaochen, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly moved. Taking advantage of Qin Shaoqing's momentary panic, he charged over first. 18 blue dragons circled around Qin Shaoqing. A horrifying dragon might spread out, and many azure saber lights hacked down. This was Xiaochen's strongest move, Flawless Blue Dragon, subduing Dragon Profound Slash. The might that this move burst out with was actually no weaker than Xiaochen's strong sword intent erupting like a volcano. Saber lights chopped down, a total of 18 saber lights. They chopped down continuously, not giving Qin Shaoqing any time to think or a chance to execute a killing move. When the final saber light landed, Qin Shaoqing's sword move was completely disrupted. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. After much difficulty, Xiaochen managed to catch the other party's weakness and catch him off guard, injuring him. How could he miss out on this opportunity to deal a fatal blow? Clang! Clang! Just at this moment, two sword lights lit up in the sky. Sword intent connected to the soul as they charged at Xiaochen without any warning. The timing of these two moves was very coincidental. They happened to be the instant Xiaochen's body was enveloped by the divine light. Furthermore, they were fatal strikes from the two without holding anything back. Xiaochen had already exhausted a lot of his energy. His physical body was severely injured. There was no way for him to dodge. The winner takes all. Xiaochen, so what if you can endure, see through others, and have sharp eyes? I never said that I would fight you one-on-one. Qin Shaoqing smiled coldly. Then he quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. A vicious look flashed on his face. Then he charged at Xiaochen. The three formed an encirclement. The situation instantly reversed. Xiaochen, who had just gained the upper hand, was now in grave danger. The expressions of Bai Lang and the others changed drastically. Clearly, they had not expected the two to be so despicable. It was already too late to save Xiaochen now. Elder brother Xiaochen, just make your move. Bai, help me block these bad people. A fragrant wind blew in the chilly battlefield. A pretty figure rushed over at lightning speed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, she drew the sword at her waist. Immediately, snow-white feathers fluttered in the air. A sword light shook everyone's hearts, humming endlessly. With a casual move, it blocked Gu Jianheng's and Lu Kuan's killing moves. Xiaochen smiled faintly. When he saw Qin Shaoqing's expression change, he said coldly, "To think that the Sword Sovereign's faction could produce trash like you. Today, you not only embarrassed yourself but also the entire Profound Domain swordsmen." Bang! The fearless Xiaochen punched out with 10 dragon force. Boom! He sent Qin Shaoqing, who was charging over, flying, crashing into a mountain peak. The mountain peak crumbled, burying Qin Shaoqing with a loud rumble. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gu Jianheng, Lu Kuan, you two bastards. Bring Qin Shaoqing and scram out of Heavenly Cauldron City. Bai Lang led Feng Xingxing and dozens of others over. Without saying anything, they surrounded Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan, who Bai Lang had stopped, and beat them up. Since the other party broke the rules first, Bai Lang did not have to hold back. No matter how powerful the two were, they would only be asking for a beating. Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan were beaten black and blue. The other party was the Sword Sovereign's faction. Bai Lang and the others didn't dare to kill them, but they couldn't help but suffer some physical pain. They had lost a lot of face this time. The two's original plan was to take down Xiao Chen when he least expected it. Then, they would use their first senior brother's strength to sweep through the others. At that time, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the thief. The world would only remember that Qin Shaoqing swept through the Saber Dao Tea Party. No one would care about the two's sneak attacks. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai suddenly appeared. The Spirit Fox King's adopted daughter, who was originally with them, blocked them at the crucial moment. Yuan Shichen, you can forget about entering the Heavenly Sword Pavilion again. Chapter 965. Gu Jianheng said hatefully. Then he led Lu Kuan to dig out Qin Shaoqing, who was buried in the mountain, and ran back in a sorry state. Bai did not mind. She smiled faintly and stood obediently behind Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao, this tea party is all thanks to you. Bai Lang performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Xiao Chen replied calmly, Brother Bai, you are too polite. I like the atmosphere of the tea party. I benefited a lot from the tea party. If someone tries to cause trouble, I will naturally do my best. A thought occurred to Bai Lang. He suggested, how about we let Brother Xiao host the next Saber Dao tea party? I'll let my master know. It should not be a problem. That's right. Brother Xiao, if we are still alive 10 years from now, you can host the next tea party. The others all started encouraging as well. They had no objections to Xiao Chen hosting the tea party. On the contrary, they looked forward to it. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help feeling tempted. However, after thinking for a while, he still rejected the idea. While hosting the tea party looked simple, it required a lot of effort and resources. It was too much of a hassle. Bai Lang smiled faintly and said, Don't be in a rush to reject me. If you are willing, you can come and look for me at any time. There are still some things that I need to deal with. I'll take my leave first. At this point, the tea party came to a rather satisfactory end. After the others said their goodbyes to Xiao Chen, they left one after another. After everyone left, Xiao Chen turned around and looked at Bai. After not seeing her for so many years, she had completely grown up. The youthful and inexperienced look of the past could no longer be found in this charming face that could bring disaster to nations. Amid her charming aura, there was now an air of nobility that could not be profaned. This was the status of the Fox King's adopted daughter. Whether she was willing or not, this gave her the status of a holy daughter in the fiend domain. Xiao Chen felt somewhat distracted. Is this still the delicate and pure Bai from back then? Xiao Chen casually glanced around and saw an exquisite gourd hanging at Bai's waist. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. No matter how he changed, Bai would always be the same Bai. Hee, big brother Xiao Chen, don't look at Bai like that. Bai blushed as she lowered her head. It was clear that after all these years of growth, she had a better understanding of the relationship between men and women. Xiao Chen smiled gently and returned to his senses. Yuan Shichen, I heard Gu Jianheng call you by that name. Bai raised his head with a serious expression and said, Yes, this is the name my adoptive father gave me. From now on, only brother Xiao Chen can call Bai Bai. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. When he was in the Sky Dome realm, it was fine for others to call him Bai. However, with Bai's current status, it would be a little inappropriate for others to call him Bai. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you should treat your injuries first. There's no need to talk, Bai said worriedly when she thought of something. Indeed, every sword strike of Qin Shaoqing's destructive sword intent was like a volcano erupting. Its destructive power was startling. After receiving hundreds of moves, his physical body had already sustained significant injuries. 10 kilometers in the sky, Kong Yuan and Yuan Su stood on a white cloud. Kong Yuan smiled and said, That's true. I have not seen brother Xiao Chen for a long time already. I'll go down and greet him first. Yuan Su pulled Kong Yuan back and said, Blockhead, do you think it is appropriate to go down and greet him now? What's wrong? Xiao Chen saved my life in the Sage Mark Monument. Although I envy Xiao Chen as well, there is no need to make it so obvious, not even greeting him, Kong Yuan said in dissatisfaction. Helplessness appeared on Yuan Su's charming face. He could only call Kong Yuan an idiot in his heart. Then, he said impatiently, See for yourself. If you really go down, I believe that Shichen will not speak to a blockhead like you for at least half a year. Kong Yuan looked carefully and saw Xiaochen sitting cross-legged on a distant peak, circulating his energy to treat his injuries. Bai supported his head with his hand, smiling gently at Xiaochen. The scene was silent, giving off a warm and peaceful feeling. Kong Yuan suddenly startled awake. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "We can greet him at any time. There is no need for it now. However, after offending Qin Xiaoqing, it will be somewhat problematic to enter the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. If she does not want to enter, then so be it. For the sake of Xiaochen, this girl will probably give up the divine weapon, much less the Heavenly Sword Pavilion," Yuan Su said with a smile. Kong Yuan chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, Yuan Su, why do I feel that your words are extraordinarily sour? This is not like you, the most handsome man of our fiend race." Yuan Su kept a straight face. After being poked at in his weak spot, he directly looked away, ignoring Yuan Su. When Xiaochen finished circulating his energy to treat his injuries, he chatted with Bai for a while. He finally understood Bai's purpose in coming to the profound domain. The snow feather sword that Yan Shisan gave to Bai was very suitable for Bai. Unfortunately, it did not have an item spirit, so it could not become a peak subdivine weapon, much less a divine weapon. As Xiaochen's strength increased, the snow feather sword's need to nurture an item spirit became urgent. Xiaochen's purpose in coming to Sword Forging Peak was to ask Sidu Leihong to nurture an item spirit for the snow feather sword. Sidu Leihong agreed to help on the condition that Bai could make it into the top 10 of the sword school ranking and give him the 10,000-year-old essence iron. Coincidentally, Xiaochen's and Bai's goals were surprisingly similar. "Elder brother Xiaochen, it has been almost 3 years. Why have you not gone to the fiend domain to visit Bai?" Bai said begrudgingly as she leaned on Xiaochen's shoulder. Her eyes were somewhat red. It had been 3 years. Xiaochen had clearly promised to visit Xiaochen in the Kunping King's grave palace. However, even after waiting for so long, Xiaochen still did not come. At first, Xiaochen occasionally heard news of Xiaochen. Later, Xiaochen went to the lower realm, and there was no news of him. Rumor had it that he died trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. Bai sneaked out and stood before the Sage Mark Monument, unable to enter. Who knew how many times he cried? If not for the Fox King obtaining news from the Haotian Emperor and going to the lower realm, Bai would still have to guard the Sage Mark Monument to the death, waiting for it to open again. Bai did not tell Xiaochen about all this. All the anticipation and concern in her heart remained in her heart. However, now that they met again, she could not help telling Xiaochen about it. Xiaochen's heart ached. He did not know how to answer. While 3 years was a long time, to him, there had been no time to relax or rest at all. This was especially so after Ao Jiao's death, which made Xiaochen feel even more guilty. Hence, he cultivated without eating or sleeping, unable to care about anything else. He only knew that Bai was doing very well at the Fox King's side, so he felt assured. Back then, the little fox on Seven-Horn Mountain beside Mo City had changed so much, even gaining strength equal to Xiaochen's and the status of the Fiend Domain's holy daughter. "Sorry, Bai stopped crying and smiled. "Elder brother Xiaochen, there is no need to say sorry. It is Bai's fault. Bai is too selfish. As long as elder brother Xiaochen can be happy and I can hear news of elder brother Xiaochen, Bai will be satisfied." A cool breeze blew without a shadow. Xiaochen felt complicated emotions in his heart. After so many years, Xiaochen thought that Bai, who had grown up, would slowly recognize his dependence on Xiaochen and separate it from his feelings. Xiaochen shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. He said, "That's right, where are Yuan Su and Kong Yuan? Didn't they come with you?" A crafty look flashed in Bai's eyes. She smiled mischievously and said, "That's right. Those two fellows are too overboard. When they saw elder brother Xiaochen, they did not even greet me. I will teach them a lesson when I get back." "Elder brother Xiaochen, tell me more about Qingyun Peak. Bai really wants to know how elder sister Riyue and that elder brother Suifeng are doing now." 3 days later, all the cultivators in the inns of various sizes in Heavenly Cauldron City were discussing the various scenes from the tea party without exception. Be it the 18 ancient saber sovereign speeches that transcended time and space, attracting a deluge of heavenly flowers, spreading for 50 kilometers around. Be it the shocking battle between the first disciple of the Sword Sovereign and Shaoqin, destroying the 50-kilometer mountain range, everyone took delight in talking about it. They could talk about it for a month without feeling tired. This tea party would definitely be passed down for 10,000 years, leaving a deep mark in the long river of history. At that time, you did not see it. Qin Shaoqing and the other two came with a threatening aura. Gu Jianheng forced back the Inferno Saber Sovereign with one sword strike, threatening to slap the Inferno Saber Sovereign's face. Who knew, in the end, the three of them were beaten into a sorry state. Now, the news has already reached the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Now, this group of swordsmen will not be able to raise their heads for half a year. I heard that the 18 ancient sages' speeches and the person who defeated Qin Shaoqing were all done by the Tianwu domain's white-robed Shaochen. Is that true? How can it be false? Several bladesmen at the tea party saw it with their own eyes. How could it be false? In the largest inn of Heavenly Cauldron City, there were no surprises. The idle bladesmen chatting in the inn all focused on the tea party 3 days ago. There were fewer cultivators on the third floor. At a table by the window, Shaochen was busy writing, recording the various saber daos of the 18 saber sovereigns at the tea party. Shaochen's comprehension ability was startling, far surpassing that of all the bladesmen at that time. Hence, he gained the most. Amid the overlapping sages, he memorized all 18 saber daos, not missing a single one. Of course, he only recorded them down and did not comprehend them on the spot. Furthermore, he had his own flawless saber dao. Even the saber dao of the ancients could only be used as a reference. However, while Shaochen did not need these saber daos, it did not mean that others did not need them. For example, the bloody young master Yichen cultivated the massacre saber dao. If Shaochen could give the ancient saber sovereign's comprehension of the massacre saber dao to him, it would be a huge favor, enough to make him wild with joy. On the other side of the table, Bai drank fine wine. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she quietly watched Shaochen, who was concentrating. After Shaochen finished recording the final set of the Heavenly Saber Dao, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he glanced at Bai, who was across from him. Finding it strange, he asked, "Why have Yuan Su and Kong Yuan not appeared after 3 days?" Bai giggled and said, "Who knows? Those two are too evil. They caused elder brother Shaochen to accompany me for 3 days, not even having time to go to the 9 layers of purgatory. For the past 3 days, Shaochen had been with Bai. He worried that Bai would not be safe alone. In the past 3 days, Shaochen could only put aside what he was doing and wait for Yuan Su and Kong Yuan to appear. However, this wait lasted for 3 days. This made Shaochen somewhat anxious. "Elder brother Shaochen, how about you bring me to the 9 layers of purgatory?" Bai put down her wine gourd, appearing very obedient. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "According to legend, the 9 layers of purgatory was the underworld of the Immortal epic. It controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, the Immortal epic no longer exists, and the cycle of reincarnation is broken. It is a place that even the ghost race cultivators do not dare to enter. Bai will definitely be able to help elder brother Shaochen." Chapter 966. Shaochen could not help but regret telling Bai about going to the 9 layers of purgatory. He frowned and said, "Don't mention this. If the 2 of them still do not appear today, I will ask Bai Lang to look for them." Brother Shao, there is no need to send people to look for us. The 2 of us have actually been here for the past 3 days. Carefree laughter rang out. 2 cultivators wearing black cloaks sat at a table in a blind spot. The 2 removed their cloaks and arrived before Shaochen's table. It was Yuan Su and Kong Yuan. Shaochen raised his eyebrows as he looked at the black cloaks. He sent his spiritual sense over, but the image of the 2 cloaks did not appear in his mind. Strange, I wonder what kind of cloaks these are. The 2 of them should have been relying on these cloaks to hide from my spiritual sense for the past 3 days. "Brother Shao, you seem to be treating Shaochen like a child. Don't be in a rush to reject me," Yuan Su said with some dissatisfaction after greeting Shaochen. After greeting Shaochen, Yuan Su picked up the wine cup on the table and drained it in one go. Xiao Chen felt slightly confused, not understanding what Yuan Su meant. Kong Yuan revealed a bitter smile. You might not know this, but for the sake of catching up to you, Xiao Chen suffered a lot of injuries and suffered a lot. She experienced more life and death situations than Yuan Su and I did. Elder brother Xiao Chen, stop. They are just spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Bai quickly waved his hand, revealing an anxious expression. Yuan Su said coldly, why not? Is it really that easy to be the Fox King's adopted daughter? The spirit fox race has thousands of competitors. In order to stand out from the rest, one has to face a lot of killing and battles. Any mistake could result in a life and death separation. Even after becoming the Fox King's adopted daughter, she still cannot rest easy. She still has to fight for the position of Fiend King for the spirit fox race. The blood and sweat she put in is 1,000 times more than before. All this is just to catch up to a certain person. She puts in so much effort that she can keep up with a certain person. Every time she hears news of a certain person, she rejoices for a long time. Every time she hears that a certain person offended an enemy, she clenches her teeth and redoubles her efforts in cultivation. Maybe someone thinks that the adopted daughter of the Fox King is the same as a princess, receiving the respect of the world and enjoying boundless fortune. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially when the strength of our demon race is declining year after year. Kong Yuan's face sank. He could tell that Yuan Su's emotions were somewhat unstable. He said sullenly, Yuan Su, Xiao Chen told you to stop talking. Did you not hear her? Yuan Su knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he continued drinking and did not say anything else. A smile appeared on Bai's face. Elder brother Xiao Chen, it is not as exaggerated and scary as elder brother Yuan Su made it out to be. Adoptive father treats Bai very well. Bai did everything willingly. Xiao Chen's heart was in turmoil, unable to speak for a long time. Who would have thought that back in the lower realm? After so many years, she had been working hard to remember what her parents said when they took her away. Bai said earnestly, even though I have the Fox Kings will clone, it is useless. This time, I can really help elder brother Xiao Chen. I also want to meet elder sister Ao Jiao. I want to see the day when the lunar shadow saber is unsheathed again. When Xiao Chen saw the expression in Bai's eyes, some of the views that he had been firm in his heart for a long time started to waver. Xiao Chen said, let's not talk about this for now. Bai, come over for a while. I have something to say to you alone. Now, only Yuan Su and Kong Yuan remained at the table. The atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Kong Yuan drank a mouthful of wine and said, finding it strange, Yuan Su, others might not know, but don't you know the pressure of being a descendant of the Qing Emperor? Don't you know the danger that comes with admitting to it? Xiao Chen does not want to meet with Bai because he wants time to wear away Bai's reliance on him. He does not want his own danger to affect his family and friends. Why does everything sound so different when it comes from your mouth? You're not usually this kind of person. Yuan Su revealed a warm smile on his handsome and charming face. There was no longer any hatred or dissatisfaction from earlier. Blockhead, do you think that with Bai's persistence, time can wear away her reliance on Xiao Chen? Of course not. Isn't that so? Rather than that, we might as well let Xiao Chen truly accept Bai and give Bai a status. When Kong Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh. He did not know if he was laughing at himself or at Yuan Su. How pitiful! The most handsome man of the fiend race has to be a matchmaker. After a while, Xiao Chen and Bai returned. When they saw the smile on Bai's face, they felt both disappointed and happy. Kong Yuan muttered to himself, wondering if Yuan Su's provocation worked or not. The four discussed for a while and decided to barge into the 9 layers of purgatory together. Then, they all left to make their various preparations for entering the 9 layers of purgatory. The next day, when the four gathered again, they set off on their journey to the 9 layers of purgatory. The 9 layers of purgatory was one of the forbidden lands that everyone in the Kunlun continent knew about. In terms of fame, it was even greater than the primal chaos domain's heavenly ruin wasteland. It rivaled the savage battlefield, perhaps even surpassed it. Before the 6 paths of reincarnation were broken during the Immortal epoch, this place had been the netherworld, in charge of the cycle of reincarnation for all living beings. Rumor said that during that era, if one did not become an immortal, one would enter the cycle of reincarnation forever. Based on good and evil, one would be chosen to reincarnate. Those who were evil would be sent to the path of beasts. Those who were evil and ferocious would remain in hell forever, enduring all kinds of torture and torture. They would not even be beasts. Those who were good would be reincarnated as humans in their next life, becoming rich and noble, rising to the clouds. There were even people with great virtue who could enter the heavenly realm. They were born as innate life forms, nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They were known as heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. However, the immortal Tao was broken, and the martial luck flourished. Reincarnation no longer existed, and hell no longer existed. Only the 9 layers of purgatory remained. The truth of the past had already become a legend, and the legend had become a myth. In the current era, reincarnation no longer existed. There were no immortals in the world. Everyone could live only one life. No one believed in virtue anymore. 7 days later, Shaoqun used the freedom wings to carry the 4 to a tall mountain in the ghost domain. This mountain was known as Mount Tai. The middle of the mountain already reached the clouds, so it was impossible to tell how tall it was. The mountain covered an area of 50 kilometers, looking boundlessly majestic. The surroundings of the mountain were very gloomy. Occasionally, one could see wandering spirits and wild ghosts wandering around. The 4 did not find this strange. The ghost domain lacked everything but wandering spirits and wild ghosts. They were already used to it. Although reincarnation no longer existed, after a person died, their soul still existed. A soul that lost its physical body would not exist for long in the world. Even someone as strong as Emperor Wu, who shone with dazzling light and could pluck the stars and moon from the sky, could not exist for long. Similarly, a soul would not exist for long. It would separate and naturally scatter. However, the ghost race had secret techniques that could capture the soul. After a person died, they refined the soul into all sorts of spirits, enslaving and controlling them. This made one unable to rest in peace after death, inspiring fear and loathing. It was just like the corpse race stealing corpses and digging graves. If not for their own strength, they would have been destroyed thousands of times already. At the foot of the mountain was a turbid river that flowed from the summit to the ground. This river was the famous underworld river. It was also known as the Death River, the Yellow Springs River, or the River of Helplessness. However, it was no longer complete. The cycle of reincarnation shattered, and the source of this river, the profound river in the heavenly realm, broke into many pieces. Naturally, the underworld river broke into many pieces as well. It was not good to lose all sorts of strange magic skills. If one followed this river, one would reach the 9 layers of purgatory. Several cultivators gathered at the riverbank. Aside from the ghost race cultivators, there were many cultivators of the other races. Several black ships floated in the river. Kong Yuan looked up at the tall mountain and said, "Is this the legendary Mount Tai? I heard that if one follows the river, one can reach the summit. There is a southern heavenly gate there. After passing the southern heavenly gate, one will reach the immortal world." I nodded and said, "I once heard adoptive fathers say that there is indeed a gate at the summit. The world behind the gate is indeed the immortal world. However, it is already a shattered world. Even a sovereign martial emperor would not be able to survive there for long." Yuan Su glanced at Shaoqun and said meaningfully, "This is just a guess. As for what exactly it is, only those who have entered know. Unfortunately, since ancient times, it seems like only the Qing emperor walked out of there." Shaoqun did not care. He smiled and said, "Don't look at me. The Shao clan does not have any ancient records of what the Qing emperor saw in there." Kong Yuan said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the ferry. After the sky turns dark, that group of ghost race cultivators will no longer receive guests." Although the 9 layers of purgatory was not a forbidden land, aside from the death chi and evil spirits that the ghost race liked, most of the inattributed flames in the world were born in the 9 layers of purgatory. Experts of the various races would often go to the 9 layers of purgatory to seek yin-attributed flames. Aside from yin-attributed flames, there were also several cold-attributed natural treasures that could only be found in the 9 layers of purgatory. Although the Forbidden Land was dangerous, there were always bold and skilled people who dared to seek riches in the midst of danger. Perhaps some cultivators came purely for experiential training, to see if they could comprehend something between life and death. If they were not careful and managed to dig up an immortal epic treasure, they would have been lucky. The 4 moved quickly. After a while, they arrived at the ferry. There was a complicated flow of people at the ferry. Initially, Xiaochen did not pay much attention to them. However, when he glanced around, he discovered a group of people wearing clothes that looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he recalled that they were the Medicine God Valley's people. Mr. Qin, who died at Xiaochen's hands, and the 2 Medicine God Valley cultivators who sought trouble for him in Leisure Feather City all wore similar clothes. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He had not expected to run into the Medicine God Valley's people here. Now that he had killed their Grandmaster-level alchemist, he would not be able to get away with it. The Medicine God Valley's alchemists were not strong. However, they had strong connections. Look at that group. The strongest ones were not from the Medicine God Valley. With one look, it was clear that they had invited help. One of them seemed to be a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. That person should be helping the Medicine God Valley's people collect the yin-attributed flames. According to the alchemy of the martial epic, several medicinal pills required different flames to refine. Fortunately, this group of people had already boarded the ferry. The ferry sailed through the turbid yellow water, heading for the underworld land ahead. Kong Yuan stepped forward and called for a ferry. After paying a large number of astral coins, the ferryman wearing a conical bamboo hat happily set sail. The turbid yellow water gave off an unpleasant smell. Occasionally, one could see changing ghostly faces in the river, looking deep and terrifying. Chapter 967. Contrary to Xiaochen's expectations, Bai, who sat beside him, did not show any fear at all, remaining as calm as usual. Xiaochen felt a pang in his heart. He could not help grabbing Bai's hand tightly. He wondered what this girl had experienced in the past few years. Bai giggled and let Xiaochen hold her hand, gently leaning on his shoulder. Although the underworld river had lost its various miraculous magic skills, its nature still remained. If one fell into it, one would immediately be corrupted and corroded. No secret treasure in the world could protect one. The river also contained a demonic nature. One could not fly on it. Otherwise, one might fall into it for no reason. Only the specter ship forged by the ghost race could travel on it. This resulted in the fact that the ghost race controlled the entrance to the 9 layers of purgatory. Anyone who went there would have to pay a large amount of black astral coins. The specter ship quickly left the surface. The bow of the ship turned completely dark. The air was filled with flickering, phosphorescent lights, all of which were wandering spirits. When Xiaochen looked up, he saw many skulls piled up on stone pillars. As the ship traveled on the water, it passed through the bodies of these wandering spirits, giving off an intense life force. The moment the ship touched a wandering spirit, it immediately scattered it into nothing. During the Immortal epoch, this land of the Netherworld had been divided into the Netherworld and the Netherworld. Once one crossed this place, one would be in the Netherworld. However, if one could not cross this place, one would be trapped here, unable to return to the world of the living or reincarnate, drifting here forever. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt that something was wrong. The specter ship stopped moving and stopped in the river. Kong Yuan's expression changed slightly. He gestured to Yuan Su and asked the boatman in a thick cloak, "Why are you stopping? We have not reached the 9 layers of purgatory yet." "We can't reach it yet. We will just retire here. Then, we will turn into wandering spirits and drift for the rest of our lives." The boatman sat at the bow and did not turn his head back. Only a hoarse voice came from within. Now the expressions of Bai and the other 2 changed. They all circulated their law energy, preparing to snatch the ship at any time. Xiaochen remained calm and said in a deep voice, "You're trying to extort money, right? I've long heard that some black-hearted boatmen will sail their boats to the Netherworld, A place where there is no way out, and take the opportunity to extort money. He, extorting money? Young Master Shao, young Master Shao, you are the ancestor of this aspect. A tender laugh was heard, and the cloak on the boatman's body exploded, revealing a delicate figure in a white dress. The woman turned around and smiled. It was the ghost race's Qing Cheng. Xiao Chen's expression didn't change, but he cursed in his heart. Why did he run into this woman here? A cocky smile appeared on Qing Cheng's breathtakingly beautiful face. Jiang Qingzi told me that the few of you were coming to the ghost domain. I thought it was fake news. Unexpectedly, you really dared to come. Aren't you very capable? Let's see how you're going to resolve this situation today. You're going to toy with me in the palm of your hand. Qing Cheng patted the ship with her palm, and countless small holes immediately appeared at the bottom of the ship. Then, the specter ship slowly sank. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan instantly attacked, charging at this woman. However, Qing Cheng merely smiled and floated up gently. 8 spirits carrying a palanquin flew out. Then, Qing Cheng pulled open the curtains. Qing Cheng pulled open the curtains and sat down. Then she looked at the slowly sinking specter ship through the window. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan quickly retreated. Qing Cheng had the 8 ghost palanquin. If she dared to fly on it, they would not dare to cross the underworld river. That way, they would die even faster. Gurgle, gurgle. The river bubbled as the specter ship continued to sink. When the ship completely sank, it would be the end of everyone. Aside from Emperor Wu's indestructible golden body, no matter how strong one's physical body was, one would not be able to survive in the Yellow Springs water. Even Xiao Chen was no exception. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan's expressions turned grave. What should we do? At this crucial moment, everyone looked at Xiao Chen at the same time. I said calmly, I'll activate Adoptive Fathers Will Clone. Given the strength of Adoptive Fathers Will Clone, it should be able to escort us to the 9 layers of purgatory. Naturally, the Dark World could not trap the Fox Kings Will Clone. However, what would they do when they returned? Furthermore, the Will Clone was something that the Fox King had given to Bai to protect his life. How could Xiao Chen use it at this moment? Hence, Xiao Chen rejected the idea without any explanation. The true solution lay with Qing Cheng, who was in the 8 ghost palanquin. Xiao Chen's thoughts were very sharp. If this Qing Cheng really wanted to kill them, she could have caused the specter ship to sink without anyone noticing, not even giving them a chance to use the Will Clone. She must be plotting something. As long as they did not obtain what they wanted, they would be safe. Young Master Shao, you are born to toy with others. You did not expect such a day to come, right? I won't waste words with you. If you want to enter the 9 hells purgatory alive and come out alive, then return to me double the spirit vein and star coins you extorted last time. Indeed, Qing Cheng, who was in the 8 ghost palanquin, felt that victory was within her grasp. After looking for a while, she made her request. She did not think that Xiao Chen had any room to bargain. I wonder if this supreme grade spirit vein is enough. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pushed. A peak spirit vein in his universe ring turned into a dragon and flew towards Qing Cheng. Top grade spirit vein. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan were startled. Xiao Chen was really willing to part with a peak spirit vein just like that. However, at this moment, preserving his life was more important. It was understandable that he was willing to part with a peak spirit vein. The expression of Qing Cheng, who was in the palanquin, clearly changed. It was much more valuable than some king-grade secret treasures. Only king-grade sects and holy lands could casually take it out. To think that Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he took out a peak spirit vein. He was really bold. However, Qing Cheng was a ghost race cultivator after all. Although a spirit vein was good, it was not very meaningful to her. A light flashed around the palanquin. A crack opened in the 8 ghost spirit locking defense formation, allowing the spirit vein to flow in. Then it quickly mended. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He saw all this, but his expression did not change. A peak spirit vein is very valuable. However, Xiao Chen, you should know what I truly want. Give it to me. Not only will I ensure that you will be unobstructed on this trip, but I can also send people to help you. Qing Cheng said slowly, not in a rush to collect the spirit vein. Naturally, she was referring to the death throne. The rumbling sounds intensified. Xiao Chen and the other three were already hovering in the air, doing their best to reduce the weight of the specter ship. The rumbling grew louder. Xiao Chen and the other three were already hovering in the air, doing their best to reduce the weight of the specter ship. However, they still could not stop the ship from sinking. The situation was critical. They needed to make a decision. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop by, who wanted to activate the Fox King's will clone. Then he thrust out the cycle banner. Dense death chi mixed with starlight spread throughout the entire banner pole. I refined the Death Throne, Massacre Throne, and Ruin Throne into this astral banner. If you want them, then take them. When the calm Qing Cheng saw the cycle astral banners slowly fly over, her heart could not help but pound wildly. 3 thrones. Xiao Chen actually collected 3 thrones. Very well. After I verify that there is no mistake, I will bring you and your friends out of this underworld land. Qing Cheng stretched out her hand, and the 8 ghost spirit locking defense formation on the 8 ghost palanquin opened a crack. Then, she tried to put the cycle banner in. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A pair of pure white wings unfurled behind Xiao Chen. He took a step forward, and his body turned into a beam of spiritual light. In the next moment, he arrived before Qing Cheng in the palanquin. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly, not giving Qing Cheng any chance to react. Qing Cheng's expression changed drastically as she quickly retreated. However, how could Xiao Chen dodge so easily after storing up power for this attack? Xiao Chen stretched out a finger and tapped Qing Cheng's forehead. A strong saber chi immediately flowed into Qing Cheng's meridians. A cold chi assaulted Qing Cheng, and sharp saber chi circled around all the vital points in her body continuously. As long as Xiao Chen willed it, he could immediately kill Qing Cheng. Xiao Chen put away the freedom wings on his back and waved his hand. He happened to catch the cycle banner, which had arrived a step too late, in his palm. He slowly withdrew his hand, and a crystalline flower appeared on Qing Cheng's forehead. Qing Cheng looked around, not daring to act rashly. Xiao Chen looked around and sighed to himself. This palanquin was much larger than he expected. This was especially so when there was a soft white bed in the back. Xiao Chen casually put away the spirit vein floating in the air. Then, he sat on the soft bed and smiled gently. Miss Qing Cheng, you are really enjoying yourself. This palanquin is indeed comfortable. Qing Cheng's back faced Xiao Chen. She felt hatred and regret in her heart. She blamed herself for being too greedy. She wanted to obtain the death throne and drown this fellow. If she had just drowned this fellow, such a thing would not have happened. Now, this fellow would be able to counter her. When Qing Cheng heard Xiao Chen's words, she scolded, "Bastard! If you have the guts, then kill this lady. The specter ship will sink soon. None of your friends will survive. The wings on your back should have some restrictions in this dark underworld land, right? Otherwise, you would have fled with your friends long ago." Flying was not allowed in the underworld river. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not dare to take the risk. The freedom wings used the power of space. However, as Qing Cheng said, there were indeed great restrictions here. The dark underworld was dark. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not see beyond a kilometer. When the magic skill so close yet worlds apart appeared before him, everything beyond a kilometer was dark. He did not dare to use it at all. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Qing Cheng felt reassured. Given Xiao Chen's character, he would absolutely not abandon his friends. She still had the capital to negotiate with him. What's wrong? I guessed correctly. The specter ship can last for at most 10 minutes. Xiao Chen, after all your scheming, you still failed at the last step. If you have the guts, then kill me immediately. The life and death of your friends will depend on a single thought. Xiao Chen smiled gently, unconcerned. Then he flicked his finger, and Qing Cheng felt her body turn cold. Qing Cheng's white dress slid off, revealing her jade-white back. Only a red doo-doo and underwear remained. Qing Cheng's face, which had just regained some confidence, now flushed red. She felt extremely bashful as she scolded, Xiaochen, you shameless, lecherous, despicable person. Xiaochen smiled softly and lay down on the large bed. Then he smiled nonchalantly and said, "This bed is really extraordinarily big. It is too much of a waste to sleep on one person. I feel that I should sleep on one more person in the future." Qing Qing raged in her heart. She wished that she could immediately chop Xiaochen in half. However, the crystalline flower on her forehead prevented her from moving at all. She regretted as much as she could. She should not have offended this fellow at all. Chapter 968. Despicable. Despicable. Shameless. Qing Qing said through clenched teeth, her voice trembling somewhat. Xiaochen flicked his finger again, and Qing Qing's doo instantly slipped off, scaring her into silence. Xiaochen did not know what the scenery in front was like, nor was he in any mood to look. He said coldly, "Not going to speak anymore? Very well, I'll speak. I'll only ask you one thing. Will you still use your friends to threaten me?" Most of the specter ship had already sunk. When Bai and the other two saw Xiaochen charge into the 8-ghost palanquin, joy appeared on their faces. However, the 8-ghost palanquin did not move for a long time. The specter ship sank deeper and deeper. It looked like it would sink completely soon. Their expressions turned grave again. Bai said sullenly, "Elder brother Xiaochen, something must have happened. There is no more time to wait. I'm going to activate my will clone." Yuan Su waved his hand to stop him. "Wait a little longer. Xiaochen is not someone who would casually make a move just because he is confident. However, if we continue waiting, we will sink completely." Before Bai could finish speaking, a white light flashed in front. The 8-ghost palanquin swallowed up the 3 of them while the specter ship remained silent. The 3 of them landed on the palanquin. Xiaochen and Qing Qing stood side by side. Qing Qing had already put on some clothes. Her pretty face was filled with frustration. There was an ice flower mark on her forehead, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Xiaochen stood upright with a smile on his face. His expression was calm, without any fluctuations. Confusion filled Kong Yuan's face. He could not understand what was going on. Qing Qing, who hated Xiaochen to the bone earlier, was now standing together with Xiaochen for no reason. "What's going on? This is?" Xiaochen smiled and said, "It's nothing. Miss Qing Qing was just joking with everyone earlier. This palanquin has been temporarily given to us. Furthermore, it will travel with us." "Is that true?" Naturally, the 3 did not believe it. Even Bai looked at Qing Qing suspiciously, feeling that something was wrong. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he glanced at Qing Qing. Qing Qing smiled embarrassedly and said, "Oh, this young lady has never been a bandit before. When I saw my old friend Xiaochen, I could not help but crack a joke. Please don't mind me." Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the 8-ghost palanquin moved freely under Xiaochen's control, flying toward the other side of the netherworld. Along the way, Zhang Xian passed through thousands upon thousands of wandering souls as if there was no one there. Inside the palanquin, Kong Yuan looked at the scene flashing by outside the window and clicked his tongue in wonder. The 8-ghost palanquin truly lives up to its reputation. It can even fly above the netherworld river. As expected of a secret treasure refined by the ghost empress Shisun. Yuan Su thought of something and asked, "I heard that the ghost empress Shisun's strength has soared in recent years. She has been trying to compete with the mountain monarch for the position of the ghost domain's lord. I wonder if they have fought." The mountain monarch was the lord of the ghost domain, the Dongyue ghost emperor. However, most people referred to him as the mountain monarch. Only the ghost race liked to use his full title. Qing Qing glanced at Yuan Su and said in surprise, "This by face of yours seems to know a lot. However, whether they fought or not, what does that have to do with you? Why are you asking so much?" The other party was Xiaochen's friend, so Yuan Su could not lose his temper. He could only endure the rage burning on his fair face. This caused Kong Yuan, who was at the side, to laugh involuntarily. Suddenly, when Qing Qing saw Xiaochen, she frowned slightly. Then she smiled apologetically and said, Sorry. This young lady usually speaks like this. Young Master Yuan, please don't blame me. Master's strength has indeed soared greatly. However, there is still a gap between him and the Ghost Emperor. Why would I invite trouble by fighting with him? Xiao Chen, who had been controlling the 8 ghost palanquin, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Earlier, he seemed to have overtaken the Medicine God Valley's Spectre ship. On the underworld river in the Medicine God Valley's rented Spectre ship, this group of people stood at the bow of the ship. 6 people from the Medicine God Valley had come. One of them was an alchemist, and the others were cultivators that the Medicine God Valley nurtured themselves. They were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. As for the other 3 people who were not from the Medicine God Valley, their cultivations were even more incredible. They were only a step away from great Grandmaster-level martial sages. After several hundred years of cultivation, they could advance at any time. The person leading this group was a bona fide great Grandmaster-level martial sage. His name was Gongsun Hualong. Clearly, the group of 9 centered around the alchemist. This person's name was Wei Tao, and people called him Mr. Wei. He was one of the 3 Grandmaster-level alchemists of the Medicine God Valley. His alchemy ability and strength were even higher than Mr. Qin's. As Mr. Wei watched the 8 ghost palanquin fly over his head, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. 8 ghost palanquin. If we could use this palanquin, our chances of collecting the icy snow flame would increase by 50%. Unfortunately, everyone knew what he meant even without saying. The 8 ghost palanquin was made by the Ghost Empress Shisun. In the ghost domain, no one would dare to offend the Ghost Empress Shisun by targeting the 8 ghost palanquin. Even after leaving the ghost domain, everyone would have to give the 8 ghost palanquin some face. Someone said, "Mr. Wei, there is no need to worry. With Senior Gongsun here, collecting the icy snow flame will be a piece of cake." Gongsun Hualong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It will not be that easy. The icy snow flame is one of the top 5 Yin-attributed flames. It was born at the Last Breath Lake. I wonder what kind of powerful ghost is guarding it." Mr. Wei smiled and said, "Mr. Gongsun, don't be too pessimistic. Before this old man came here, I already found a soul-slaying mirror. I can use it to kill spirits and ghosts." Soul-slaying mirror? Gongsun Hualong's expression froze for a while. Then he said, "It should be a replica. If it is the real deal, then we will have a 100% chance of success." Mr. Wei nodded. "Although it is a replica, it is still of a high grade. As long as we are careful, there should be no problem." The 8 ghost palanquin flew for an hour, passing through a foggy area. The scene before them changed drastically, and they could no longer see the underworld river. After flying for another hour, Xiaochen noticed that he had exhausted too much magic energy. So he put away the 8 ghost palanquin and formally entered the 9 layers of purgatory. The sky was boundlessly dark. A broken black sun hung in the distant horizon, not giving off any heat. Spatial tiers could be seen everywhere. It seemed like there was a small world in them, showing all sorts of terrifying scenes. The ground was covered in soft black sand. The black desert stretched as far as the eye could see. At the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, there were some ancient palaces indistinctly visible, like illusions. This place was silent, so quiet that it was scary. As a member of the ghost race, Qing Cheng was no stranger to this 9 layers of purgatory. She pointed to the desert below her and said, "This is the Mute Desert." During the Immortal epoch, this was the first layer of hell, the tongue-pulling hell. It specialized in punishing those who were glib-tongued, slanderous, sowing dissension, and deceiving. There is an immortal pair of scissors known as the Flood Dragon scissors. They stretch the tongues of these talkative people for 50 kilometers. Depending on their crimes, they cut them into as many pieces as they wanted. Every cut would cause them to feel so much pain that they wished they were dead. For the more serious crimes, they had to be cut into millions of pieces. It would take at least 100 years before they could be reincarnated. So, don't speak too much here. The mute ghosts underground hate hearing people speak the most. Qing Cheng appeared serious as she explained the various aspects of the mute desert in detail. When the group heard this, their hair stood on end and their expressions changed. Xiao Chen showed a blank expression, not feeling anything. This was the martial epoch. The 6 paths of reincarnation had already shattered long ago. The ghosts and deities of hell no longer existed. No matter how horrifying hell was, it had nothing to do with them. You know how to get to the Yellow Springs Road, right? Ying Qiong had helped Xiaochen ask around. As long as he found the Yellow Springs Road, he would be able to find the Permetha flowers and the 3 life stone. The Permetha flowers bloomed on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. They were fiery red everywhere, making them very easy to find. As for the 3 life stone, it was at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, beside the Bridge of Helplessness. As for where the soul returning grass was, Xiaochen did not know. Originally, he had intended to ask the other ghost race cultivators. Now that Qing Cheng was here and the other party agreed to help, it would not be a problem. When Qing Cheng heard the words, Yellow Springs Road, her expression changed slightly. She pulled Xiaochen to the side and said sullenly, Yellow Springs Road. You actually want to go to the Yellow Springs Road? Didn't you say that you were only looking for the soul returning grass? Xiaochen said calmly, I did not say that I was only looking for the soul returning grass. I only asked you how to find the soul returning grass. Qing Cheng said hatefully, if the 18 layers of hell were still around, you would have to spend 100 years in the hell of tongue pulling. You would not dare to speak in your next life. I definitely will not go to the Yellow Springs Road. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Liar. The one who should go to hell is you. You agreed to come with me and help me obtain what I want. That was why I decided to let you off and lend you the cycle banner for 3 months. You have to go to the Yellow Springs Road even if you don't want to. Before Qing Cheng could reply, Xiaochen turned and left. Qing Cheng clenched her teeth in hatred. However, when she touched the cold flower mark on her forehead, she could not do anything about it. Elder brother Xiaochen, what's wrong with your friend? Is she not going to help us anymore? Bai asked worriedly as she looked into the distance at Qing Cheng, who was kicking the sand continuously. Kong Yuan also looked over curiously. If they had Qing Cheng's help, the danger of this trip would be significantly reduced. Yuan Su frowned and said, This woman is very strange. Furthermore, she is the Ghost Empress disciple. I don't think she is reliable. We should go by ourselves. Bai, you look very fair and clean, but you have a bad habit of speaking ill of people behind their backs. When have I ever said anything bad about you? A cold wind blew, and Qing Cheng silently arrived beside Xiaochen. Xiaochen was not surprised that Qing Cheng had returned. After he consoled Yuan Su, he said, How do we get to the Yellow Springs Road? Tell everyone. Originally, after leaving the underworld and passing the gates of hell, the Yellow Springs Road is the Yellow Springs Road. Unfortunately, the 6 paths of reincarnation shattered, and the entire abyssal underworld fell into chaos. Who knows how many spaces it shattered into? The gates of hell also moved to another location, to the center of the 8th layer, Last Breath Lake. Last Breath Lake. There was a saying that when one breathed one's last breath, one would die without a doubt. That was one of the few dangerous places in the 9 layers of purgatory. No wonder Qing Cheng was unwilling to go. Boom. Just at this moment, a pitch-black flood dragon spirit suddenly flew out from the distance. Black sand fell from the sky as it reared its head back and roared ferociously. It seemed like someone was fighting with it. The silence of the mute desert was immediately broken. The entire desert suddenly started moving, and countless spirits leaped out. Chapter 969. Qing Cheng's expression did not change. She summoned out the black and white soul reapers with one hand. The moment the black and white soul reapers appeared, the spirits around Xiaochen and the others all retreated in fear. Our luck is pretty good. We just arrived at the 1st layer of purgatory, and we already ran into someone who wanted to subdue this flood dragon scissors. We will probably be delayed for a while, Qing Cheng said casually, not finding this strange. However, Xiaochen started thinking. The people from the Medicine God Valley should have already left the underworld. If they delayed for too long, it would be problematic if they ran into them. With one glance, Xiaochen could tell that the people from the Medicine God Valley were elites. Furthermore, they even had a great Grandmaster-level martial sage leading them. Not to mention the fact that they were heading to the Yellow Springs Road now, which was not a good time to start a pointless battle. Even if they ran into each other, they would have to run as far away as possible. The black desert looked like clouds hanging upside down in the sky. The pitch-black flood dragon spirit spat out demonic flames, baring its fangs and claws as it started a startling battle with that person. Its roar shook the surroundings. The dragon roar did not stop, reaching Xiao Chen's ears. He could not help but look over. Why were their dragon roars overlapping? Xiao Chen did not find it strange that the flood dragon spirit could roar. The person fighting the flood dragon seemed to be able to roar as well. This piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. Furthermore, Xiao Chen found the dragon roar of that person somewhat familiar. However, he was too far away, and his spiritual sense could only extend 1 kilometer, so he could not figure it out. The spirits that flew out of the ground obeyed the flood dragon's ferocious roar and leaped towards it. Kong Yuan felt suspicious and asked, "Is this flood dragon really formed by that immortal scissors?" Originally, when Qing Cheng said that this was the tongue-pulling hell and that there were immortal scissors, Kong Yuan thought it was a joke. Now that he saw the might of this flood dragon, it seemed like she was telling the truth. Naturally, it is real. However, it is no longer a treasure. After the immortal Tao died, its divine nature and immortal might no longer exist. It is now just an ordinary treasure. Once, Emperor Wu collected a flood dragon out of curiosity. Then he casually gave it to his disciple. Now, only some great grandmaster-level martial sages have designs on this flood dragon. Even the blue-robed emperor does not care about it. Seeing that Kong Yuan did not believe her, Qing Cheng casually explained. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "Let's go. We can't keep waiting here. If it's just a great grandmaster, we can just charge through." After Xiao Chen spoke, he took the lead. Bai and Yuan Su followed closely behind. Qing Cheng stomped her feet and had no choice but to follow as well. None of them were slow, moving as fast as lightning. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the battle between the black flood dragon and the human appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The one fighting the black flood dragon was a burly middle-aged ghost clan martial artist. As he raised his hands and feet, 10 heaven dragons faintly appeared behind him. When he punched out, there was an earth-shattering sound, causing the desert to surge into the sky like waves. The black flood dragon, on the other hand, was even more brutal. Vicious energy surged into the sky as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in rage. Xiao Chen finally understood why the sound of that ghost clan martial artist's punches sounded so familiar. Like Xiao Chen, the other party's physical strength reached 5,000 tons of force, forming dragon energy. However, this person's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, already reaching 10 dragon force. A casual punch from this person contained more than 50 million tons of force. This was a great grandmaster-level martial sage of the physical body. A rather horrifying feat. Hundreds of figures moved around the periphery of the battlefield, blocking the spirits flying over, preventing them from interfering with the ghost race great grandmaster-level martial sage. Although these spirits were not strong, barely equal to inferior-grade martial sages, there were too many of them. If they all charged over at once, even a great grandmaster-level martial sage would find it somewhat problematic. Whoosh! 7 or 8 figures descended with strong winds, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Stop! The 2 leaders had pale skin and unconcealable death qi. The other 5 were all solid spirits. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. These spirits were of high ranks. Furthermore, there were 5 of them. These people had significant backgrounds among the noble clans. My master's battle with this evil flood dragon has reached a critical moment. There is no room for anything unexpected to happen. Would you all please delay for a while? The yellow-clad person on the right said. Xiao Chen took a look. The other party's battle had indeed reached a critical moment. The flood dragon would not be able to hold on for much longer. If they rushed over, it would be hard to avoid these people's suspicions. Never mind, I can only wait for a while. Xiao Chen did not care about the 2 people before him. However, the ghost race great grandmaster-level martial sage who could casually send out 10 dragon force was not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, the black-clad cultivator on the left looked at Qing Cheng. A murderous intent immediately filled his eyes. Attack! These people were sent by the Ghost Empress disciple to cause trouble. Kasu. However, right after that black-clad cultivator spoke, a saber hum rang out. Xiao Chen moved even faster. The instant that black-clad cultivator's expression changed, he attacked at lightning speed. A bright moonlight shot out from his fingertip. This was the flawless bright moon of the flawless saber Dao. The saber light flashed, and the black-clad cultivator turned into a headless corpse. Bai, Yuan Su, and the other two quickly made their moves. When they worked together, they dealt with the other yellow-clad cultivator in an instant. Since their masters were already dead, the 5 strong spirits behind them naturally could not exist for long. They turned into motes of light and disappeared. Qing Cheng had an innocent expression as she muttered, "These are the people of the Ghost Monarch's faction. I already said to delay for a while before coming. However, you did not listen. You can't blame me for this." Xiao Chen looked around and happened to meet the gaze of the ghost race cultivator in the air. He felt an extremely dense killing intent. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Attack! Eliminate all the people in the surroundings." Xiao Chen had never been an indecisive person. Since they already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to explain anything. If one wanted to live, it was better to save oneself than to beg others. Along the way, Xiao Chen had already become the backbone of the group. Without saying anything else, Bai and the other two split up and started to eliminate the ghost race cultivators, helping to block the spirits. Qing Cheng was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive. He did not waste any time at all, even if he was about to face the rage of a great grandmaster-level martial sage. She felt a chill in her heart for some reason. Making an enemy out of such a person was truly scary. Then, Qing Cheng glanced at the ghost race great grandmaster-level martial sage fighting the evil flood dragon. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "Martial uncle, sorry." Qing Cheng really did not do it on purpose. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan were outstanding talents taught by sovereign martial emperors. The Fox King had high hopes for Bai, a genius nurtured as the next Fiend King. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen. Without a great grandmaster-level martial sage, no one could stop such people. As the flood dragon roared ferociously, the spirits covered the sky and launched themselves at the ghost race great grandmaster-level martial sage. The pressure on the flood dragon immediately lessened. The ghost race great grandmaster-level martial sage showed a ferocious expression. His skin split open, and blood flowed out. Every time he punched, 15 heaven dragons roared ferociously. This was a startling 15 strands of heaven dragon force. "Junior, quickly stop. Otherwise, this 9 layers of purgatory will be your burial ground." The thunderous voice reverberated in the surroundings, containing a boundless killing intent. Xiao Chen ignored the voice. He was not a fool. If he really stopped, there would be no chance of survival. Xiao Chen could only let the spirits completely destroy this person and delay him. Only then would everyone have a chance of survival. Otherwise, no one here could receive more than 10 moves from a great grandmaster-level martial sage that could erupt out with 15 strands of heaven dragon force. After about 7 minutes, the remaining ghost race cultivators either fled or died. All the openings opened up. The overwhelming number of spirits was like a sea drowning the ghost race great grandmaster-level martial sage. The evil flood dragon roared happily and swung its tail. It quickly broke free and circled around in the air before burrowing into the ground. The 5 gathered together, all of them more or less injured. Xiao Chen rejoiced. Fortunately, he brought Bai and the other 2. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with such a situation alone. "Elder brother Xiao Chen, can we go now?" Bai asked as he put away the snow feather sword. The others also looked over, waiting for his answer. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he glanced at the black flood dragon descending to the ground. He said, "Qing Cheng, bring them away first. I'll follow later." The expressions of the others changed slightly. Qing Cheng exclaimed in shock, "You can't be thinking of targeting this black flood dragon spirit, right? No matter how weak the black flood dragon is, it is still as strong as a great grandmaster-level martial sage." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Don't worry. I'm confident. This black flood dragon spirit is severely injured. This is the best opportunity." Even though Xiao Chen said that, no one knew how strong the black flood dragon spirit's final counterattack would be. No one knew what would happen to the ghost race old man, who was surrounded by the sea-like spirits. If anything went wrong, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. "Qingqing, do as I say. I have the freedom wings. It will be easy for me to catch up to you." A pair of wings unfurled on Xiao Chen's back. He shouted and his aura spread out. His long hair fluttered, and his figure became like a bright saber light. With one step, he arrived where the black flood dragon spirit landed. "Let's go." Qingqing did not say anything more. She led Yuan Su and the others to the next layer of purgatory. When the evil flood dragon spirit saw that someone dared to block it, it roared ferociously. The sound waves hurt Xiao Chen's eardrums. From top to bottom, the dragon might was terrifyingly dense. If a low-ranked cultivator were here, just the dragon might alone would be enough to crush them into dust. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not fear the dragon might. In the process of visualizing the Xiao clan's ancestors subduing dragons with his bare hands for the dragon subduing slash, Xiao Chen had already gained a deep comprehension of the words, dragon subduing. Xiao Chen had even creatively merged all 13 moves of the Xiao clan's dragon subduing slash, forming the flawless blue dragon and the dragon subduing profound slash. Just at small perfection, Xiao Chen could easily kill a grandmaster-level martial sage. If it reached great perfection, it would be even more incredible. With the heart of subduing dragons, Xiao Chen did not fear the dragon might. The one that should fear was the evil flood dragon spirit. Xiao Chen stomped on the ground with both of his feet. One after another, azure dragons floated around his body. There was a total of 18 of them. Auspicious clouds covered every blue dragon, causing a strong wind to blow. Dragon might spread for 5 kilometers around. The blue dragons roared ferociously in unison. The layered dragon might instantly overwhelmed the dragon might of the flood dragon spirit. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and waved his hand at the sky. The 18 azure dragon images turned into saber chi that reached the sky and the ground. Then, they chopped down at the descending evil flood dragon spirit. The saber chi flying over seemed to be able to split the sky in half. The 18 saber chi linked together. The moment the first saber chi chopped down, the second one followed. Chapter 970. Bang! 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 All the saber chi struck the flood dragon spirit at nearly the same time. Strands of black resentment spread out from the flood dragon spirit's body. The subduing dragon profound slash nearly scattered this ferocious spirit, causing it to wail miserably in the air. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Executing the subduing dragon profound slash so quickly exhausted him significantly. However, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. It looked like he had made the right bet. The ghost race's great grandmaster-level martial sage had severely injured this flood dragon spirit and was now very weak. Otherwise, given that it was as strong as a great grandmaster-level martial sage, the subduing dragon profound slash would not have been able to inflict so much damage on it. The flood dragon spirit's eyes glowed red as it looked at Xiao Chen in despair. Then, it let out a sorrowful roar and turned into a beam of black light charging at him. Xiao Chen's heart sank as he quickly dodged. This was the other party's final counterattack before death. The final counterattack of a great grandmaster-level martial sage would not be something that Xiao Chen could imagine. However, he was still too late. That black light was so fast that it surpassed the speed at which Xiao Chen could think. Just as he thought of fleeing, the black light stabbed into his chest. The black light pierced into his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Black lines spread out from the wound in all directions. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he discovered that the black light was actually a pair of black scissors. They were 1/2 meter long and had black dragon markings carved on them, giving them a spiritual charm. A vast, sea-like resentment immediately spread throughout Xiao Chen's body and quickly reached his brain. The cries of agony were endless, echoing incessantly in his mind. Xiao Chen bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind became much clearer. He endured the intense pain and grabbed the handle of the scissors. Then he pulled it out. Boundless black chi lingered around the bloody hole in Xiao Chen's chest. The evil flood dragon spirit's counterattack before death had pierced through him. If it had attacked at full speed, it would have torn his physical body to shreds. Fortunately, my firmament body tempering art has already reached consummation. As long as my heart is not shattered, I will be able to recover quickly. After vomiting another mouthful of blood, Xiao Chen started to size up the black scissors in his hand. According to Qing Cheng, this was an immortal scissors from the Immortal epic. Unfortunately, the Immortal Tao had been destroyed, hell had shattered, and reincarnation no longer existed. The Immortal scissors had also lost its divine might, and was now just an ordinary item. Even the blue-robed emperor didn't think much of it. However, no matter how ordinary it was, it had lost its divine might. The materials used to make the Immortal scissors were genuine and top-notch divine materials. The 10,000-year-old flame crystal and 10,000-year-old refined iron that Sidu Leihong needed were of great use to Xiao Chen's blue dragon body nourishing art. When the wound on his chest healed, Xiao Chen could not care about anything else. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and swallowed the remaining half of the flood dragon scissors into his body. Just as he swallowed half of it, a dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body. An azure dragon image appeared between his bones, swimming up and down his body. One dragon force. Unexpectedly, he gained an additional dragon force. Xiao Chen was greatly startled. What is going on? Even if the materials of this immortal scissors were incredible back then, it was still impossible for him to use it. Even if the materials used to make the immortal scissors were incredible, Xiao Chen estimated that even if he swallowed all of it, he would only gain half a dragon force at most. After all, back then, Xiao Chen had swallowed more than 500 tons of divine materials before he barely gained one dragon force. Now, the immortal scissors in his hand already gained one dragon force when he swallowed half of it. If he swallowed all of it, wouldn't he gain 2 dragon force? This was too strange. Xiao Chen did not understand. He could not figure out what was going on. However, the increase in his vital qi was real. There was no exaggeration at all, and it was not just a mirage. With a thought, Xiao Chen could easily feel the vital qi bursting out of his body. That was a bona fide 2 dragon force. When Xiao Chen swallowed the remaining half of the flood dragon scissors, his vital qi gained another dragon force, reaching 3 dragon force. Could it be because of the flood dragon spirit? Xiao Chen thought of an answer. It was very likely that the blue dragon body nourishing art increased dragon energy. This immortal scissors contained the ferocious spirit of a flood dragon from the Immortal epic. By swallowing it, Xiao Chen could quickly increase his dragon energy. This opened a shortcut for Xiao Chen. In the future, if he swallowed secret treasures containing dragon spirits, the goal of 10 dragon force would no longer be as distant as it was in the beginning. But indeed, riches are found amidst danger. This half of the flood dragon scissors is not much. However, it has opened a path for me, a shortcut to cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of wild joy. He glanced at the ghost race great grandmaster level martial sage, who was still engulfed by the many spirits. Xiao Chen said his thanks softly and unfurled the freedom wings, quickly flying forward. Qing Cheng carried his cycle banner with her, so she could sense it. She was not afraid of getting lost in this 9 layers of purgatory with the 4. After 1 hour, the ghost race great grandmaster level martial sage charged out of the encirclement in a sorry state. Black light filled the air. In just 1 hour, this person felt like a year and a half had passed. His face was filled with intense fatigue. Wave after wave of thousands of spirits were destroyed by this person's fists. If this person were at his peak, he would be able to charge out of the encirclement with a shout. However, after fighting with the flood dragon spirit for a long time, his body was no longer at its peak. He had even gone overboard a few times, causing significant damage to his body. The ghost race great grandmaster level martial sage showed a sullen expression as he looked around. Most of the 100-odd people he brought were already dead, including a few of his prized disciples. A white-robed man? Since when did the Kunlun realm have such a decisive and sharp junior? How come I did not know about it? This person's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Xiao Chen's face appeared in his mind again. He clenched his fist so hard that crackling sounds could be heard. He said angrily, "No matter how great your background is, there is no way for you to survive after offending me, Mo Lien, in this 9 layers of purgatory." Just at this moment, sonic booms resounded. Mo Lien felt several strong auras flying in his direction. One of them was no weaker than his at his peak. Mo Lien looked up and narrowed his eyes. He muttered, "So, it is the Medicine God Valley's people." This was not the first time the Medicine God Valley had come to the 9 layers of purgatory to obtain inattributed flames. Mo Lien did not find this strange. He had not recovered yet and did not wish to meet this group of people. Old Mo, please stop. Unexpectedly, we meet again here. When the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei saw Mo Lien, he showed a joyful expression and quickly called out, "Hey, how come old Mo is injured in the first layer of purgatory?" Mr. Wei asked doubtfully when he saw Mo Lien's injuries. Initially, Mo Lien did not want to bother with Mr. Wei. However, he suddenly remembered that Mr. Wei was a Grandmaster-level alchemist. He should have some sage-grade essence cultivating pills on him that could help him recover his vital qi and injuries quickly. If Mo Lien was lucky, he might be able to catch up to that white-clad brat. I was ambushed by a white-clad youth. Mr. Wei, you came at the right time. How many sage-grade essence cultivating pills do you have? I'll buy them all. What kind of youth could even ambush the ghost race's Mo Lien? A white-clad youth? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Mr. Wei. He took out a painting and asked, "Brother, is this the white-clad youth you mentioned?" When Mo Lien unfurled the painting, a boundless murderous intent immediately surged in his eyes. He asked coldly, "What is your relationship with this person? Why do you carry his painting on you?" Mr. Wei put away the painting and said, "Brother, please do not misunderstand. Our Medicine God Valley has no relationship with this white-clad Xiao Qin." The second layer of purgatory was called the Mirror of Sin Hell. It punished those who killed their relatives when they were alive, those who killed their parents or brothers. There was a mirror in there called the Mirror of Sin. With just a gentle shine, it could show the scene of one killing their relatives. It would place one in an illusion, repeating the scene over and over again. However, the pain of the person you injured would be multiplied by 1,000-fold. When you stabbed someone, you would have to endure the pain of 100 stabs. What was even more painful was the heartache. The despair of your relatives would be magnified 100-fold, forcing you to endure it yourself. You would have to endure both physical and mental pain. The cycle brought boundless torture, even more horrifying than the first layer of the Mirror of Sin Hell. However, that was a legend from the Immortal epic. The current Mirror of Sin Hell was a mirror-like glacier. Rumor had it that it was formed by the Mirror of Sin. There were many mutated spirits in the glacier that merged with ice. They had already surpassed the category of spirits and were known as ice phantoms. After killing ice phantoms, one could obtain ice soul pearls. These pearls were of great help to cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states. Hence, this layer of purgatory was much more popular than the Mute Desert. Occasionally, one could see cultivators fighting with ice phantoms. As Xiao Qin flew in the air, he casually killed a few ice phantoms that were not very strong. After that, he could no longer endure their harassment. After that, he could no longer endure the might of his immortal will of thunder and unleashed the might of his immortal will of thunder. Phantoms feared lightning-attributed energy the most in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's small perfection saber soul was hidden within. With these two factors stacked together, the ice phantom's instinctive fear deterred them from offending Xiao Chen. Relying on his connection to the cycle banner, Xiao Chen quickly flew towards Bai and the others. Bai's group did not slow down. They probably knew that Xiao Chen had the freedom wings and would catch up to them sooner or later. Suddenly, Xiao Chen, who was flying quickly, paused in the air. 5 kilometers ahead, there was a man and a woman fighting an intense battle with 4 or 5 ice phantoms. Each ice phantom was at least 100 meters tall. The tallest was close to 200 meters tall. Their huge bodies were like small hills. Ice phantoms could increase their strength by swallowing their own kind. Normally, the larger they were, the stronger they were. Once they were over 100 meters tall, they were basically as strong as martial sages. A 200-meter-tall ice phantom was already as strong as a medial-grade martial sage. The man and woman had a hard time dealing with them. The woman was only an inferior-grade martial sage. The man was slightly stronger, already a peak inferior-grade martial sage. This man used good saber techniques and a strong saber intent. Even from a kilometer away, Xiao Chun could feel the sharpness of this man. This was a peak great perfection saber intent. Naturally, what made Xiao Chun stop was not this man's saber intent but his saber technique, the four-season saber technique. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, four mysterious phenomena flashed around this man. This person was the lower realms by clans Bai Qi. Bai Qi seemed to have made some improvements to this four-season saber technique. Although it was not as good as Xiao Chen's, it was still very incredible.